in Shinigami, starting with farming entries creating invincibility. Chapter 1: A New How. Oni-chan. It's time to eat. Inu Orium shouted loudly to Inu How, who was swimming in the river. Got it. Go back right away. Inu How also responded loudly. Wow. Inu How got out of the river. His skills showed that he swam frequently. Calculate the time, it's almost time. Inu How muttered softly. This is the countryside of Hida City, Itamori town. At this time, Inu How is just a 16-year-old high school student who has just entered the second year of high school. His sister, Inu Orium, just celebrated her 5th birthday. It will take at least 10 years for Kurosaki Ichigo to become a Shinigami. This is a rough estimate by Inu How. Compared to the hundreds of years that Shinigami takes, these 10 years are enough for Inu How to become very strong. Fullbringer, 100x growth, you are now qualified to be the focus of the battlefield. Hollow's Nemesis, attack Hollows and cause 100x damage. When you are around, Hollows will have an irresistible urge to escape. Slasher, 100x growth, you are already strong enough to cut steel. Kid, 100x growth, you can abandon chanting and use Kid below 100. Ryutsu, level 8, you are already a top captain. Entry function is the cheat that Inu How used to travel to this dangerous world. 10 years ago. At that time, Inu How was still living in Karakura town. Inu Orium had not yet appeared in this world. Inu How had just turned 6, Inu's parents were still alive, and generally speaking, they lived a happy life. It was also on the day of Inu Hao's 11th birthday that the soul of another world occupied Inu Hao's body. From then on, he began to live as Inu How. Since childhood, Inu How has been accustomed to living alone at home. Because both parents need to go to work, Inu How is often alone at home. However, this is indeed a very good living environment for Inu How. After all, there is a lot of pocket money and no worries about money. And there is no need to act like a spoiled child to parents, nor to deliberately hide his maturity. Originally, Inu How thought that he would grow up step by step like in the original work, and become a sister control after his sister was born. Then he worked hard to become a social animal, lived a mediocre life, and finally died in the act of saving his sister, and died young. However, when he was taking a bath, he found that he could control the water flow, and then he saw the entry above his head. Fullbring beginner, double growth, you are just an ant, Loki can live long. Entry is the cheat for Inu How to come to this world. It has two functions. One is entry evolution. As the name suggests, the entry that Inu How has can evolve from a low level to a high level. The condition for evolution is that you need to repeat things related to the entry. For example, now Inu How Fullbring beginner is the entry. As long as Inu How can keep doing things related to Fullbring, the relevant proficiency will increase. When a certain proficiency is reached, the entry will complete the evolution. Another function is entry pickup. Inu How can pick up entries dropped by others. The condition for picking up is to be within 10 meters of the entry. However, the existence time of the entry is limited. That is to say, if Inu How does not pick up the entry within 10 minutes after it appears, the entry will disappear. So, to some extent, the conditions for picking up the entry are a bit harsh. Because within a limited time, if the relevant person does not leave the original place, it is very dangerous for Inu How to approach within 10 meters. In other words, to pick up the entry, Inu How needs courage and determination. However, this does not seem to have any effect on Inu How for the time being. After all, who would deliberately target an ordinary 6-year-old boy? In other words, if he does not meet someone who is particularly excessive, Inu Hao's appearance at this time is a good hiding method. It seems that God is fair. He gave me a chance to change my fate. After taking a shower, Inu Hao looked through the window at the sky of Karakura town, and he finally saw the hollows crawling everywhere. Looking at those threatening hollows, Inu Hao clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, those creatures with scary faces gave Inu Hao a strong sense of shock to a certain extent. After all, before coming to this world, Inu Hao was just an ordinary writer. The hollow only appears in Inu Hao's dreams. However, now Inu Hao knows that he is not dreaming, but living in a dangerous world where he will be attacked by hollows at any time. I have to improve my strength quickly. What is full bring? In the original work, Jinjo Kyucho, the leader of Skyushin, Execution Department, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who is learning full bring, said, "In this world, everything has a soul, not just animals, grass, trees, even some things have very weak souls. However, whether it is a microphone, a chair, or a cup, no matter what it is, everything has its own soul. The soul of everything has innate abilities and will help the person who uses it. The ability of the full-bringer is to extract it, and then use the soul of the full-bringer to strengthen it, making it a huge force. Like extracting the soul of asphalt and increasing its elasticity, so that the full-bringer can jump higher. Or let the liquid fly into the mouth. The full-bringer can even stand on the water. And if it is a tool that is used to it, the full-bringer can also change its composition. Therefore, they call this ability full-bring. At the same time, this theory is also called soul pantheism by the current full-bringers. In other words, the most basic full-bring is to feel the soul of everything, and then increase the ryutsu output. You can achieve various effects. So, how to improve the related terms of full-bring? After some thinking, Inu Hao decided to start from the following aspects. First, it is to exercise. Whether it is to improve full-bring or ryutsu, the most important thing is strong physical fitness. Second, be familiar with the basic full-bring ability. As the saying goes, you have to eat one bite at a time. That is to say, the foundation is very important. So Inu Hao is not in a hurry to find his own full-bring medium to complete his own unique full-bring. As long as the foundation is strong enough, you can still become a strong person, just like Deo Hainora, she is a full-bringer without a medium. However, in the eyes of Urahara Kisuke, her full-bring strength is comparable to Aizensuke's kid strength. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2, A Small Master of the Art of Killing. As a fan of Shinigami, everyone knows Aizensuke's arrogant look when he uses Kid. And Deo Aura, who can be evaluated by Urahara Kisuke, is naturally not bad. Therefore, Deo Aura is the goal pursued by Inu Hao. Of course, this does not mean that Inu Hao has given up developing his own unique full-bring, but he will wait until the foundation is solid before developing it, so that he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Third, if there is a chance, you must have actual combat experience. Actual combat is a process that can never be avoided to become a strong person. Moreover, Inu Hao needs to overcome his fear of hollow. Now that the current 3-step plan has been determined, Inu Hao does not intend to waste time anymore. Now hurry up and practice the basic full-bring. Inu Hao muttered as he looked at the things in the room. Indeed, the basic full-bring is to extract the soul of matter, and as a home that can be lived in forever, there is naturally no shortage of tables, chairs, cups, and other things. Inu Hao looked at the clock on the table. It's 7:30 in the afternoon now. Anyway, the two of them won't come back, so I might as well practice the full-bring now. Thinking of this, Inu Hao started to perform the full-bring on the milk bottle in his hand that had just finished drinking milk. In fact, the first time he used the full-bring, Inu Hao did it accidentally, so Inu Hao was still confused about how to use it. Therefore, Inu Hao stared at the milk bottle for nearly half an hour. However, Inu Hao still felt the feeling of slowly improving. This is why Inu Hao still persisted when nothing happened. After half an hour of hard work, I have roughly mastered the feeling of performing the full-bring. Inu Hao looked at the milk bottle in his hand and said, "This time, I will definitely be able to perform it successfully." Then, Inu Hao concentrated his mind and stared at the milk bottle in his hand with all his heart and soul. For a moment, Inu Hao had a feeling that the milk bottle in his hand seemed to come alive. It began to twist the bottle, moving upward little by little. As the light in Inu Hao's hand became brighter and brighter, the soul of the milk bottle slowly emerged from the bottle. The soul of the milk bottle is like a liquid solution, without a fixed shape. Inu Hao looked at the soul in his palm, feeling a little excited and a little eager. Just as Inu Hao was excitedly preparing to stand up, in an instant, the feeling of fatigue swept over his body. Plop! Inu Hao fainted directly. When Inu Hao woke up again, it was already late at night. The cold wind on the balcony blew, and a chill instantly surged into Inu Hao's heart. Ah, cut! Inu Hao sneezed fiercely. Inu Hao rubbed his hands quickly, then went to the balcony and closed the window. However, when he came to the balcony, he was stunned. Because on the roof of the building opposite Inu Hao's house, something was flashing. Is that an entry? Suddenly, such a feeling emerged in Inu Hao's heart. Thinking of this, Inu Hao decided to go out and take a look. Although it was already late, this was a rare opportunity. Today. Without any scruples, Inu Hao ran out of the house directly. Opposite Inu Hao's house was a fast food restaurant. The floor is not high, only 3 floors high. The stairs are located on the side wall. Inu Hao held the flashlight he brought from home and shone it on the rusty stairs. Although he was very scared, just as he thought, such an opportunity is really rare. Knock. Inu Hao gritted his teeth, shone the flashlight on the way forward, and climbed to the top of the building lightly. Soon, I don't know if Inu Hao was lucky, and he came to the top of the building without attracting the attention of others. Inu Hao lowered his body and looked carefully at the situation on the roof. Through Inu Hao's careful observation, he only found a trace of Ryotsu floating. This means that a battle should have happened here just now. And Inu Hao judged that it should be a one-shot kill. Because it didn't cause much noise, otherwise, Inu Hao would not be woken up by the cold, but by the noise. Moreover, the building was intact and there were few signs of fighting, so it should be relatively weak. Then, the specific situation, Inu Hao guessed that it should be that the Shinigami who was carrying out the mission in Karakura town had just killed a relatively weak void here. After Inu Hao had a general judgment of the scene in his heart, he was relieved. After repeated observations, Inu Hao confirmed that there was no danger, and rushed towards the flashing entry. Because time was running out. The moment Inu Hao touched the entry, he knew that the entry had been included. In order to avoid trouble, Inu Hao did not stay here for too long, but turned around and left here directly. It has to be said that Inu Hao's luck is really good, or it can be said that this is the protection period for novices. When he just ran to the downstairs of his apartment, a void had already climbed to the roof of the fast food restaurant following Inu Hao's traces. Roar! The roar of the void accelerated Inu Hao's pace to go home. It has to be said that home, this thing, occupies a very large position in people's psychological position. Whenever he encountered trouble outside, he felt that he could solve it completely as long as he returned home. Click! Inu Hao quickly closed the door, and then his whole body slumped against the door. Hoo! 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 The rapid breathing seemed to show Inu Hao's nervous heart. He couldn't stop. It seemed that he realized that the miscellaneous void outside had left, and Inu Hao finally came to his senses. Inu Hao climbed up from the floor of the entrance hall and sat on the sofa in the living room. At this time, Inu Hao was relieved to check the newly included entries. Minor success in the art of beheading, tenfold growth, you already have the strength to cut through the wooden board. No wonder you can kill that miscellaneous void with one blow, it turns out that the art of beheading is good. Inu Hao muttered. However, at this time, Inu Hao was also very fortunate that he had just risked his life to get this entry. Because of the inclusion of this entry, Inu Hao has a certain strength. Although not very strong, it is already very strong for ordinary people. However, because Inu Hao's Ryutsu is still relatively weak, even if he uses the slashing technique, he can only use one move. It seems that the training plan has been upgraded to daily. Asking for flowers. Asking for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 Growth. The next day. The sun has not risen completely yet. The streets are still filled with cold fog. At this time, a figure is running quickly in the fog. Who? Inu Hao is starting his morning run as planned. It is about 6:50 in the morning. Inu Hao has already run 3 or 4 kilometers. Of course, Inu Hao is not just running normally. Instead, he keeps releasing Ryutsu while running to achieve the purpose of increasing Ryutsu. Of course, with such exercise intensity, Ryutsu is consumed very quickly. More importantly, thanks to the entry of small master of slashing technique obtained last night. Inu Hao has a set of Shinigami breathing methods in his mind that are specially used in battle. As Inu Hao exercises with this breathing method, although it is only a short 3 or 4 kilometers, it has brought a lot of growth to Inu Hao. At this time, Inu Hao has already felt the rising proficiency. Although there is still a long time before the entry is upgraded, as long as Inu Hao perseveres, it is not a problem. Hey! After Inu Hao exhaled deeply, he finally finished the last section of the road. Inu Hao squeezed his hands and felt the energy transmitted from the depths of his soul. I am really getting stronger. This is definitely the best news for Inu Hao. Because it means that he has the capital to survive in this world. Although Inu Hao is very happy, he has to go to kindergarten early in the morning. Now Inu Hao is only 6 years old, which is the age for kindergarten. Although Inu Hao's parents are not very good, they have never treated Inu Hao badly in terms of money and life. Whether it is school or living environment, the Inu couple have arranged it very well. It's just that they don't go home often. Perhaps this is also the reason why Inu Hao took his younger sister away later. Now, Inu Hao just wanders back and forth between 2 points. Kindergarten and home. This is Inu Hao's childhood life. However, Inu Hao's very regular life is very beneficial to his training plan. He gets up at 6:30 in the morning for a morning run, and then finishes at 7:30. After taking a shower at home, Inu Hao starts to practice the present technique. After 8:30, Inu Hao is ready to go to kindergarten. Because the kindergarten is nearby, Inu Hao doesn't have to rush too much. In this way, he can walk to kindergarten. The same way of walking while using breathing techniques is maintained. Not using the ability related to Ryutsu during this time period is to avoid unnecessary trouble when there are many people. Because in the present world, there are still many people like crouching tigers and hidden dragons. For example, first-generation agent Shinigami Jinjo Kyujo and his friends, Yura Harakisuk and Shihao and Yuryuaki, Ishida Ryojan's family, Visored led by Hirako Shinji, and Daya Aura hiding in the dark. Just by a preliminary count, Inu Hao knew that there are actually big people in the world. Therefore, Inu Hao, who just wants to develop in a low profile for the time being, does not want to attract the attention of others. In recent years, hiding is the kingly way. In kindergarten, most of the time is just playing. Therefore, Inu Hao has a lot of options to choose from. He can use the time he spends in kindergarten to exercise his body or practice the perfection technique. However, in order to combine work and rest, Inu Hao decided to change every day. The main reason is that Inu Hao wants to avoid being too boring. At the same time, in order to make reasonable use of the time after school in the afternoon, Inu Hao also specially applied to his parents for a request to learn kendo after school. And the reason why Inu Hao did this is certainly not to improve the terms related to the art of killing. Besides, it is useless. Because Inu Hao, who has the term of small master of killing technique, already has kendo that surpasses the kendo taught in ordinary kendo halls in the world. The reason why Inu Hao did this is to better exert the power of small master of killing technique. Otherwise, it would be like a castle in the air without any foundation. This is very unfavorable to the growth of Inu Hao. After learning kendo, Inu Hao would devote himself to the practice of full bring after dinner. In this way, after a year of stumbling, Inu Hao finally got a dream entry. Ryutsu, Level 2. Your Ryutsu has finally reached the level of an ordinary Shinigami. When Inu Hao saw this entry, he almost cried. Because in this world, the basis of all abilities is Ryutsu. And Inu Hao's Ryutsu was very low at the beginning, so even if he had super strength, it was just an embroidered pillow. It looks good but is not useful. But with the entry of Ryutsu, it is like an engine injected with number 95 gasoline, buzzing turning. Now Inu Hao, as an ordinary Shinigami, barely qualified. Excited Inu Hao looked at the scenery outside the window, and was eager to try. Now, I really want to kill a void to help cheer me up. This is Inu Hao's excited inner thought at this time. However, although Karakura town is a place of great spiritual power, voids are not something you can encounter whenever you want. After Inu Hao wandered around for a few days, he gave up. Because it was just a waste of time. In fact, unless there are special circumstances, there are multiple Shinigami on duty in places of great spiritual power like Karakura town. As long as voids appear, they will be eliminated by them. How could it be Inu Hao's turn? After figuring out this key point, Inu Hao turned his grief and anger into strength and worked hard to practice the full bring. Finally, the entry related to the full bring evolved. Minor Master of the Full Bring, tenfold growth, you have already entered the doorway, but you are still a cannon fodder. Now, Inu Hao has a total of 3 entries. Luckily picked it up. Minor Master of the Slashing Technique, tenfold growth, you have the strength to cut the wooden board. Achieved not long ago. Ryutsu, Level 2. Your Ryutsu has finally reached the level of an ordinary Shinigami. And the one that just evolved. Fullbringer Minor, tenfold growth, you have already started to learn, but you are still a cannon fodder. At this moment, Inu Hao, as a barely competent Shinigami, the power that keeps surging from his body makes him feel that he is now a little scary. However, the eye-catching comments at the end of the entry made him clearly know that he is still a rookie. Inu Hao clenched his fists and said, "Next, it's time to fight. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, Killing the Void. My name is Inu Hao, I am 7 years and 2 months old, and I just started the first grade of elementary school. At this moment, I feel that the power in my body is terrifyingly strong. So, I will start to kill the hollows." Inu Hao held the bamboo sword in his hand and prepared to jump down from the balcony of his own house. But why the bamboo sword? Because Inu Hao is a minor, he cannot possess controlled knives. Of course, he cannot hold an adult. In other words, Inu Hao has no choice but to use the bamboo sword he learned from kendo as a weapon to kill miscellaneous hollows. If it is covered with Ryutsu, it may be usable. Inu Hao thought as he looked at the bamboo sword that had been fully covered with Ryutsu. Shua! With his mind moving, Inu Hao instantly jumped down from the balcony of his own house with a quick step. A strong wind blew from Inu Hao's temples. Hey! At the moment when he was about to fall to the ground, Inu Hao adjusted his body's center of gravity. The original head-down posture instantly changed to feet down. Boom! As Inu Hao's feet landed on the ground, the huge impact force smashed a big pit with a radius of 1 meter on the solid ground. Inu Hao slowly crawled out of the big pit. The reason why he crawled instead of walking was because Inu Hao's whole body was numb. Sure enough, I was still too radical. Inu Hao's mouth trembled. The hand holding the bamboo sword had already used the bamboo sword as a crutch to support Inuhao's body weighing 15 or 16 pounds. Ahem. Inuhao wiped the saliva that accidentally dripped from his mouth. Next time, let's take the stairs. Indeed, how could Inuhao, who was originally an ordinary person, master such a cool fighting skill right away? Although he now has extraordinary strength, he is ultimately an ordinary person without a master to teach him. Inuhao is not as lucky as Kurosaki Ichigo. When he got the power, he had a master to lead him in fighting and practicing. However, at least Kurosaki Ichigo did not have a cheat like Inuhao. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is a cheat. Shua shua. Inuhao swung his bamboo sword, checked his weapon to kill the hollow again, and then started walking towards the center of Karakura town. Although they are all Karakura town, the concentration of Ryotsuo in each location is different. Obviously, the concentration of Ryotsuo in the middle of Karakura town is more concentrated, and it is more attractive to the arrival of the hollow. At this time, it was already the second half of the night. Inuhao was strolling on the streets of Karakura town. On the road, except for some bad boys, there were basically no people. Hey! Little friend! Still wandering outside in the middle of the night? Aren't you going home yet? A group of bad boys with colorful hair surrounded Inuhao, a maverick elementary school student, in an instant. After all, these bad boys who have nothing to do at any time will be curious about many things. Inuhao looked at these bad boys who surrounded him, and the corners of his mouth rose. I say, if I were you, it would still be in time to run away now. What? Are all the primary school students so arrogant now? Hey, hey! Big brother, you are not famous enough. That's right. Big brother. Give him a look. The bad boys were talking nonsense. Although their tone was arrogant, no one stepped forward to do it. In the end, bullying primary school students is really too unruly. And the reason why Inuhao said that was not to provoke. It was a kind reminder. Because, at this time, a centipede like Zexu was drooling at the bad boys. Drop. When Zexu's saliva fell to the ground, Zexu had already started to rush towards the bad boys. Swish! Inuhao exerted force on his feet and retreated quickly. Boom! The bad boys were confused by the sudden shaking. Ahem! Ahem! What's going on? Such a big dust! Brother! Are you okay? Brother! When the smoke cleared, in front of the bad boys, some extremely uncomfortable fragments were scattered among them. Hey! Brother! See someone? No way! That's... The bad boys looked over in the direction of one of them. I saw a strange scene unfolding in front of them. The bloody corpse was gradually disappearing in the air. It was like being swallowed. Run! After someone shouted, the surviving bad boys fled the bloody scene after a while. At this time, in Inuhao's eyes, the miscellaneous virtual was rushing directly into the crowd of bad boys and biting them. Inuhao's hands were shaking constantly. He didn't know whether he was nervous or excited. However, when this void came to Inuhao, neither side had room to retreat. Hey! BD! Let's have some fun! Swish! Inuhao's body instantly jumped up from the ground. He waved the bamboo sword in his hand at this void with a condescending attitude. Roar! When the void saw that this human who was originally not taken seriously by it was preparing to attack itself, it instantly became interested. It just stood there motionlessly watching what harm Inuhao would bring to it. Swish! Inuhao seemed to use all his strength, holding the bamboo sword in his hand, and chopped hard at the head of this void, the hard mask. Dang! Roar! Ha ha ha! When the void saw that Inuhao's method was just this one chop, it laughed instantly. Ha! But after laughing, Zexu's expression suddenly stopped. I saw that the place where Inuhao chopped Zexu's mask with a bamboo sword was slowly cracking. Ka, ka, ka. Inuhao's mouth corners raised, and he was a little excited. Because this shows that his idea is correct. The material of the weapon doesn't matter, what matters is Ryutsu. Sure enough. It's Ryutsu that caused the damage. Thinking of this, Inuhao's figure flashed in an instant and returned to the ground from mid-air. Roar! At this time, Inuhao was watching Zexu rolling around in pain because his mask was slightly broken. And Inuhao was ready to seize the opportunity. In an instant, the wind blew under his feet, and Inuhao's figure appeared in front of Zexu. Then, Inuhao swung the bamboo sword in his hand. Puchi! The centipede-like tentacles were cut off by Inuhao in a moment. Roar! Zexu was in more and more unbearable pain. However, Inuhao was also more careful at this time. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Summary. Smart hunters know that this is the most dangerous time for prey. So, Inuhao did not act rashly. He still kept moving his figure quickly and harassing Zexu. Puchi! Puchi! Inuhao cut off part of Zexu from time to time to consume Zexu's physical strength. These attacks could not bring a fatal blow to Zexu. Because Inuhao knew that Su's fatal weakness was in the mask. This is why Inuhao wanted to cut Zexu's mask with a knife in the first attempt. And Su's mask was shattered because of Inuhao's bamboo sword, so Inuhao had the courage to kill Su. Then, next, it's the last blow. Inuhao's Ryutsu emerged from his body again. At the same time, Inuhao also gave the bamboo sword a sharp Ryutsu. Shua! Inuhao exerted force on his feet, and then accelerated, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Zexu's mask. Then, Inuhao swung the hand holding the bamboo sword. Puff! From top to bottom, a sharp slash directly pierced through the mask that was originally broken by Inuhao. Roar! After Zexu screamed, it disappeared in front of Inuhao. After Zexu disappeared, a flashing entry appeared on the ground. First kill of a virtual, the damage of the virtual doubled, you successfully overcome the fear in your heart, and the virtual has become a stepping stone on your road to becoming a strong man. Hey! Inuhao took a deep breath. It was really unexpected that he could get this entry. Moreover, Inuhao also saw from it that with this entry, it would be easier to kill virtuals in the future. After all, doubling the damage made Zexu suffer. Inuhao reorganized his mood and walked home with a brisk pace. From today, Inuhao's road to becoming a strong man is about to begin. After returning home, Inuhao first took out a bottle of oolong tea from the refrigerator and drank it. Then, Inuhao sat in the living room and summarized the experience of killing the hollow this time. First of all, you need a handy weapon. Although the bamboo sword can cause damage to the hollow after covering the Ryutsu, the bamboo sword is still a bamboo sword after all, and it is still a little bit lacking. Moreover, in the process of using the bamboo sword, Inuhao also needs to separate his mind and let the Ryutsu cover the bamboo sword. This is always inconvenient. Therefore, having a handy weapon is imminent. However, Inuhao still has no idea how to get the weapon. As for the close combat with the hollow, with Inuhao's current conditions, both physical strength and physical power are always insufficient. It should be clear that Inuhao is only a first-grade elementary school student now. It has not yet reached the level of a high school student who can destroy the world. At least 10 years are Inuhao's growth period. In other words, Inuhao is now a crispy skin. Once injured, it's over. So, after thinking about it, Inuhao decided to increase the intensity of his full-bring training. Because so far, external forces can't provide effective help. So, Inuhao has to find the answer to the problem based on his existing conditions. That is Fullbring. Fullbring can extract the soul of matter and then shape it into what the Fullbringer wants. Well, to put it simply, Inuhao extracted the soul of the bamboo sword and used it as a basis to construct Inuhao's weapon. Then, Inuhao's first problem was temporarily solved. Secondly, it is a more serious problem. That is because of Inuhao's current physical reasons, he has no way to exert more powerful power. Even if he is working hard to exercise his body and strength. In other words, with Inuhao's current physical strength, close combat with the hollow is very disadvantageous. Therefore, so far, close combat can only be used for lore. Inuhao still needs some long-range attack methods. For example, methods like Kid. Even if Inuhao creates related skills himself, Inuhao, who has no relevant foundation, can't move forward. Just like those Fullbringers under Jinjo Kyujo. They all develop combat systems based on their unique Fullbring abilities. As for why this is the case, the reasons are a bit complicated. But Inuhao is different. He doesn't want to develop his own unique Fullbring yet. What Inuhao wants now is to lay a solid foundation for Fullbring like Daohane Aura. Therefore, Fullbring can only be used as an auxiliary now. Moreover, Inuhao is different from those Fullbringers. Because there are entries, Inuhao does not have to stick to Fullbring. Therefore, the way to change Inuhao's lack of long-range attack means is for Inuhao to try to find entries related to Kid. Inuhao himself has a little clue about this. That is to pick up the entries dropped by Shinigami when they fight. This is what Inuhao deduced from the situation of picking up the slashing technique entry. Slashing technique is a necessary skill for Shinigami. And Kid is also a necessary skill for Shinigami. Then, as long as the situation is similar to that night, Inuhao still has a high probability of picking it up. However, if Inuhao is not wrong, it should be only when Shinigami kills Hollow with Kid that it is possible to drop entries related to Kid. Because Inuhao, according to the situation that night, the reason why the slashing technique entry dropped at that time was because that Shinigami used slashing technique. It's just that compared to the Kid entry, the slashing technique entry is easier to drop. Because slashing technique is the main way for Shinigami to fight. Although Kid is also one of the 4 basics of Shinigami's battle, because Kid is too talent intensive, few Shinigami will use Kid as a means of attack to kill hollows, and basically they are all killed by slashing. Therefore, Inuhao needs to pray to meet a Shinigami with better Kid talent recently. Finally, the third point that Inuhao lacks is practical experience. But practical experience is a more mysterious thing, only more practice. More practice can increase practical experience. Therefore, Inuhao can only be more careful to kill hollows many times. This also takes time. After summarizing the experience of killing hollows for the first time, Inuhao is ready to go to bed. After all, there are still exercises and school tomorrow. During sleep time, Inuhao not only consciously uses basic breathing methods to exercise. That is, meditation. Using meditation instead of sleeping. It is a very good method. Because this can give Inuhao, who already feels time-constrained, extra time. Moreover, this approach can not only increase Ryutsu, but also ensure the quality of sleep. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 6 Seeking Kid Entry. It has been more than a month since Inuhao became a first-grade elementary school student. During this month, while killing hollows, Inuhao was also observing when Shinigami would appear around. For this reason, Inuhao also specially adjusted his meditation time. That is, he meditated in the first half of the night, and went out to kill hollows and look for Shinigami in the second half of the night. The purpose of doing this is to seek the Kid entry. However, Inuhao has basically made no progress in the past month. Tonight, Inu Hao is going out to try his luck again. This time, Inu Hao jumped directly from the balcony. Then he took over on the balcony railing and jumped up again. After a few breaths, Inu Hao was already standing on the top of the building. The reason for standing so high is to observe the situation in the distance. The height of Inu Hao's apartment is basically enough to see the situation of the entire Karakura town. Looking down from a high place, Inu Hao can easily find the place where the battle is going on. This is the experience that Inu Hao has summed up after many times. After all, Inu Hao has wasted a lot of time looking for it. Boom! It seems that Inu Hao is lucky today. After a while, he saw a fierce battle taking place in the southwest of Karakura town. Good luck today. Inu Hao's face instantly showed a look of joy. Swish! Inu Hao began to move to the southwest. Of course, Inu Hao did not get too close. Instead, he observed the situation on the roof of a tall building not too close. Perhaps because of his height, Inu Hao is not very conspicuous. However, this does not mean that Inu Hao is short. After all, after so many years of training, Inu Hao's height has long exceeded that of his peers. At least 1.45 meters. However, this also has many benefits for Inu Hao, because it is easy to hide. As for why Inu Hao can hide so well, but no longer get closer? That is of course because the battle between Shinigami and Hollow has a large impact range. Or in other words, because their power is very amazing. Therefore, for safety reasons, Inu Hao should stay a little further away. Anyway, Inu Hao does not need to be on the scene to drop the entry, he only needs to be within 10 meters of the entry within 10 minutes. It is precisely because of these reasons that Inu Hao chose this location. At this time, through Inu Hao's observation, the battle between the Shinigami and the Hollow is about to end. Inu Hao has a hunch that this time the kid entry will definitely drop. Because in this battle, the Shinigami frequently used kid techniques. The last blow to the Hollow was also kid. According to Inu Hao's previous inference, if the Hollow is killed with kid techniques, then the possibility of dropping the kid entry is close to 100%. At this time, the center of the battle. As the Hollow disappeared under the bombardment of the red fire cannon, Rukia Kukaki's nervous heart instantly eased. Hey! As Rukia Kukaki slowly exhaled, her hand holding the knife also stopped shaking at this time. At this moment, a palm pressed on Rukia Kukaki's head. Not bad. Rukia. After all, it's the first time to kill a Hollow in the real world, so it's inevitable to be a little nervous. It will get better in the future. Shibakayan smiled and comforted Rukia Kukaki. Rukia Kukaki bowed deeply to Shibakayan and said, Lord Kayan, thank you very much for accompanying me to the real world. Shibakayan quickly helped Rukia Kukaki up and said, this is my duty as the vice captain. I should take care of you. Keep up the good work next time. Yes. Rukia Kukaki answered energetically. Haha. Shibakayan smiled and said, you are energetic. Then let's go back. As he spoke, a wooden door appeared behind Shibakayan and Rukia Kukaki. This is the gate through which Shinigami travel to the real world. Let's go. Shibakayan then led Rukia Kukaki into the gate. But Shibakayan seemed to see something in his peripheral vision. It's really strange. Shibakayan muttered in his heart. What's wrong? Lord Kayan. Seeing Shibakayan in a daze, Rukia Kukaki asked quickly. Oh. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Shibakayan smiled and said nothing. After all, it was just seeing a little boy in the middle of the night. There is nothing to be surprised about. Soon, the gate disappeared in the sky of Karakura town. And Inu Hao quickly ran to the center of the battlefield. There was a shining light attracting Inu Hao. And he had no idea that he had been discovered. However, this cannot be said that Inu Hao was a bad player, it can only be said that the two were not on the same level for the time being. At this time, Inu Hao was already in joy. Because as Inuhao expected, he really picked up the dropped Kid entry in this battle. Kid Junior Master, tenfold growth, you can already use Kid below no 50. After confirming again, Inuhao hurriedly left the battle scene. Because as the Ryotsuo of the killed hollows continued to dissipate, the nearby hollows would be attracted. Because devouring their own kind is their evolutionary instinct. Inuhao returned home quickly with excitement. Because he needed to accept the knowledge brought to him by the entry. Although the current Kid knowledge can only allow Inuhao to use Kid techniques by rote. But this is exactly what Inuhao lacks. As for what Inuhao wants to learn the principles of Kid techniques, so as to develop Kid techniques that suit him. The current level of Kid knowledge is far from enough. However, for Inuhao now, being able to directly achieve the growth of combat power is the most critical. Because Inuhao does not have enough means to build his own combat system. He still needs to keep learning. In the second half of the night today, Inuhao can't sleep again. In order to convert the entry into direct combat power, Inuhao needs to read all the knowledge brought by the entry clearly before he can achieve his goal. Therefore, Inuhao has a lot of things to do late at night today. Because even if it is Kid techniques below the 50th level, there are nearly 100. Because 50. Had 50. Inuhao needs to learn a lot. After all, this is the result of 6 years of study at Seoul Society's Shinyang Spiritual Academy. Although all the Kid knowledge was stuffed into Inuhao's mind because of the entry, it still takes some time to transform it into direct combat power. And Inuhao is not a top student, and there is no top student entry, so Inuhao needs to study hard tonight. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7, Planning on a Rainy Night. The next morning. Inuhao's home, except for Inuhao who was quietly studying Kid, everything seemed very quiet. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone at the entrance rang. Hello. This is Inu's house. Zio Hao. The teacher called and said that you didn't go to school, is that right? Inuhao's mother said with concern. Inuhao replied, yeah. Because I don't feel well today. I forgot to ask for leave from the teacher. I know. Then take care of yourself. I'll ask for leave from the teacher here. By the way, is the living allowance enough? If not, Mom will transfer it to you. No need. It's enough for this month. It's okay. I think the time is about the same, so I'll transfer it to you together. Remember to take care of yourself. Yeah. The voice on the phone suddenly fell silent for a while, and then Inuhao's mother said again, sorry. Zio Hao. After that, without waiting for Inuhao to say anything, the other end of the phone hung up directly. However, Inuhao did not have any emotional fluctuations about this. If it was the previous Inuhao, he might have cried. But, that was all in the past. Therefore, Inuhao devoted himself to learning again. And through this study, Inuhao finally discovered that through the picked up entries, only by continuous learning, will it emit a dazzling light. This actually represents the proficiency of this entry. The higher the proficiency, the brighter the entry. The brighter the entry, the higher the combat power bonus. So, Inuhao did not choose to go to school today. Because Inuhao is going to start working hard today. It has been 3 or 4 years since Inuhao obtained the Kid technique entry. At this time, Inuhao is already a junior high school student. Now Inuhao has a total of 5 entries. Minor Master of Slashing Technique, tenfold growth, you already have the strength to cut rocks. Ryotsu, level 4. Your Ryotsu has finally reached the level of a former sequence officer. Fullbring Minor, 10x growth, you are already very familiar with Fullbring, and you are only 1 step away from the sky. Hollow's Nemesis, you can cause 100 times damage when attacking Hollow, when you are around, Hollow will have an irresistible urge to escape. Kid minor, 10x growth, you can already abandon the chant and use kid below 50. From the entry, it seems that there is not much change, but from the suffix of the entry, you can see a new how's progress. First is the slashing technique, which was originally evaluated as cutting wood, but now it has cut rocks. And full bring, which is only one step away from the great mastery. Kid technique can even attack kid technique below 50 without chanting. The biggest change is the entry related to Ryotsuo and Hollow. Ryotsuo is already very close to the vice captain. And because of the continuous killing of Hollows over the years, Inuhao has killed at least 2,000 Hollows. Although they are all miscellaneous Hollows with little combat power, there are only these in the world. However, in Inuhao's opinion, he can even touch the Minos Grande of Killian level. Inuhao's comprehensive strength assessment, vice captain level. However, at the moment, there is an important thing that Inuhao is paying attention to recently. That is, these few days, every time it rains, there will be a very strange Ryotsuo in the sky above Karakura town and the nearby Naraki city. It seems to be a hollow but not a hollow, like Shinigami but not Shinigami. At this time, Inuhao remembered a very important thing. That is the truth about Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Masaki being together, which was mentioned by Kurosaki Isshin during the 1,000-year Blood War. Inuhao thought about it and it was probably this time. Therefore, every night when it rains recently, Inuhao will be by the window, sensing the changes in the surrounding Ryotsu. Inuhao believes that the battle between Kurosaki Isshin, Kurosaki Masaki, and Subai will definitely drop very powerful entries. Wow! It's raining in the sky of Karakura town. It's raining again. Inuhao glanced out of the window, and the world covered by raindrops seemed very quiet at this time. Will it be today? With some nervousness and complicated thoughts, Inuhao held an umbrella and walked out of the apartment. Walking on the street, Inuhao sensed the location of the abnormal Ryotsu through the rain. This time, Inuhao not only sensed the abnormal Ryotsu, but also felt another powerful Ryotsu reaction. Shiba Isshin, is he here? Thinking of this, Inuhao walked slowly towards the location of the incident. After all, Inuhao was here to pick up entries, not to fight. The purpose is different, so the response methods are naturally different. Inuhao's current strength does not allow him to pretend, so Inuhao will naturally not pretend with his life. The way to survive is to develop in a wretched way. Moreover, if Inuhao remembers correctly, when Shiba Isshin and Kyobaku faced each other, Aizensuke, Tosen Kaname and Ichimaru-jin were watching. Moreover, Aizensuke, that guy, also sneaked up from behind and stabbed Shiba Isshin's back directly. As a result, Shiba Isshin fell into a disadvantage in the battle with Kyobaku. Therefore, this battle, seemingly a battle between Shiba and himself, is actually watched by many forces. And Inuhao, who wants to take advantage of the situation, naturally needs to be careful. While restraining his Ryotsu, Inuhao walked towards the junction of Karakura town and Naraki city. Suddenly, Inuhao stopped. Because he felt a Ryotsu of the Quincy passing by. Tata-tata. At this time, a female high school student ran past Inuhao. Inuhao looked at her back and recognized who this female high school student was. Kurosaki Masaki. One of the existing pure-blooded Quincy. What are you doing here? There is danger nearby, you should go home quickly. For some reason, Kurosaki Masaki actually ran in front of Inuhao and reminded Inuhao. Looking at Kurosaki Masaki who suddenly appeared in front of him, Inuhao was suddenly stunned. While Inuhao was in a daze, Kurosaki Masaki pulled Inuhao to the alley beside. Then, Kurosaki Masaki pointed to the road and said to Inuhao, "Go along this road. Leave here." As a pure-blooded Quincy, Kurosaki Masaki knew how terrible the monster that appeared nearby was. If such a young child appeared there, he would definitely be killed. After Kurosaki Masaki gave Inuhao some instructions, he ran towards the scene of the incident. "Thank you." Looking at Kurosaki Masaki's back, Inuhao slowly said his thanks. This is the first time Inuhao has come into contact with the characters mentioned in the original book. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Rainy Night Planning 2, 1/7. However, Inuhao felt the tenderness that Kurosaki Ichigo said. Thinking of Kurosaki Masaki's death in the future, Inuhao clenched his fists tightly. When the time comes, I'll help you. Kurosaki Masaki. The sound of rain drowned out Inuhao's muttering. Since Kurosaki Masaki has already rushed to the battlefield, it means that the battle is about to come to an end. Thinking of this, Inuhao took a step and walked towards the center of the development at a slow speed. When Inuhao walked to the end of an alley, he stopped. Next, she has nothing to do with you. Shinigami. Ishidarayajan's cold voice sounded at this moment. But, she saved me after all. Shiba Yuxin was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ishidarayajan. Shut up. Ishidarayajan's expression of rejecting people from 1,000 miles away made Shiba Yuxin stunned. Shiba Ishin knew that the people in front of him, including the girl who saved his life, were the Quincy who were said to have been exterminated by the Shinigami. However, Shiba Ishin, who had never experienced those wars, did not understand the hatred of the Quincy's towards the Shinigami. Ishidarayajan, who had originally warned Kurosaki Masaki not to interfere in the affairs of the Shinigami, was already suppressing his anger after seeing that things had developed to this point, and did not want to conflict with the Shinigami. He now just wanted to hurry back and heal Kurosaki Masaki's injuries. After Ishidarayajan loudly scolded Shiba Ishin, he turned around and left here with his maid Katagiri Yehui. At this time, not only Shiba Ishin was watching their backs as they left, but Inuhao was also watching their departure. When Ishidarayajan and Katagiri Yehui disappeared, Inuhao finally stuck his head out and took a look at the center of the battle. Now, only Shiba Ishin was in a daze. Puff. Because of the injury, Shiba Ishin suddenly vomited blood. This made Shiba Ishin know that he needed to return to Soul Society quickly. Shua. The next second, Shiba Ishin's figure disappeared in front of Inuhao. However, Inuhao did not act rashly for safety reasons. Instead, he suppressed his excited heart and sensed everything around him. No matter what, Izensuk is paying attention to this place after all. Although with Inuhao's strength, he may not be able to see anything, but, what if? Anyway, I feel comfortable. After confirming that everything is fine, Inuhao ran out of the alley. He ran towards the 3 shining positions he had already seen. One is at the right turn at the alley. The other 2 are in the sky. Because Ishidarayajan and Shiba Ishin delayed Inuhao's time, Inuhao moved directly at high speed. There was no excessive stop at the 3 positions, and he passed by in one stroke. After confirming that everything was in hand, Inuhao quickly left here. In order to prevent being followed, Inuhao carefully walked around Karakura town for a few times before returning to his home with peace of mind. Bang! 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 At this time, Inuhao slumped on the sofa, his heart beating non-stop. Hoo! Hoo! As Inuhao's heavy breathing slowly stabilized, the sound of his heartbeat was not as rapid as before. When Inuhao's eyes were on the 3 entries he had just picked up, an irrepressible smile appeared on Inuhao's face. Power of the pure-blooded Quincy, spirit particle manipulation is strengthened 100 times, if you want, you can also become a pure-blooded Quincy. Will of the strong, willpower is strengthened 100 times, when you want to accomplish something, you can stick to it. Conspirator, intelligence increases 100 times, you will be better at using your brain. These 3 entries, except for power of the pure-blooded Quincy. It seems that the other two entries do not seem to add much to a new house combat power. However, this thing still needs to be considered from a long-term perspective. Take the entry Will of the Strong for example. A new house has this entry, which lays the foundation for becoming a strong man. For the strong, it is not enough to be strong in strength. For the strong, what is more important is the heart. That is, will. For example, Kira Izuru. The 1,000-year blood battle had just begun, and he was killed by others in seconds. But after being resurrected by Kurotsuka Mayuri through technological means, the attitude of not fearing strong enemies, I wonder if it is handsome to you? This is the embodiment of will of the strong. Let's not talk about the distant past. Isshin Shiba at this time, dare you say he is not handsome? Then there is the conspirator entry that gives the biggest bonus to a new how. A new how's entry requires continuous learning to be able to exert normal or extraordinary strength. Therefore, learning ability is very important to a new how. With a strong learning ability, the effect of a new how's entry can be reflected quickly. And a new how doesn't have to study hard all day long. Let's talk about the last entry that seems to give a new how the most combat power bonus, pure blood Quincy power. The effect is to enhance the ability to control spirit particles. It can only be said that this does not add much to a new how. Because a new how is a full bringer, controlling spirit particles is what he is good at. Therefore, the entry pure blood Quincy power can only be regarded as a icing on the cake. And conspirator is a timely help. In short, for a new how, this time he still made a profit. However, a new how soon discovered an important problem. Kaipaku, why didn't Kaipaku-related entries drop? Pure blood Quincy power, from Kurosaki Masaki. The will of the strong, from Shiba Isshin. The conspirator, from Izensuke. Through this sorting, a new how seems to have discovered some key problems with the entry system. The three parties in this battle are Shiba Isshin, Kurosaki Masaki, and Kaipaku. However, Kaipaku's entry did not drop, while Izensuke, who was behind the attack, actually dropped an entry. This shows that the appearance of an entry has no direct relationship with the final result of the battle. Is the drop of an entry a probability problem? However, participating in the battle is the key to dropping an entry. Inu Hao summarized that only those who participate in the battle may drop an entry. Inu Hao guessed that this was a rule of the entry system. Secondly, the second rule is Inu Hao's summary of many years of experience. If Inu Hao participates in the battle and wins, he will definitely get the entry. The entry nemesis of Hollow is the entry that Inu Hao evolved from killing Hollows over the years. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9 Sister, 2/7. As for whether there are other rules, Inu Hao is not sure yet. Because although he grows up quickly, he still has too little experience. Therefore, regarding the question of entries, he has temporarily understood two rules. After summarizing the rules for obtaining new entries, Inu Hao is still a little excited. However, this little excitement was soon replaced by the pleasure brought by the conspirator entry. So the world of smart people is like this. As Inu Hao continues to learn and tap the potential of each of his entries, his strength is also growing rapidly. Time flies. Unknowingly, after this holiday, Inu Hao is a high school student. After about 8 years of awkwardness, Inu Hao is now 15 years old, and his current strength has also begun to soar. Now Inu Hao has a total of 8 entries. Fullbringer, 100x growth, you are now qualified to be the focus of the battlefield. Hollow Nemesis, attacking hollows can cause 100x damage. When you are around, hollows will have an irresistible urge to escape. Slasher, 100x growth, you already have the strength to cut steel. Kid, 100x growth, you can already use Kid below 100. Ryutsu, level 6. You can already be a good captain. Pure Blood Quincy Power, Spirit Particle Manipulation is strengthened 100x, if you want, you can also become a Pure Blood Quincy. The Will of the Strong, Willpower is 100x stronger. When you want to accomplish something, you can stick to it. Conspirator, Intelligence increases 100x, you will be better at using your brain. Inu-How greatly shortened the time it takes to learn anything because of the bonus of intelligence from the Conspirator entry. For example, Kid, an attack method that requires talent, Inu-How can already use Kid within 100. Although it is still a little short of Izensuk's Kid that can be used immediately without chanting. However, Inu-How's Kid strength is already comparable to Hachigen after Hollow. He is also a captain-level Shinigami who is good at using Kid. It can be said that the biggest improvement for Inu-How in recent years is that he has leaped from the strength of the vice-captain level to the strength of the captain level. This is not a simple leap. This is more than 100 times the strength. In the Soul Society Godei 13th Division, the difference between the vice-captain and the captain is whether they can Bankai. Because the strength before and after Bankai is more than 100 times different. For Inu-How, who has no Shinigami power and no Zanpakuto, isn't this a huge leap? At this time, Inu-How, who has already crossed that gap, has the premise to survive in this world. Of course, for Inu-How, who likes perfection, it would be even more comfortable if he could get another entry related to white hits and another entry related to pace. This is called all-round development. Tonight, there is still 1 week before Inu-How becomes a formal high school student. However, Inu-How, who was originally going out to kill the virtual, was entangled by his 4-year-old sister Inu-Orium. 4 years ago, Inu-How, who had just entered junior high school, suddenly saw his parents who had not returned home for many years, and a baby. After a conversation, Inu-How looked at his parents and the baby in front of him expressionlessly. So, your plan to come back this time is to let my sister, your daughter, be taken care of by me. Inu's parents nodded awkwardly. In an instant, Inu-How burst into anger. Originally, Inu-How was very considerate of his parents, after all, it was for making money. Forced by life, Inu-How understood. Anyway, in life, they didn't owe him anything, so Inu-How, who had lived 2 lives, didn't pursue it. However, until one time he knew that the reason why his parents were so irresponsible, in addition to work reasons, there was another particularly speechless reason. That is, the reason why these 2 adults let Inu-How live alone was because they didn't know how to take care of children, and they also said that they didn't have enough of their own world, so that's it. Don't look at them every time they look guilty, but in fact they are afraid that Inu-How will ask them to come back. It's just that they are a little surprised that after so many years, Inu-How lives well alone. Therefore, this is why Inu's parents sent his sister home to be taken care of by Inu-How. But what made Inu-How angry was that such a big child had not been weaned yet. So after the angry Inu-How cursed his parents, he put forward conditions to the 2. The child can stay. But you can only leave after the child is weaned. Originally thought that his eldest son Inu-How would make some demands, but unexpectedly it was this, and they were relieved. But what made Inu-How speechless next was that in order to wean the baby quickly, they actually started to feed the baby meat. Fortunately, Inu-How came back from school early that day, otherwise Inu-Orium would not exist. The memory ended, Inu-How looked at his sister who was looking at him in a daze, and smiled bitterly. Orium, you don't know how much your brother has worried about you. Oh you. And I-chan. At this time, the 4-year-old Orium is already in the middle class. Therefore, Inu-How is basically liberated. However, the older the child, the harder it is to take care of him. Normally it was fine when going to school, but now it was a holiday, so Inu-How, in addition to his own things, was taking care of his sister. At this moment, Inu-How wished that school would start soon. However, compared to other children of the same age, Orium was much more sensible. What's wrong? Orium. Inuhao asked. Inu Orium shook her head, nothing. I just felt that Unai-chan was unhappy. Is it because of me? Why would Orium think so? Because Orium added wasabi to my brother's natto. Inu Orium said in a baby voice. At this point, Inuhao's mouth twitched. Originally thought that Inuhao could help Inu Orium change the very strange flavor combination in the original work. However, after Inuhao's teaching to Inu Orium since childhood, it cannot be said that there was no change, that is simply no effect. Moreover, because of Inuhao's participation, Inu Orium's taste habits have become more and more strange. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, Clean and Tidy, 3/7. After watching Inu Orium's favorite cooking show, Inuhao said to Inu Orium, Orium, it's late. Go to your room and sleep. I know. Unai-chan. Inu Orium turned off the TV quickly and walked into her bedroom. Because they are still siblings, even though Inu Orium is still young, Inuhao still sleeps in 2 separate rooms with her. After seeing Inu Orium enter the room, Inuhao has already started to prepare to go out for today's training mission in a while. Since the arrival of his sister Inu Orium, many things for Inuhao have become inconvenient. However, fortunately, Inu Orium is still young and doesn't understand many things. This gives Inuhao room to fool around. About half an hour later, Inuhao quietly opened the door of Inu Orium's room. After confirming that Inu Orium had fallen asleep, Inuhao was about to go out. After walking out of the house, Inuhao changed his gentle expression and became cold. At this moment, the person who killed the miscellaneous virtual, Inuhao, is going out. Inuhao strolled on the streets of Karakura town. After so many years, how to find the virtual through the spiritual network, Inuhao has been very skilled. There is no need to close your eyes and perceive very seriously. Inuhao can find those miscellaneous virtual hidden in the corner as long as he perceives quietly. Just like now. Come out. The bastards who secretly followed me. Roar. As soon as Inuhao finished speaking, a Zero with a big head and a small body appeared directly behind Inuhao. Inuhao slowly turned around and looked at it expressionlessly. Then, Inuhao stretched his right hand forward and made a handshake gesture. I saw a blue-white light flashing in Inuhao's right hand. Then the light slowly extended, and it stopped at about 1.5 meters. As Inuhao played a sword flower, the light disappeared. And in Inuhao's hand, a long sword appeared. To this day, Inuhao has been able to use the basic full display technique very skillfully to mold the material soul into the shape he wants. And the long sword in his hand is a long sword weapon based on the prototype of Dujikiri Yazunaga. After all, no matter what world, Inuhao feels that only holding a knife to chop is really a feeling. Roar. The miscellaneous void seemed to be a little impatient, and rushed directly to Inuhao's position. And Inuhao was not in a hurry. At the moment when the miscellaneous void was about to approach, he moved to the sky above the miscellaneous void at high speed through the pressure between the spirit particles. The moment this Zexu lost the figure of Inuhao, it seemed that its body was unbalanced due to its big head and small feet, and it fell to the ground directly. Plop. Roar. Zexu felt a little pain, and felt that it was being played by Inuhao. It turned its head to look at Inuhao in the air, without any movement of its body. It was just that in its mouth, the spirit particles containing the power of destruction were constantly gathering. Humph. Want to use Zero? Sorry. If so, the movement seems a little too loud. Can you please shut up? Bakut 30 mouths 3 flashes. The 3 huge conical pillars, under the control of Inuhao, directly pierced Zexu's big mouth. The 3 conical pillars crossed and directly sealed Zexu's big mouth that was about to release Zero. At this time, Zero in Zexu's mouth was gradually losing control. Zexu also felt a little bad. As the scarlet light in Zexu's mouth became more and more intense. Boom! Zero exploded directly in Zexu's mouth. Roar! Perhaps because Zero was only half condensed, the power was not as great as the full one, so the Zero explosion just now only blew up half of Zexu's mask. The remaining half of the mask seemed to be able to support Zexu's remaining half of life. It's so troublesome. Do you still need me to make up the last blow? Inuhao muttered, and then his figure disappeared from the air in an instant. When Inuhao appeared again, he was already standing behind Zexu. And Inuhao muttered, "Ichi no tachi. Puchi." A knife mark from head to tail directly cut this Zexu in half, completely intact. Boom! With an explosion, this Zexu directly entered the reincarnation. Inuhao saw that the battle was over, so he loosened his right hand holding the sword. And the sword similar to Dojikiri Yazunaga just floated in the air and slowly disappeared. Oh no! At this time, Inuhao discovered that in the previous battle, a drop of Zexu's blood dripped on his white shirt. Really, this kind of blood stain is the most difficult to clean. Inuhao looked at the shirt, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Let's throw it away." If it was before, when his sister was not around, Inuhao would still take such a white shirt home to wash it. But now that he has a sister, it is still a little inconvenient. After all, his sister is still a child, still very young. If she sees it, it may cause unnecessary misunderstandings. So, throwing it away is a very convenient choice. But, if I actually want to throw this shirt away, then, let's kill a lot tonight. Inuhao thought in his heart. However, when Inuhao took a step, he instantly felt that he was being stared at. This feeling. Inuhao quickly released his perception, but he didn't notice anything. And the feeling of being stared at by others also disappeared. Who is it? Inuhao turned back and looked at the place where he had just eliminated the hollow. At this time, Inuhao discovered something strange. Because there is the term hollow's nemesis, Inuhao usually goes to kill hollows. There has never been a hollow that takes the initiative to find him like tonight. This does not mean that the effect of the term has failed, but that someone is controlling everything behind the scenes. And the feeling of being targeted that Inuhao just felt was exactly in response to Inuhao's guess. Could it be Aizen? Such a question emerged in Inuhao's mind. As for why Inuhao had such a guess? That's because after Aizen-suk designed Uraharakisuk and Hirako Shinji and others 100 years ago, Aizen-suk's behavior became more and more unscrupulous. Especially in the present world, there are countless experiments by Aizen-suk, but these are not known to outsiders. Because I'm special, is that why Aizen is curious? Inuhao doesn't know, and can't figure it out. These are just his guesses. Hey! Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Happy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 Excitement before going out, 4/7. Inuhao, but he has the entry cheat. As long as there is enough time, Inuhao's strength will sooner or later surpass Aizen-suk and others. As long as he is not beaten to death, then Inuhao always has a chance to turn the tables. So, Inuhao is not in a hurry. Inuhao moved his body a little, and then walked towards home. And 2 or 3 kilometers behind Inuhao, Aizen-suk was standing on the rooftop, watching from afar. What an interesting boy. What do you think? Yes. Silver. Tosen Kaname said, do you need me to kill him? Aizen. After all, he just affected your experiment. Aizen-suk pushed his glasses, then smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Yes. After all, not everything can affect the results of the experiment. His words were full of disdain for the boy. It was late at night when Inuhao returned home. Shirtless Inuhao first went back to his room and put on a pajamas, then came to the living room. He first checked whether his sister Orium was already asleep, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he returned to his room again, it was about 2:30 in the morning. Inuhao lay on the bed, thinking with his eyes closed. Inuhao, who couldn't calm down to meditate for a while, was still thinking about the sight that was spying on him. After a long time, Inuhao said helplessly, "It's still too weak." Indeed, Inuhao's captain-level strength is nothing in the entire Shinigami world with relatively high military power. Izensuk can easily kill a captain-level figure. At this moment, Inuhao, who was originally a little arrogant, became much more stable. If you don't have enough strength, work hard to make up for it. Since he couldn't sleep, then Inuhao began to clear his complicated thoughts and began to meditate. Now Inuhao's full brain has been fully realized, so the effect of meditation is gradually decreasing. However, Inuhao still insists on meditating every night. As time goes by, every time Inuhao meditates now, it seems that there is a moment when his soul is separated from his body. Inuhao has a feeling that his soul energy has far exceeded his physical energy at this time. In other words, there are inconsistencies. That is, the training of the body can no longer keep up with the training of the soul. Therefore, Inuhao now urgently needs an entry about white hits. Speaking of white hits, Inuhao thinks of Shihao and Yoryuaki, who is now wandering in the world. She is a strong white hits. However, how to find Shihao and Yoryuaki is also a problem. Although Urahara store is easy to find and Urahara Kisuk is easy to find, Shihao and Yoryuaki does not often stay in Urahara store. In other words, Shihao and Yoryuaki's whereabouts have always been a mysterious existence. Moreover, at this moment, Inuhao had no good way to find Shihao and Yoryuaki. Now the only way seemed to be to wait for Shihao and Yoryuaki at Urahara store. Inuhao thought about the fact that there were still 5 or 6 days before school started. It seems that these few days are the best opportunity to wait for Shihao and Yoryuaki. Thinking of this, Inuhao decided to go to Urahara store tomorrow. Maybe there would be unexpected gains? Maybe I can bring Orium. Inuhao thought of his sister. After all, Urahara store is a grocery store, selling everything. And from the appearance, it is not a place that sells any valuables. So, it is very reasonable for Inuhao to take his sister there occasionally and walk in to have a look if he is interested. Because, Inuhao couldn't tell Urahara Kisuk that he was looking for Shihao and Yoryuaki, right? This would cause a huge misunderstanding between Urahara Kisuk and Shihao and Yoryuaki. In short, whether there can be any progress or not, we still need to see tomorrow. The next morning, Inuhao and his sister Inu Orium had just finished lunch. Orium, change into clothes for going out later. After your brother cleans up the dishes, we will go out for a walk. Okay. Okay. Inu Orium said happily. She was a little bored staying at home recently, and she just wanted to go out and play. Inu Orium climbed down from the high stool swiftly, and then walked into her room happily. She opened her closet. There were all kinds of clothes hanging inside. Some of them were bought by Inuhao and Inu Orium, and some were mailed back from other places by their parents. In short, there are still many varieties. After hesitating for a while, Inu Orium took out a pink dress. This was a birthday gift from her brother Inuhao, who had just celebrated her 4th birthday. She hadn't had time to wear it out these days. Since she was going out today, Inu Orium would wear the pink dress her brother gave her. Because she liked it very much. Not long after, Inu Orium, wearing a pink dress, stood at the door of the kitchen and said to Inuhao, "Aoni-chan. Do I look good in this dress?" Inu Orium's face was full of anticipation. Hearing Inu Orium's voice, Inuhao quickly cleaned up the dishes in his hands and looked back. Then, Inuhao smiled and gave a thumbs up. Very beautiful. Today's Orium is the best. Haha. Inu Orium enjoyed her brother's praise very much. Then, while Inuhao was changing clothes, Inu Orium returned to her room and found a small white shoulder bag. Then, she put her pocket money into the small white shoulder bag. When shopping, you always have to bring a bag. After getting ready, Inu Orium hurried to the entrance, sat on the tatami, and put on a pair of black leather shoes. After putting on, Inu Orium jumped, and then asked Inuhao who came behind her again. Does it look good? Oni-chan. Inuhao picked up the red hairpin on the wooden table next to him, then squatted down and put the hairpin on Inu Orium personally. Inuhao adjusted Inu Orium's hair and said with a smile, "This is perfect." Inuhao touched Inu Orium's little head and said, "Let's go. Let's go." The moment Inuhao opened the door of the room, Inu Orium rushed out directly, and her excitement was self-evident. Inuhao was wearing a sports suit and carrying a bamboo sword on his back. He looked like he was going to the kendo hall for training. But it wasn't, it was just that Inuhao was used to going out like this. The reason why he brought the bamboo sword was because Inuhao considered taking his sister with him. This is for her safety. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12. What a coincidence, 5/7. In fact, the location of Urahara's store is not described in the original book. We only know that Urahara's store is located in a small corner of Karakura town in the present world. From the outside, it looks like a grocery store that has obviously no business value, but it actually sells various Shinigami props secretly. However, Inuhao, who has the intelligence bonus conspirator entry, can still infer it based on some details in the original book. First of all, Urahara Kisuke once met Kurosaki Masaki when he was out strolling. In other words, the location of Urahara's store should be near the girls' school where Kurosaki Masaki attends. In addition, Kurosaki Masaki is boarding at the Ishida family. And Kurosaki Masaki walks to school. This means that the distance from Ishida's house to the girls' school is about half an hour away. And Ishida's house is located near Karakura General Hospital. Then, based on these three addresses, it can be inferred that the Urahara store should be located in an area with a radius of half an hour's journey and the intersection of these three locations as the center. This morning, Inuhao had already drawn a map on the map and confirmed the approximate range. Now, Inuhao intentionally or unintentionally guided his sister Inu Orium to walk towards that area. Wow! Mr. Black Cat! Inu Orium suddenly pointed to a black cat squatting in the corner, licking its fur. Black cat! This sensitive word stimulated Inuhao a little. Inuhao quickly pulled his sister Orium behind him, and then squinted his eyes and looked at the black cat in the corner seriously. The black cat did not move at all, but after licking its fur a few times, it jumped onto the eaves and left. Mr. Black Cat is gone. Inu Orium said with some regret. Then, Orium, how about we follow Mr. Black Cat for a walk? Suddenly, Inuhao made such a naive suggestion to Inu Orium. Aoni-chan is so nice. Inu Orium, who was originally regretful, hurriedly chased after the black cat. Then when approaching the black cat, Inu Orium slowed down and slowly followed the black cat's moving trajectory. The reason why Inuhao decided to do this was because he actually saw an entry on the black cat. Flash Goddess Yoryuaki, Shihaura and Yoryuaki's exclusive entry. There is no doubt that this black cat is Shihaura and Yoryuaki. This is not a coincidence. Just in time, Inuhao wanted to see whether Shihaura and Yoryuaki was intentional or unintentional. As long as he reached the destination, he would know. The important thing is that this can kill two birds with one stone. You can find traces of Shihaura and Yoryuaki and make your sister happy. Moreover, Inu guessed that Shihour and Yoruyuki should be preparing to return to Urahara store based on the direction of the Black Cat's movement. Because he followed the Black Cat for so long, Inu found that the direction of the Black Cat's movement was exactly where he guessed Urahara store was. Ah! Unii-chan. Mr. Black Cat ran into the grocery store. Inu Orium shouted in surprise to Inu. Inu said to Inu Orium, "Then let's go to the grocery store together." Yes. As he said that, Inu took Inu Orium's little hand and walked towards the grocery store in front of him. Hara, shopping, what a strange store name. Inu Orium said with a smile. Orium. Don't be impolite. Okay. Under Inu's instructions, Inu Orium didn't say anything strange after entering Urahara's store. Wow! Little duck! Inu Orium was quickly attracted by the duck-shaped toys on the shelf. And Inu looked around for Shihour and Yoruyuki. At this time, in the back room of Urahara's store, Urahara Kisuk was talking to the Black Cat lying on the tatami. Hey! Yoruyuki, you seem to be followed. Shihour and Yoruyuki said nonchalantly, "It's just that the little girl is staring at you." "It doesn't matter." "No." Urahara Kisuk said seriously, "If you observe carefully, maybe it's the boy who is staring at you." At this moment, Urahara Kisuk was observing Inu through the crack of the door. And Inu's perception, after years of training, naturally knew that he had been stared at since he entered the door. However, he didn't know whether the person who was targeting him was Urahara Kisuk or Tessai Tsukubishi. Because there is a difference between the two. Urahara Kisuk is the focus, but Tessai Tsukubishi is not. It's probably Urahara. Inu guessed in his heart. The reason why he thought so was because Shihour and Yoruyuki just went in. There is a high probability that Urahara Kisuk is in the store. Therefore, since he has been targeted, it is better to be thorough. Just when Inu made up his mind to do something, the moving wooden door was pushed open. Ah! What a rare guest! This small shop is very remote, I didn't expect that there would be guests coming to the door. The person who came was Urahara Kisuk. However, what Urahara Kisuk said really made Inu speechless. What do you mean there are guests coming to the door? However, Inu also understood that Urahara Kisuk was telling him that he knew he had a different purpose. We followed Mr. Kuroniko. Mr. Manager, have you seen Mr. Kuroniko? Inu Orium asked simply. Mr. Kuroniko. Urahara Kisuk was stunned at first, and then realized that Inu Orium was talking about Shihour and Yoruyuki. Oh! Mr. Kuroniko. She has gone to rest. Urahara Kisuk said to Inu Orium with a smile. At this time, Inu said, that. Mr. Manager, you seem to, the things here. Inu hesitated and wanted to say something to Urahara Kisuk, but he didn't say it. At this time, hearing that Inu didn't say the whole thing, Urahara Kisuk's eyes flashed a serious look. Although the Urahara store is a grocery store, it does not sell ordinary people's things. Instead, they sell some small props that Shinigami can use. For example, things like Jaihun Meru. However, Urahara Kisuk knows that these things are special and ordinary people will never find them. Since the boy in front of him has found them, it means that this boy has Ryutsu. Interesting. Urahara Kisuk thought to himself. That, customer, what do you think of the things in the store? Do you want to buy something for your little girl? Inu hesitated for a moment, then asked Inu Orium beside him, how is it? Orium, do you want anything? Little duck. Unii-chan. I want that little duck. Inu Orium pointed to a dusty yellow duck on the shelf and said. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Apprenticeship and Guidance, 6/7. Following the direction pointed by Inu Orium, Inu Hao and Urahara Kisuk both looked over. For a moment, the mouths of Inu Hao and Urahara Kisuk twitched. Inu Hao thought, no way. How long has it been since I cleaned that thing? It seems that this kind of prop is not very popular. Urahara Kisuk thought, oh no. That's the latest repellent spray. It has a great effect on hollows. And it's expensive. Oh. I'm going to lose a lot of money. Suddenly, Urahara Kisuk's eyes turned and he said, please wait a moment, sir. I'll go to the warehouse behind to get the goods for you. Wait a moment. After that, Urahara Kisuk closed the door and ran into the inner room. At this time, Shihao and Yuryuaki, who was already lying in the living room in a daze, glanced at Urahara Kisuk strangely, then lowered his head again and went to sleep. After 3 or 4 minutes, Urahara Kisuk looked at the little yellow duck in his hand and was relieved. Hey! I won't lose money now. At this time, the little yellow duck in Urahara Kisuk's hand was a prop for expelling hollows that he had transformed in 3 or 4 minutes. Without changing the appearance, Urahara Kisuk cut off a large amount of repellent spray and replaced it with a repellent pill inside the little yellow duck. Although the effect is greatly reduced, the effect is still the same. It also has a certain effect on expelling hollows. The most important thing is that the price is not expensive, and Urahara Kisuk will not lose money even if he receives cash in the real world. This is the purpose of Urahara Kisuk's transformation. Urahara Kisuk returned to the store and put the little yellow duck in his hand into Inu Hao's hand. Here. Customer, 500 yuan. Inu Hao did not rush to pay, but took a closer look at the little yellow duck in his hand. Although there is no difference from the outside, the internal structure is indeed completely different. Inu Hao, who noticed this, glanced at Urahara Kisuk who was holding out his hand and smilingly waiting to receive the money. After confirming that this little prop would not cause any problems for Inu Orium, Inu Hao handed the little yellow duck in his hand to Inu Orium who was looking at it eagerly. Here. Orium. Inu Orium immediately smiled and said to Inu Hao, thank you. Oni-chan. He. After that, Inu Orium's attention was focused on the little yellow duck. After seeing that Inu Orium liked it, Inu Hao took out a 500 yuan coin and handed it to Urahara Kisuk. Thank you for your patronage. Although it was not much money, Urahara Kisuk still took it with a smile. After all, for Urahara Kisuk, money is not a problem, he enjoys the process. Inu Hao bowed respectfully to Urahara Kisuk, and then said, then, boss, I will come again. After that, Inu Hao took Inu Orium away. Urahara Kisuk looked at Inu Hao's back with a thoughtful expression. What's wrong? Kisuk. Shihao and Yuryuaki came to Urahara Kisuk, leaned against a pillar, and asked in confusion. That boy. I can be sure that he is not an ordinary person. Although it is very vague, I did feel a strong ryotsu from him. Hey! Shihao and Yuryuaki also showed a curious expression. Is it the brother and sister you said who followed me? I didn't expect that the brother is so extraordinary. Urahara Kisuk nodded. Ah. He said he would come again. I just don't know what he plans to do. Really? The two stood at the door of Urahara's store, chatting one by one. After all, they are old friends for many years, and the conversation is relatively plain. At night, Inu Hao left home after coaxing Inu Orium to sleep. Just like what he said to Urahara Kisuk at noon today, Inu Hao will visit again. Hey? Are you the guy from noon? It's so late, what's the matter? At the entrance of Urahara's store, Urahara Kisuk asked Inu Hao who suddenly visited. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the guy in front of him was to come here again, from the ryotsu he felt, he was not an ordinary person. Seeing Urahara Kisuk looking at him cautiously, Inu Hao was not surprised. After all, people who often calculate others usually wonder if others are calculating him. It can only be said that this time, Urahara Kisuk guessed right. Inuhao came here, of course, for a purpose. That, store manager. Inuhao didn't intend to beat around the bush this time, but to get straight to the point. At noon, I noticed that the things in your store are not for ordinary people, right? So, I guess you are probably an expert in this area. Therefore, I hope you can guide me. Please. As soon as the voice fell, Inuhao bowed respectfully to Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk was a little caught off guard when he saw Inuhao suddenly bowing to him. To be honest, Urahara Kisuk didn't expect this result at all. After Inuhao left with Inu Orium at noon, Urahara Kisuk asked Shihao and Yoryuaki to conduct a simple investigation on the two. The result is naturally obvious. Inuhao and Inu Orium are just ordinary siblings. Of course, Inuhao is a little more mature. This can be seen from Inuhao's behavior. However, for Urahara Kisuk, accepting apprentices is beyond his life plan. He has no such plan at all. Moreover, Inuhao's words were very clear, it was guidance. Guidance and taking in a disciple are different. Urahara Kisuk had two concerns about being associated with Inuhao. One was that he was afraid that there was a conspiracy in this matter. But this matter has been investigated and there is no such conspiracy. The second was that if he took in a disciple, he would be responsible for Inuhao. But now Urahara Kisuk has a big problem that has not been solved, and he is afraid that it will cause trouble. Ha ha ha. Just when Urahara Kisuk was hesitating, Shihao and Yoryuaki's laughter came from the entrance. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I have come across such an interesting thing. Kisuk. Why don't you take him in? With such qualifications, after a little training, he will not be worse than us. Shihao and Yoryuaki said a little seriously. Urahara Kisuk lowered his head and lowered his hat at the same time. Yoryuaki, he's only 15 years old. He's different from us. Nothing is different. Kisuk. Shihao and Yoryuaki said, with such talent, if you don't accept him, he will be targeted by others sooner or later. You know the chaos of the world. In order to prevent this child from going astray, you should do the same. Besides, he has the same intention. Isn't he? Please give flowers. Please give monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Happy reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14, Testing Strength, 7/7. Okay then. Inuhao. Yes. Urahara Kisuk looked at the boy in front of him seriously. Well, if you have nothing to do on weekdays, I will give you some guidance. Thank you very much. Urahara teacher. As he said that, Inuhao directly bowed to Urahara Kisuk. This expressed Inuhao's highest respect. It's over. It's over. Get up quickly. Really? Urahara Kisuk smiled and hurriedly pulled Inuhao up, and then the three of them went into the house together. In the living room, Urahara Kisuk began to seriously ask Inuhao about some of the situation. Inu, how can your Ryotsu be so strong? Faced with Urahara Kisuk's questions, Inuhao naturally told him everything about how he trained since he was a child. Oh. That's it, teacher. After Inuhao's explanation, Shihao and Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuk were silent. This is too hard. These are the two people's inner thoughts. Because Urahara Kisuk and Shihao and Yoryuaki have been geniuses since childhood, and they live in a place with a relatively high safety factor like Siridii. Therefore, for them, training is basically a hobby. But Inuhao is forced by life. Because if I don't have enough strength, I'm afraid that one day, I will be eaten by those monsters. Inuhao expressed his concerns. Urahara Kisuk and Shihao and Yoryuaki expressed their understanding. In the real world, humans who have no self-protection ability but have strong Ryotsu are very easy to be eaten by hollows. Yet, Urahara Kisuk nodded. So, Inu, what do you want to learn? Inu scratched his head and said awkwardly, that. Teacher Urahara, I want to learn something about physical skills and movement techniques. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little awkward. Ha 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 ha. Shihao and Yoriyuki rolled over on the tatami and laughed. It's so funny. Kisuk. Of course, this was not what Shihao and Yoriyuki was laughing at, but what Inu thought, which was unexpected. Originally, the two guessed that Inu should want to learn how to use Ryutsu to fight. As a result, they didn't expect that Inu wanted to learn something else. White hits and shunpo. Urahara Kisuk ignored Shihao and Yoriyuki, who was laughing on the side, and was thinking seriously about Inu's needs. In fact, speaking of it, Urahara Kisuk is still a Shinigami who is both civil and military. Having served as a chief officer in the second team, Urahara Kisuk's white hits ability is not bad. It can be said that Urahara Kisuk is more than enough to teach Inu white hits. As for shunpo, if Urahara Kisuk himself can't do it, he will naturally ask Shihao and Yoriyuki to help. Okay. No problem. Urahara Kisuk nodded, and then said to Inu, then, let's go to the basement. Let me see your current strength first. Yes. Teacher Urahara. Although Inu was very surprised as to why there was such a wide basement under this ordinary grocery store, Inu still maintained the principle of not panicking. When Urahara Kisuk saw that Inu had no expression, he nodded secretly in his heart. Good psychological quality. I saw that Urahara Kisuk stood opposite Inu without any preparation, and then said, Inu. Come over here. Then. I won't be polite if you come down again. Please teach me more. Teacher Urahara. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Inu made a gripping gesture with his right hand. Then, the surrounding spirit particles condensed instantly, and a Dujikiri Yazunari made of spirit particles appeared in Inu's hand. Urahara Kisuk narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Inu's spirit particle control ability was so strong that he could directly condense a katana. It's comparable to a quinzhee. This is Urahara Kisuk's evaluation of Inu. Swish. The next second, the spirit particles under Inu's feet exploded instantly, providing Inu with explosive impact for high-speed movement. In an instant, Inu's figure appeared in front of Urahara Kisuk. Sword skill, Ichi no Tachi. The rapid parallel slash, like a thin line, cut towards Urahara Kisuk. However, although Inu's speed was very fast, he was still not as fast as Urahara Kisuk, who was born in a regular family. Urahara Kisuk avoided Inu's slash with his shunpo. And, the next second, Urahara Kisuk appeared in front of Inu. Then, Urahara Kisuk used a sweeping attack on Inu. Plop. As expected, Inu, who was relatively lacking in this aspect, was instantly knocked to the ground by Urahara Kisuk. However, at the moment of landing, Inu's brain reacted quickly, and by condensing a large amount of spirit particles, it covered the place where he landed. Boom! Swish! The next second, Inu was like a catapult, and was directly rushed into the air by the spirit particles. Then, Inu clenched his hands, and the spirit particles around him instantly turned into fine needles, covering the entire sky. Spirit control technique, swallow returning rain. Swish, 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 swish. Instantly, countless tiny needles rushed towards Urahara Kisuk. Bakud 39 circular gate fans. Urahara Kisuk was a little surprised. After showing a smile, he immediately used the defensive kid to defend. Swish! A fan-shaped wooden board directly blocked Urahara Kisuk. Ding, 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 ding. The next second, those spirit needles densely covered the circular gate fan. Just as Urahara Kisuk showed a sly smile again, he suddenly heard Inuhao's voice in front of the circular gate fan. Spirit control technique, Blue Jade. Boom! The huge spirit ball instantly exploded at the location of the circular gate fan. In an instant, Uraharakisuk was enveloped by a large amount of smoke. Shua! The next second, Shihao and Yuruaki came to Inuhao and said with a smile, "Inu boy, you are very smart. I didn't expect your fighting style to be so surprising." Before Inuhao could say anything, Uraharakisuk's voice came from the smoke. "Really? I just bought new clothes recently." When the smoke cleared, Uraharakisuk was seen crying at the burnt corner of his clothes. And Shihao and Yuruaki patted Inuhao on the shoulder and said, "Very good. You are worthy of being Kisuk's apprentice. The first time you fought with Kisuk, you hurt the corner of his clothes. Keep up the good work in the future." "Yeah." Then, Uraharakisuk said, "Okay. The battle is over. Let's summarize. Although Inu, you are excellent. But, there are many problems. Please give flowers. Please give monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 Guidance, 1/7. Yes. Please give me some advice, Mr. Urahara." In the living room, Inuhao sat respectfully opposite Uraharakisuk and listened carefully. "The first point is that your body reacts too slowly. When you are close to me, your reaction speed to attack is almost zero. This shows that your close combat ability is very poor. I think this is why you want to learn close combat." Inuhao nodded. Uraharakisuk's analysis was correct. And the reason for this problem? As he said, Uraharakisuk glanced at Inuhao's body and said, "Your body has hardly been injured, right?" "Yes. Mr. Urahara. Because I am more cautious in this regard. Therefore, I have hardly suffered any obvious external injuries." "Ah. I also saw it in the battle just now. The moment you landed, you were able to think of quickly condensing spirit particles to change your position. This original intention should have been to avoid injury, right?" "Yes." Inuhao nodded awkwardly. As a teenager living alone, if he was covered in injuries, his life would be a bit troublesome. Therefore, he usually focuses on avoiding injuries. Uraharakisuk also took this into consideration, which is why Uraharakisuk asked Inuhao this question. The second point is that your movement is too rough. After all, you don't have a professional place to learn, so it's not your fault. Besides, it's good that you can think of moving through the form of spirit particle explosion. With such skills, you won't have too many problems in the next learning of movement steps. Because they are essentially the same. Wait for me to talk about the skills, and you will understand. Other aspects are very good, whether it is combat awareness or other things, I have nothing to teach you. It can be seen that you have a clear understanding of your shortcomings. In this case, it will be very convenient for me to teach you. It's just." Uraharakisuk looked at Inuhao seriously and said, "Inu, practicing close combat skills without getting hurt is not possible." Inuhao said to Uraharakisuk, "I know. So please, teacher." Uraharakisuk nodded with satisfaction. Smart people are easy to talk to. But I also know the problem you are worried about. Don't worry. I will help you solve it. Yes. Thank you very much. At this point, Uraharakisuk suddenly thought of a question. By the way, Inu, do you usually use weapons condensed by spirit particles when fighting those monsters? Yes. Because I don't have a way to find suitable weapons. Uraharakisuk nodded and said, "Actually, this is good. But you need to strengthen the condensation and manipulation of spirit particles, otherwise it will be easier to have problems in future battles." Yes. Teacher Urahara. After more than an hour of conversation, Inuhao said goodbye to Urahara Kisuk. You look very happy. Kisuk. Shihao and Yuaki said. Really? Ah. Your mouth is about to split, Kakuzu. Pa. Urahara Kisuk patted his face gently, then rubbed it. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. My face is sore. Shihao and Yuaki's mouth twitched. You are really. Forget it. Anyway, you have always been like this. How about it? Right, Inuhao? Yeah. He is a very smart person. I hope my choice is not wrong. Don't worry. I can see that he attaches great importance to feelings. But Kisuk, don't think about using him in the future. Urahara Kisuk was stunned. He didn't expect Shihao and Yuaki to have thought of this. Urahara Kisuk didn't answer directly, but just looked in the direction where Inuhao left. On the other side, Inuhao was walking on the way home, thinking about what he had gained today. It can be said that successfully becoming a disciple of Urahara Kisuk was Inuhao's biggest gain. As for the issues just discussed with Urahara Kisuk in the living room, as long as Inuhao studies Urahara Kisuk seriously in the future, he will definitely be able to make a bigger breakthrough. Many times, the role of a master is to reduce the time for one's own exploration. With Urahara Kisuk's guidance, Inuhao can reduce a lot of useless time. Just like why Shihao and Yuaki and Urahara Kisuk were so surprised by Inuhao's way of practicing Ryutsu. Because in their opinion, this is an extremely time-wasting way. However, once he learns the orthodox Ryutsu training method, Inuhao will be on the fast track. So, according to some of the discussions with Urahara Kisuk tonight, starting from tomorrow, Inuhao's training plan will have to be adjusted. Because there are still 6 days before school starts, there is not much time for Inuhao to study systematically. Therefore, Inuhao plans to bring Inu Orium to Urahara store for a week tomorrow. Because Inu Orium is the biggest factor limiting Inuhao's time. As long as Inu Orium is brought to Urahara store, Inuhao knows that his sister must be taken care of by someone. For example, Shihao and Yuaki turned into a black cat, or Tessai Tsukabishi who likes children more. As for Tsumugayu and Hanakari Jinda, they should not be born yet. After all, they seem to be 4 or 5 years younger than Inu Orium and Kurosaki Ichigo. However, what Inuhao needs to think about now is how to explain to his sister that they are going to stay at Urahara store for a few days. Inuhao, who was entangled with this question in his heart, did not think it through when he returned home. To be honest, Inuhao did not want to deceive his sister too much. However, in such a world, perhaps ignorance can lead to a happier life. This is also the reason why Inuhao did not explain many things to Inu Orium. Another reason is that Inu Orium is still young, and Inu Orium will not understand if he says too much. My sister's world, my brother should protect it. Inuhao thought firmly in his heart. Inuhao looked at Inu Orium's room and suddenly thought of an idea. General cleaning. As long as he explained to Inu Orium that the house needed to be general cleaned these days. In this way, Inuhao would have a sufficient reason to take Inu Orium to Urahara store for a week. As for whether Inuhao will really do a thorough cleaning, that is a must. Inuhao will find a housekeeping company to do a comprehensive thorough cleaning of their home. Although Inuhao is still a person who tidies up on weekdays, habits are different after all. So, a thorough cleaning is still necessary. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 New Terms and Rules, 2/7. After determining the reason, Inuhao's worries finally dissipated. Inuhao, who was about to take a break, suddenly found that his entry column was flashing. Inuhao, who had never seen such a situation before, quickly clicked on the entry column to check. Urahara Kisuk's first disciple, under the guidance of Urahara Kisuk, the strength has increased rapidly. You are blessed. For a moment, Inuhao's brain short-circuited. When did you get this? The acquisition of new entries has always been the focus of Inuhao's attention. Therefore, he always pays attention to it. It's just, this entry came a little inexplicably. Inuhao recalled that according to the content of the entry, it was probably because Inuhao himself became a disciple of Urahara Kisuk. So, if you have a deep contact with the characters related to the original work, will it trigger a new entry? Inuhao guessed that this should be another rule of the system. Previously, Inuhao had summarized 2 rules about the system through years of growth. First, only those who participate in the battle can drop the entry. Second, if Inuhao participates in the battle and wins, he will definitely get the entry. Now, the new rule is that deep contact with the original characters will trigger the entry. How to verify this rule? Inuhao thought about saving Kurosaki Masaki when Yhwach launched the Holy Separation 1 year later. If it is correct, then the relevant entry will definitely be obtained. As for why not through Shihao and Yoryuki and other Shinigami who are in the same group with Urahara Kisuk? Inuhao still has certain considerations. First of all, Inuhao himself is a disciple of Urahara Kisuk. So, whether it is learning white hits, shunpo, or even kid, these should be learned from Urahara Kisuk. After all, these are not things that Urahara Kisuk does not know. Unless Urahara Kisuk is lazy, Inuhao still has a chance to get some benefits from others. However, Inuhao thinks that the probability is not high. Therefore, this is why Inuhao left the opportunity to verify for a year. Another thing is that Inuhao is not in a hurry to collect other entries now. Because Inuhao's current strength has reached a bottleneck. The reason why Inuhao was able to reach the captain level at the age of 15 is precisely because of Inuhao's accumulation since childhood. Now, these accumulations have been transformed into strength. Therefore, if Inuhao wants to break through the captain level again, he needs to settle down again. And becoming a disciple of Urahara Kisuk is naturally a good opportunity for sedimentation. Therefore, in the year from the age of 15 to 16, Inuhao's goal is to polish himself. As for what will happen in the future, that will be discussed later. After reconsidering his own path, Inuhao suddenly became clear-minded and felt much more relaxed. Aizen. Suk. I'll take care of you sooner or later. At this moment, Inuhao set a grand goal. The next morning, after Inuhao got up, he started packing his luggage. Inu Orium also woke up after hearing the noise coming from his brother's room. Inu Orium rubbed his eyes and walked towards Inuhao's room. Standing at the door of the room, Inu Orium asked Inuhao in confusion, "Ani-chan, what are you doing? Are you going somewhere?" "Orium, you're awake." Inuhao turned his head and looked. Then, Inuhao came to Inu Orium and said, "From today, we have to live outside for a few days." "Why?" "Because from today, my brother will hire a housekeeping company to help us clean up. So we need to live outside for a few days." Inuhao touched Inu Orium's head and said, "So, Orium, you also need to pack your luggage. I will help you pack it later." "I know." After hearing what Inuhao said, Inu Orium ran to her room to pack her things excitedly. Inuhao looked at his sister's smile and felt much happier for a while. Sure enough. My sister's smile is the biggest motivation for me. Inuhao thought in his heart. Thinking of this, Inuhao clenched his fists and vowed to make himself stronger. Soon, Inuhao dragged 2 suitcases, one large and one small, with his left hand, and held Inu Orium's little hand with his right hand, and went out. "Ani-chan. Where are we going to live?" Inuhao smiled and said, "Do you want to play with Mr. Kuroniko? Let's go to Mr. Kuroniko's house these few days, okay?" "Really?" Inu Orium said in surprise, "Can we really live at Mr. Kuroniko's house?" Inuhao nodded. After getting Inuhao's confirmation, Inu Orium became more and more excited. Great! I didn't play with Mr. Kuroniko yesterday. Then I must touch Mr. Kuroniko's tail today. Really? Then Orium must ask Mr. Kuroniko's consent. Okay. Although Xiahao and Yoryuaki would not do anything to such a young child, Inu Hao also knew that the most unrestrained people were these children. You can't hit him, and you can't scold him. Fortunately, my Orium is obedient and sensible. Inu Hao secretly rejoiced in his heart. The brother and sister talked and laughed as they walked, and soon they were standing at the door of Urahara's store. Excuse me. Teacher Urahara. Inu Hao brought Inu Orium to Urahara Kisuk and bowed respectfully. Inu Orium also bowed to Urahara Kisuk like Inu Hao, and then muttered. Excuse me. Teacher Urahara. At this time, Urahara Kisuk looked at his disciple, who suddenly came to his door with big bags and small bags, and dragged his family with him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Tessai Tsukabishi, who was standing by, saw such a cute little girl and hurriedly helped Inu Hao carry the luggage into the room. Mr. Inu, you and your sister can sleep in this room. Ah! Thank you. Mr. Tessai. You're welcome. Just like that, before Urahara Kisuk could react, Tessai Tsukabishi and Inu Hao had completely settled the matter of moving in. For a moment, Urahara Kisuk had no chance to refute. And after seeing that the dust had settled, Urahara Kisuk had nothing to say. After all, he couldn't kick out the disciple he had just accepted. But it was still necessary to ask the reason. Inu. Come here. Urahara Kisuk called Inu Hao in the room to the living room, and then asked, What's going on? Why did you suddenly want to live with me? Really? You are too stingy. Kisuk. Xiahao and Yoryuaki on the side joked. Please give flowers. Please give monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17 Training begins, 3/7. It's like this, Mr. Urahara. Then, Inu Hao told Urahara Kisuk why he came to live in Urahara's store. Orium and I will only live here until we start school. Therefore, before school starts, I want to devote myself to training. Then, Inu Hao said to Xiahao and Yoryuaki, therefore, Mr. Yoryuaki will take care of Orium. Please. While speaking, Inu Hao also bowed to Xiahao and Yoryuaki. For a moment, Xiahao and Yoryuaki, who was originally teasing Urahara Kisuk, was stunned. Ha ha ha. Urahara Kisuk smiled and said, Okay. Okay. I think Yoryuaki will help you with this. Okay. Go and tidy up. We will officially start training later. Yes. Mr. Urahara. After Inu Hao left the living room, only Xiahao and Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuk were left staring at each other in the living room. Soon, in the basement of Urahara's store, both Urahara Kisuk and Inu Hao were ready to start at any time. Well, get used to being beaten first. Inu. As soon as the voice fell, Urahara Kisuk's figure appeared in front of Inu Hao. And at the moment when Inu Hao was surprised, Inu Hao had already felt the wind from the fist coming from his left ear. Bang! The unprepared Inu Hao was directly knocked to the ground by a simple punch from Urahara Kisuk. Instead of being surprised, you might as well focus on my attack trajectory and be prepared for defense. Yes. Teacher. Inu Hao ignored the pain at the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground swiftly. Although this was the first time that Inu Hao felt his body hurt, Inu Hao no longer had extra time to sigh. Inu Hao looked at Urahara Kisuk not far away from him very seriously, and at the same time, his ability to sense the spirit was fully unfolded. Although White Hits uses physical strength, Urahara Kisuk must have used Shunpo when moving. Therefore, by sensing the changes in the spirit particles, Uraharakisuk's trajectory can be known immediately. Uraharakisuk immediately launched a second attack after seeing that Anuhao was ready. Still repeating the steps of the first attack, Uraharakisuk used Shunpo to get close to him, and then swung his right fist. Was the location behind him this time? After Anuhao first noticed the abnormality of the spirit particles behind him, he squatted down instantly, and then followed with a whip kick backwards. Shua! However, Anuhao's little thoughts seemed to be seen through by Uraharakisuk. Uraharakisuk directly grabbed Anuhao's shoulders with both hands, and then rolled forward, throwing Anuhao out directly. Anuhao crossed his hands on his head at the moment of flying out. This is to defend while observing. In just a moment, Uraharakisuk disappeared from Anuhao's sight. Where are you looking? Anuhao turned his head and saw that Uraharakisuk was already behind him, and his right foot had already kicked towards him. Anuhao, whose body was completely weightless at this time, had no way to move his body. Bang! Boom! This blow directly kicked Anuhao from mid-air to the ground. The huge force directly made Anuhao smash a hole in the ground. Cough cough! Anuhao felt the pain in his back, and then struggled to get up from the hole again. Can you still hold on? Anu. No. No problem, teacher. Keep going. Uraharakisuk looked at Anuhao's physical condition, and then said, very good. Then, let's move faster. As soon as the voice fell, Uraharakisuk's figure was already standing in front of Anuhao. Then, Uraharakisuk swung his right fist at Anuhao. Although Anuhao was in poor condition, he still saw Uraharakisuk's attack route clearly. Facing Uraharakisuk's right fist, Anuhao directly blocked it with his left arm, and then he also tried to swing his right fist to counterattack. However, Uraharakisuk's movement was faster. Bang! A punch hit Anuhao's right fist directly. The pain from his fingers made Anuhao take a breath. Suck! Just this suck, the flaw was revealed instantly. Uraharakisuk retracted his right fist and swung it towards Anuhao's left cheek. Bang! Then, Anuhao completely lost his defense line, and his whole body was full of flaws. Bang! 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 Uraharakisuk took the opportunity to hit Anuhao with a series of blows. Plop! Finally, Anuhao lost his ability to fight and fainted. Looking at Anuhao who fainted on the ground, Uraharakisuk scratched the back of his head. It seems that the body's ability to withstand pressure is really too poor. As he said, Uraharakisuk picked up the fallen Anuhao with one hand, muttering in his mouth. It's so troublesome. Then, Uraharakisuk walked into a cave. There is a hot spring in the cave that Uraharakisuk built specifically for Anuhao. This is the hot spring technique that Uraharakisuk improved after he saw the hot spring of the hot spring ghost Kiranji Ten's hero in the Zero Squad. It also has a miraculous effect on healing the body, and the effect is also very fast. Plop! Uraharakisuk threw Anuhao directly into the hot spring and turned away. Next, Uraharakisuk has to worry about Anuhao's training. It seems that we should train his physical strength first. With his intelligence, he should be able to learn skills very quickly. Moreover, after the nourishment of this hot spring, his physical strength and other aspects will also grow rapidly. Only with more training can he master these powers. I hope my efforts are not in vain. While speaking, Uraharakisuk turned his head and glanced at Anuhao in the center of the hot spring. It can be said that Uraharakisuk's physical attack on Anuhao at the beginning was to regenerate Anuhao's body. Reshape Anuhao's physical memory. This is a very important thing for every Shinigami who is good at white hits. Because in many cases, it is completely too late to rely on one's own judgment to react. Therefore, for people who fight in close combat, the need for muscle memory is far greater than skills. Subconscious reactions will come faster. This is why Anuhao clearly saw the trajectory of Uraharakisuk's attack, but was unable to counterattack. In Urahara Kisuk's view, if you want to learn white hits well, you need to completely change your previous bad habits. For various reasons, Inu-Hao is a little timid in close combat. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18 Transformation, 4/7. Therefore, when fighting, Inu-Hao would intentionally or unintentionally reveal many flaws that should not be revealed. If Inu-Hao and Urahara Kisuk had no relationship, no one would tell Inu-Hao these things. This also indirectly illustrates the significance of the teacher. Inu-Hao, who was soaking in the hot spring, felt a strong tingling sensation at some point. Inu-Hao knew that this was caused by the injury left over from the training just now. However, the strong tingling sensation did not last long, and a refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout the body. Then, Inu-Hao slowly opened his eyes. After carefully looking at the surrounding environment, Inu-Hao was extremely sure that he was soaking in the hot spring. After thinking for a while, Inu-Hao understood Urahara Kisuk's intention. So that's it, is it to strengthen my body density? It seems that he really put in a lot of effort, and this teacher is not worshipped in vain. Hey! Inu-Hao exhaled, and felt much more relaxed for a while. After soaking for a while, Inu-Hao stood up from the hot spring and changed into the black clothes similar to the death suit prepared by Urahara Kisuk for him. It seems that Urahara Kisuk did not prepare shoes for Inu-Hao. I don't know if he forgot or there is some reason. Inu-Hao did not care and walked out of the cave barefoot. But as he walked, Inu-Hao suddenly found that his strength was growing rapidly. Is this the effect of the hot spring? Has it started to work on my body? Inu-Hao thought. Inu-Hao did not care so much and continued to walk forward. However, as Inu-Hao walked, he felt his body strength more and more, and felt a little out of control. Bang! With a stumble, Inu-Hao fell directly at the entrance of the cave. Hey! Inu! Are you awake? How do you feel? Urahara Kisuk saw Inu-Hao lying at the entrance of the cave and knew that he was fine. Inu-Hao raised his head, looked at Urahara Kisuk, and said, "Teacher, I have a little difficulty controlling my strength now." Really? This is a normal reaction. Take a break. Urahara Kisuk said to Inu-Hao, "The hot spring just now can not only heal your injuries, but also improve your physical strength. At the beginning, it is the effect of treatment. When the effect of treatment is over and the body reaches a perfect state, the nutrients absorbed by the body will begin to stimulate the body, so your strength will begin to gradually increase. And in the process of increasing strength, you will indeed feel that your body is out of control, but it doesn't matter. Just rest for a while and wait for the effect of the medicine to pass." Urahara Kisuk said to Inu-Hao seriously, "Because of your long-term squeeze-style exercise, your physical functions are losing vitality. And this hot spring can revitalize your physical functions, so in order to replenish your body, you should soak in the hot spring more." As he said, Urahara Kisuk picked up Inu-Hao again and threw him into the hot spring. Ah! Because the hot spring is working, Inu-Hao will feel more stinging than before when he falls into the hot spring. Urahara Kisuk smiled and said, "When you don't feel the stinging anymore, you can get out of the hot spring. By the way, after you get up, remember to run quickly in the basement. This is to speed up your adaptation to the strength of your body." Hiss! Got it. Teacher. Inu-Hao was closing his eyes and gritting his teeth to persist. Through the hot spring, you can clearly see that Inu-Hao's body is beating constantly. Just like a long drought, it is devouring nutrients hungrily. After an unknown period of time, Inu-Hao's whole body is like a boiled crab, red. However, this is not because of the hot spring, but because Inu-Hao's body is undergoing transformation. Really? I don't know how many times I added ingredients. Harakisuk muttered while pouring something into the hot spring. Because Inuha was suppressing the pain with his whole body and mind, he did not pay attention to Harakisuk's actions. The reason why Inuha was able to transform his body so quickly is because Harakisuk kept adding ingredients to the hot spring. It is precisely because of the sufficient supply of these materials that Inuha has changed so much. Harakisuk looked at Inuha and whispered, "This is my last stock, I hope it can support you to complete the transformation. I have to say, your qualifications are far beyond my imagination. I really don't know what will happen with your existence in the future. When you fully master this power, you should be able to be almost the same as me now. But, your limit is far more than this." Harakisuk didn't know whether Inuha heard it or not, so he turned around and left the hot spring without disturbing Inuha. At this time, outside the cave, Shihao and Yoryuki was looking at Harakisuk, who had just walked out of the cave. "Kisuk. It seems that you have high expectations for Inu. Not only did you give him the essence of the second team's white hits training, but you also used up all your treasures for many years. This makes me suspicious of your purpose." Harakisuk looked at Shihao and Yoryuki and said seriously, "Ah. Indeed. I hope he can help me deal with Izansuke in the future. Of course, as my disciple, he can't be bad in any aspect, right?" "Ha." Shihao and Yoryuki smiled, "Sure enough. I guessed right. You are interested in Inu. Of course. After all, he is my disciple. This is the first time Harakisuk has accepted a disciple, so as a new teacher, he is of course willing to give all the good things to Inuha. And Inuha's qualifications did not waste as many resources as Harakisuk. No matter how many good things there are, if they are not transformed into their due value, they are also waste." Yoryuki. Shihao and Yoryuki narrowed her eyes. She heard clearly the hidden meaning of Harakisuk's words. As a friend for many years, she naturally knew that Harakisuk was referring to him, not just himself. "You want me to give him Shunpo? A higher level Shunpo?" Harakisuk smiled and said, as expected of Yoryuki. "As soon as I opened my mouth, you knew what I was thinking. Are you really going to give him all?" Shihao and Yoryuki confirmed seriously. "Ah. That's right. Whether in terms of character or qualifications, Inuha is impeccable, isn't he? Kisuk. Time will tell. Isn't it too early?" "No. Yoryuki, I won't treat my disciples like that. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Reading books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Exercise, 5/7. Shihao and Yoryuki saw Harakisuk insisting so much, so he didn't say anything. "I know. After your teaching is over, I'll do it." Shihao and Yoryuki smiled and said, "Let me see what he has that's worth doing this for." Harakisuk lowered the brim of his hat and whispered, "No. Nothing. It's just because he's my disciple." Yoryuki. "Really?" Shihao and Yoryuki squinted her eyes. She knew that Harakisuk must be hiding something and didn't tell her directly. However, as a good friend, Shihao and Yoryuki has always supported Harakisuk. Because she knows that Harakisuk will not make useless preparations. "What are you worried about?" Kisuk. Shihao and Yoryuki worried secretly in his heart. At this time, in the cave, Inuha is feeling the evolution of his whole body. The flesh is constantly devouring the substances that can give it transformation. At this time, Inuha's body, which was originally out of control, seemed to be slowly controlled by Inuha. His fingers began to tremble constantly, and then gradually clenched into fists. At this time, Inuha finally felt the power in his body. That power that continued to emerge. When Inuhao began to move the muscles of his whole body, he had awakened from the state of transformation. According to Urahara Kisuke, Inuhao, who has now completed the transformation, needs to master the power of the whole body as soon as possible. And the easiest way is running and some physical exercise. Without any extra thoughts, Inuhao put on his clothes, walked barefoot to the cave, and started running fast in the huge basement. Running is not difficult for Inuhao. The difficulty lies in how to make his muscles all over his body move in the process. Oh! Already exercising. Not far away, Shihao and Yoryuki looked at Inuhao, who had run a long way. The time is about the same as I expected. When he masters the power of his body, both his attack power and his ability to resist blows will be greatly improved. Urahara Kisuke said lightly, the difference is only a matter of time. At this time, the monitor in front of Urahara Kisuke was densely packed with Inuhao's data. Shihao and Yoryuki came over to take a look, and then said to Urahara Kisuke, "You really care about him?" Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke was silent for a while, and then said, "I don't actually have anything to give him. Stimulating his potential and helping him master this power are the greatest help I can give him. I don't know how much he has run, but Inuhao can still feel that his physical strength has been almost consumed." Who? Inuhao slowed down, walked slowly, and adjusted his breathing. Shua. Urahara Kisuke Shunpo came in front of Inuhao. "How do you feel?" Inuhao smiled and nodded. "Ah. It feels great." Bang! Inuhao punched the rock beside him. The fist did not touch the rock, but the wind from the fist alone broke the 3-person high rock into pieces. Urahara Kisuke took a look and said, "Not bad. You have already mastered this power. But you still need to practice more. Inu. Don't slack off." "Yes. Teacher Urahara." Then, Urahara Kisuke said, "For this, I found a good place for you. Only after experiencing enough life and death, you can break through your current realm." For a moment, Inuhao had a bad premonition. The Minos Grande forest in Hueco Mundo. Sure enough. When he heard these words coming out of Urahara Kisuke's mouth, Inuhao shuddered instantly. The Minos Grande forest is where Killian Minos Grande lives. It is located under the yellow sand of Hueco Mundo and is a world that Soul Society cannot reach. The Minos Grande forest is also the nest of the hollows. Most of the hollows in the world come from the Minos Grande forest. Seeing Inuhao's nervous expression, Urahara Kisuke immediately said, "Don't panic." Inu. Yes. Teacher. Although the Minos Grande forest is the nest of hollows, the most powerful hollow there is only the Minos Grande of the Ajichas level. With your strength, you can completely deal with it. Moreover, the Minos Grande of the Ajichas level is not so easy to encounter. The most common Minos Grande in the Minos Grande forest are the Minos Grandes of the Jillian level. So you don't have to worry. Therefore, I will also give you a verbal restriction. That is, you can only use close combat skills. As he said, Urahara Kisuke took out something similar to a messenger from his arms and handed it to Inuhao. This is the switch to open the black cavity. When you can't bear it and want to leave, press it, and the black cavity will open around you. Then you can pass through the black cavity and come back here. If you can hold on, I will pick you up on the day you start school. As for your sister, don't worry." After Inuhao took the device, he put it in his arms, and then he smiled and said to Urahara Kisuke, "Don't worry. Teacher, I will definitely wait for you to pick me up. Be careful." "Ah. Of course. Then, let's go." Urahara Kisuke knocked the cane in his hand on the ground. Then the space next to Inuhao was instantly opened. The black cavity appeared. After Inuhao glanced at Urahara Kisuke, he went directly into the black cavity without hesitation. As Inuhao entered the black cavity also closed. Shihao and Yoriyuki on the side looked at Urahara Kisuk, who was full of worry, and said with a smile, "What? Are you worried? Are you worried about letting him go to that kind of place to train? Because the hollows in the present world are too weak, there is no value in training. I think Inu is not such a person who is easily satisfied, otherwise, he would not try his best to worship me as his teacher." Urahara Kisuk was worried that Inu would take too big a step and hurt himself. "Don't think too much, Kisuk. Inu has been able to grow up to this point through his own exploration, which shows that he is not such a tactless person." Shihao and Yoriyuki's words did have a certain comforting effect on Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk was relieved immediately after hearing this. As for the other half, Urahara Kisuk was considering accidents. Even if things are arranged properly, there will always be accidents. If there is really an accident, Inu, don't hesitate, come back as soon as possible. Urahara Kisuk said secretly in his heart. There is no way, as a smart person, Urahara Kisuk has too many things to consider. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20, First Arrival at Minos Grande Forest, 6/7. Inu stepped on the invisible road made of spirit particles, and quickly shuttled through the dark black cavity. When Inu passed through a dazzling light, Inu finally came to the Minos Grande Forest in Hueco Mundo. In fact, in the Minos Grande Forest, it is very difficult to deal with Minos Grande with melee means. Unless, Inu can become a white hits powerhouse like Shihao and Yoriyuki. The reason why Inu agreed to Urahara Kisuk's request is not only because doing so can greatly improve his white hits ability, but more importantly, Inu can accelerate the evolution of the entry. White hits minor master, learn white hits 10 times bonus. You have to become a man of steel. This is the white hits entry obtained after Inu's body has undergone a transformation. In other words, one of Inu's purposes of becoming a disciple of Urahara Kisuk has been completed. Of course, although Inu also learned a lot about Shunpo techniques from his sparring with Urahara Kisuk. But so far, those learnings are not enough for Inu to form an entry. However, Inu estimated that if the training in Hueco Mundo goes smoothly, Inu's Shunpo entry will be formed smoothly. When Inu first came to the Minos Grande Forest at the bottom of Hueco Mundo, he was still very curious. The new environment is always full of various scenery. The Minos Grande Forest is actually just an ordinary forest except that it is a little dangerous. Inu took out the bandage he carried with him, wrapped his hands, and then moved his body again. Then, let me see, what is the level of the Killian level Minos Grande? As soon as the voice fell, a red light instantly attacked Inu's position. Shua! Is it 0? Inu quickly left the spot, and then used the tree trunk beside him as a support point to quickly lock the position for launching the attack. Boom! The 0 just exploded, and then another 0 attacked Inu. Inu jumped from the tree trunk to the ground, and then rushed to the position where the 0 was launched. In the moment just now, Inu had already seen clearly that the 2 Killian Minos Grande hiding behind the shade of the tree launched the attack. Before the 2 Killian Minos Grande reacted, Inu had already arrived at their feet. Bang! Bang! Inu first kicked the Killian Minos Grande on the left in a series of kicks, and then stepped on the Killian and climbed up quickly. Shua! Inu dodged the 0 of the Killian on the right, and let it hit the Killian under Inu directly. Boom! Roar! The pain instantly swept the Killian under Inu's feet. And Inu took advantage of the moment when the Killian roared and turned to its mask. Bang! Crack crack! As Inu hit its mask with a heavy elbow. The next second, the mask began to crack slowly. Roar! Inu's action instantly angered the Killian under his feet. Without saying anything, he fired a 0 directly at Inu. Swish! Inuhao turned around again and appeared above the Killian behind him. Boom! It seemed to be a coincidence that the Killian who fell to the ground because of the zero of the Killian in front of Inuhao was directly hit by this zero. Inuhao simply misplaced and directly caused the two Killians to fight each other. Then, Inuhao twisted his wrists and ankles, and said to the two Killians confidently, "Next, I will send you to hell." Boom! A strong Ryotsu burst out from Inuhao's body. The blue-white spirits have begun to slowly materialize, as if something is forming. Fistbone Dragon Shi! Roar! Inuhao heard the roar of a dragon faintly in his ears. The next second, the spirits surrounding Inuhao's body were like swimming dragons, as if alive. Shua! In the blink of an eye, Inuhao came directly to the chest of the Killian in front of him like a swimming dragon. Puff! As Inuhao's figure flashed by, Killian's head and body separated instantly. Then, the fallen Killian was hit by Inuhao's punch again. Caw-caw! Clang! Killian's mask exploded directly, and his head was also shattered by Inuhao's punch. Boom! Boom! The two Killians were instantly eliminated by Inuhao. Hey! Inuhao exhaled slowly. This was the first time that Inuhao used melee skills to fight against hollows. Moreover, they were two Killian Minos Grande that he had never faced before. Although he was a little nervous before, he had to say that this feeling was really great. Inuhao clenched his fists tightly. After the battle just now, he seemed to hear the voice of a dragon. Not only that, he also had his own way of fighting. That was to make the Ryotsu in his body materialize and surround his whole body by exploding the Ryotsu in his body. Then, through the instantaneous explosion of the Ryotsu, the body's movement and reaction speed were accelerated. Ryotsu is the essence of everything in this world. Therefore, if Ryotsu is used as a weapon, then Ryotsu is naturally the sharpest existence. Now, Inuhao's Ryotsu is only at the captain level, just the passing line. So, this is not the final appearance of this form. Inuhao can be sure that as his strength grows, he will definitely be able to develop a complete form. Roar! At the moment when Inuhao was stunned, he didn't know when Inuhao was surrounded by many Killian Minos Grande. Oops! I was careless. Inuhao muttered cautiously, if you guys hadn't suddenly shouted, I would have forgotten that I am now at the bottom of Hueco Mundo, the Minos Grande forest. Looking at the Killian Minos Grande slowly surrounding him, Inuhao took a deep breath and prepared to break through. Puff! When Inuhao was ready to attack, the Killian Minos Grande in front of him instantly split in half. Someone! Who is it? Inuhao's vigilance was raised to a higher level again. Are you okay, young man? Suddenly, a dazzling light shone in front of Inuhao's eyes. Inuhao narrowed his eyes, clenched his hands, and took a defensive posture, ready to rush up at any time. Da-da-da-da-da. The footsteps became clearer and clearer, and the figure slowly became clearer in front of Inuhao. When the figure approached, he was just a little surprised at the appearance of Inuhao, but there was not much emotional fluctuation. He just said calmly to the nervous Inuhao, "Wait until I kill all these bastards. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Happy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21, Forgetful People, 7/7. Shua. He disappeared from Inuhao's sight with a Shunpo. Shunpo. Shinigami. However, Inuhao's sharp eyes instantly saw that the man in front of him was using the basic Shinigami step technique, Shunpo. The next second, before Inuhao could be surprised, this guy who looked like a Shinigami had already rushed to the front of the Killian Minos Grande. Shua shua shua. Puchi. As he quickly waved the Zanpakuta in his hand, he instantly cut the Killians behind Inuhao in half. How is it possible? He just relied on an ordinary Zanpakuto, and it was a Zanpakuto that had never been Shikai before. For a moment, Inuhao's eyes were not only alert, but also more surprised. This simple and rough fighting method, and it was a guy who looked like a Shinigami, plus the special place of Minos Grande Forest. Reminds Inuhao of a Shinigami. The chief officer of the 11th Division, a friend of the 7th generation Kuryashiki Kenpeki, Karinu Masahiro. Is it him? Inuhao's eyes showed a trace of scrutiny. After all the surrounding Killian Minos Grande were eliminated, the suspected Karinu Masahiro turned and walked towards Inuhao. Through the light falling from the upper layer, Inuhao finally saw his full appearance. He was wearing a hollow mask similar to an antelope skull. There is no doubt that this mask should be his trophy. Because there are 5 skull masks on the cloak he is wearing. Not only that, he also has fur torn from the Aegis level Minos Grande on his shoulders. He also has a huge mask on his back, which seems to be used as a shield. When he walked in front of Inuhao, a hoarse voice came from under the mask. You are a human, right? Why are you here? At this time, Inuhao has confirmed that the person in front of him is Kanoya Wangren. Because under the cloak, he is also wearing a death suit. Inuhao put away his defensive posture, but he did not relax his vigilance in his heart. I am just here for training. I will leave soon. Kanoya Wangren frowned under the mask, revealing an incredible look. Training? Are you kidding? Who would choose to come to Minos Grande Forest for training? Then, Kanoya Wangren suddenly realized something. You said you will leave soon? As a human, how can you leave here? Leave Hueco Mundo. You don't think, in Minos Grande Forest, you can enter and exit here by finding the passage of the hollow like you do in the real world? That's impossible. As for why Kanoya Wangren knows so well, it is because he and his companions entered the Minos Grande Forest from the black cavity opened by the hollow. Roar! Not far away, the Killian Minos Grande began to gather around the two again. Tisk! These disgusting things! Kanoya Wangren looked at the Killian Minos Grande with disgust. Then, he said to Inuhao, follow me. This is not the place to talk. Shua! After Inuhao saw that Kanoya Wangren left with Shunpo, he also quickly controlled the spirit under his feet and moved quickly. Not long after, the two got rid of the Killian Minos Grande and came to the edge of a cliff. Inuhao saw a man-made platform and a cave on the cliff. Needless to say, this is where Kanoya Wangren stayed. Inuhao followed Kanoya Wangren's footsteps and walked into the cave. It must be said that this is the cave where Kanoya Wangren has lived for hundreds of years. He has rubbed out everything he should have. Just as Inuhao was curiously looking at this spacious cave, Kanoya Wangren suddenly pulled out Zanpakuto and swung it towards Inuhao. Shua! Fortunately, Inuhao did not relax his vigilance. He has always been on guard against Kanoya Wangren. The moment Kanoya Wangren swung Zanpakuto, Inuhao had already noticed it. And at the same time, Inuhao's feet jumped up one after another and retreated a distance. After showing a safe distance, Inuhao narrowed his eyes and asked Kanoya Wangren, what do you mean? Kanoya Wangren retracted the Zanpakuto he had swung, but did not put it into the scabbard, but still held it tightly in his right hand. Then, Kanoya Wangren's left foot moved forward, his right foot retreated, and the Zanpakuto in his right hand was placed on his abdomen, ready to attack at any time. I'm looking at you, whether you have the strength to survive in the Minos Grande Forest. Kanoya Wangren looked at Inuhao seriously under the mask. No matter how you came to the Minos Grande Forest, now you can't go back. So, your strength is the guarantee of survival in the Minos Grande Forest. I don't want you to die in the hands of those Minos Grande like my companions. At this time, Kanoya Wangren's voice became smaller and smaller, but at the same time, his momentum and Ryotsu became more and more intense. Inu Hao tilted his head, raised the corner of his mouth, and spoke excitedly. It's really interesting. Sure. Let me ask you a question. Mr. Anonymous. Boom. Inu Hao's body was instantly covered by his own Ryatsu, like a blue and white transparent armor, protecting Inu Hao's body. Looking at Inu Hao's body, Ryatsu that was not much different from his own burst out. Karinuya Wanggren was not careless at all, but his eyes revealed an admiring look. However, all of this was blocked by the mask of the void. Shua. Karinuya Wanggren did not say too much nonsense, and his feet moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had come in front of Inu Hao, and the Zanpakut in his hand was swinging from bottom to top. Dang! It was seen that Inu Hao had no intention of dodging at all. He clenched his right fist directly, and then swung the Zanpakut from bottom to top. Although Inu Hao's body density has not reached the point of being invulnerable, with the protection of Ryatsu, Inu Hao is not afraid of being injured at this time. When Kanoya Wanggren felt the pressure from the top to the bottom of Zanpakut, he was already shocked by Inu Hao's action. How is it possible? At the moment of being stunned, the Zanpakut in Kanoya Wanggren's hand was punched into the ground by Inu Hao. Bang! Kanoya Wanggren hurriedly twitched, but did not twitch. Bang! It was at this time that Inu Hao swung his fist again towards Kanoya Wanggren's left face. Shua! With just one punch, Inu Hao knocked Kanoya Wanggren 2 or 3 meters away. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Ajichas, 1/7. Pa. Karinuya Wanggren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth casually, and then stood up with his hands on the ground. At this time, the antelope horn mask on Karinuya Wanggren's face had been knocked off by Inu Hao. At this time, Inu Hao also saw the true face of Karinuya Wanggren. This is a man with short reddish-brown hair, but his eyebrows are almost straight. Karinuya Wanggren's appearance is handsome, no worse than the current Inu Hao. Not bad. Karinuya Wanggren picked up the fallen mask and showed a rather stiff smile to Inu Hao, who punched him. Inu Hao knew that this was because he had not communicated with people for many years. So. I passed the test. Of course. Karinuya Wanggren put on his mask again, turned his head and said to Inu Hao, your strength is not inferior to mine. You will have no problem living in the Minos Grande forest. But, to survive safely in the Minos Grande forest, you still need some experience. Really? Inu Hao showed a curious look, and pulled out the Zanpakut stuck in the gap in the ground and threw it to Karinuya Wanggren. Thank you. Karinuya Wanggren put away the Zanpakut, and then said to Inu Hao, it's getting late. Wait for me to make dinner first, and then we will talk in detail. As he said that, Karinuya Wanggren took out some dry firewood from the firewood pile next to him and built a fire. Inu Hao really had no experience, so he sat quietly by the fire and watched. Soon, Karinuya Wang took out a stone pot from some corner, put it on the fire, and then cooked something unknown in the pot. What are you cooking? Inu Hao asked curiously. Oh. Karinuya Wang remembered that Inu Hao was a human who had just come to Hueco Mundo from the present world and didn't know many things about Hueco Mundo. These are some edible fungi growing in the Minos Grande forest. Eat them with confidence. These things are just left after years of attempts by my companions and I. They are harmless to our bodies. Because it is formed by high concentrations of spirit particles, it is good to eat it. Karinuya Wang stirred the ingredients in the pot and said, it needs to be cooked for a while. Take advantage of this time, I will tell you how to survive in Hueco Mundo. Inu Hao nodded, did not speak, but listened carefully. In Hueco Mundo, especially in the Minos Grande forest, the most important thing to pay attention to is to learn to restrain your own Ryatsu. Whether you are fighting or resting, you need to restrain your own Ryatsuo at all times to avoid being discovered by the endless Minos Grande living in the Minos Grande forest. Otherwise, you will be noticed by the endless Minos Grande living in the Minos Grande forest. And then you will be chased by the endless Minos Grande. This is very dangerous. Kari no Yawangren emphasized to Inuhao seriously. Oh. Inuhao understood instantly and asked back, in other words, if I release my Ryatsuo all the time and expose my position, then, I don't have to go to great lengths to find the Minos Grande. Is that what you mean? Kari no Yawangren looked at Inuhao in surprise. He really didn't expect Inuhao to say such a thing. He knew what he was saying, but he didn't understand it at all. At this moment, looking at the very excited Inuhao, Kano Yawangren just wanted to say, "Are you okay?" There was no point in talking. Kano Yawangren no longer had the desire to talk to Inuhao. Gulp gulp. At this time, the soup in the stone pot has already risen. Let's eat first. After a long silence, Kano Yawangren said something to Inuhao at this moment when he could start eating. Inuhao looked at Kano Yawangren strangely. He had a lot to say just now, why did he suddenly become silent at this time? However, Inuhao ignored it. After all, it was the first time for the two to meet, and they were not too familiar with each other. Besides, Inuhao didn't want to talk so much now. Because the bowl of dinner in front of him with colorful unknown mushrooms floating on it made Inuhao wonder whether he should open his mouth. Eat? Or not? This is a question. In the end, Inuhao still ate. First of all, he was a little hungry, and then, Inuhao saw Kano Yawangren eating. Since he ate, it really means that there is nothing wrong with this bowl of food. After the meal, the Minos Grande forest, which originally relied on the top layer of sunlight as a light source during the day, had completely darkened. In the cave, there was no light except the fire of the fire. Inuhao and Kano Yawangren sat face to face in front of the fire. The Minos Grande forest at night is like this. There is no light except for the occasional fireflies passing by. As a creature different from the hollow, we are afraid of the dark. Therefore, at night, don't move outside the safe place. It's very dangerous. Kano Yawangren gave advice to Inuhao. Is there really no light at night? Inuhao asked unwillingly. Because he didn't have much time, if he couldn't move at night, then Inuhao's training time would be greatly reduced. This was not what Inuhao thought. Inuhao thought that these days, as long as he still had the physical strength, he should continue to fight and hone himself. The opportunity was rare, and he didn't want to let it go. As for whether he could come to Hueco Mundo in the future, it depended on whether Urahara Kisuk would teach Inuhao the relevant techniques. Looking at Inuhao, who was full of expectation, Xiaoneng Yawangren shook his head. No. I have lived for hundreds of years. I am sure. Not only is there no light source, but also at night, it is the time when the Ajichas level Minos Grande are active. Xiaoneng Yawangren whispered, at this time, the Ajichas are not only numerous, but also brutal. Because they are eating. Listen. Outside the cave, they are devouring their own kind. Hearing Xiaoneng Yawangren say this, Inuhao calmed down for a while and listened quietly. Roar! Roar! Inuhao opened his eyes instantly, he did hear it. The sound of the same kind attacking and biting each other. It's really interesting. Seeing Inuhao sighing like this, Kano Yawangren said, indeed. In the Minos Grande forest, you can see a lot of things related to hollows, which is really interesting. These years, apart from the daytime battles, at night, I have only listened to these sounds to kill time. Unless you have the strength to fight against 10,000, otherwise. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 23 Fistbone, Wild Dance Whip, 2/7. Inuhao understood what Karinyawangren meant. Although he didn't know if he was exaggerating, Karinyawangren said this with good intentions, because he didn't want Inuhao to die here, or to die in front of him. Inuhao didn't question what Karinyawangren said, because it didn't make any sense. Inuhao had just arrived, so tonight, he was naturally willing to follow Karinyawangren's arrangements. As for tomorrow, Inuhao himself, of course, had his own arrangements. No words for the whole night. In the early morning, a dazzling light shone through the gaps between the branches of the trees. Inuhao was unlucky, and this strong light directly hit his face. Hiss! Inuhao frowned, and the slight stinging made Inuhao quickly cover his eyes with his hands. At this time, Inuhao slowly opened his eyes. With the help of the rays of light around him, Inuhao looked around again and took note of the environment here. After all, he had to come back at night. Inuhao looked back at Kanoyawangren, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and after hesitating for a while, he still left a note. Then, Inuhao jumped and left the cave on the cliff. As Inuhao left, Kanoyawangren opened his eyes directly. As a Shinigami who has lived in the Minos Grande forest for hundreds of years, he still has some vigilance. Kanoyawangren glanced at the note left by Inuhao, which read, "I will be back in the evening." Kanoyawangren frowned. As a simple-minded member of the 11th Division, he really didn't understand what Inuhao's purpose was. However, recalling Inuhao's excitement about fighting Minos Grande during yesterday's communication, Kanoyawangren seemed to have guessed Inuhao's purpose. What a crazy person! Then, Kanoyawangren laughed at himself again. Ha! It seems that my efforts over the years are not enough. The reason why Kanoyawangren chose to stay here, in addition to the fact that his companions died here, the main reason is that he wants to kill the Hollow. Kanoyawangren hopes to come to the Hollow's lair and deal a devastating blow to the Hollow, thereby reducing the number of Hollows in the real world and Soul Society. This is his original intention, to lead his companions in the 11th Division to enter the Minos Grande forest together. However, with the appearance of Inuhao and Inuhao's martial arts tendency, Kanoyawangren can know that his efforts over the years have not yielded any results. Although this is his guess, Kanoyawangren already has a premonition in his heart. Kanoyawangren threw the note in his hand into the fire that had not yet been extinguished, and then turned his head to look at the Minos Grande forest outside the cave, wondering what he was thinking in his mind. Shua! At this time, Inuhao's figure shuttled between the branches of the Minos Grande forest. Shua! Finally, Inuhao came to a place with dense shade. Because there are many trees in this place, Inuhao can use these trees to avoid the attack of Minos Grande to a certain extent. Here it is. Inuhao moved his stiff body, and then a powerful ryotsu burst out from his body. Boom! Roar! It didn't take long to wait. The next second after the ryotsu burst out, Killian's Minos Grande had already noticed it. Boom! Around Inuhao, under the dark shade of the trees, there were pairs of scarlet eyes, looking at him greedily. Inuhao was not careless, but rather very cautious. From the original explosive ryotsu, he began to slowly shrink the spirit around him. At this time, the ryotsu all over Inuhao's body became more and more intense. At the same time, a long snake-like purple dragon began to condense around Inuhao. The length of the dragon was about 2 to 3 meters, and it surrounded Inuhao. Inuhao clenched his fists, and the ryotsu all over his body condensed into a thick spirit armor covering his whole body. If Inuhao said armor fusion at this time, there would be no sense of disobedience. A glimmer of light flashed in Inuhao's eyes, and the fighting spirit emerged. Fistbone Wild Dance Whip. Swish! Inuhao's figure instantly disappeared from the sight of many Killian Minos Grande. Just when the Killian Minos Grandes were wondering about Inuhao's whereabouts, a Killian Minos Grande in the group of hollows suddenly exploded. Then, the surrounding Killian Minos Grandes also exploded one after another. Boom! When a new house figure appeared again, the Killian Minos Grandes attracted by a new house Ryotsu had completely turned into spirit particles and dissipated in the air of Hueco Mundo. Kaka! Inuhao twisted his wrist, shook his legs, and said disdainfully, "Stubborn behavior, slow thinking. If the attack power is enough and the speed is fast enough, it is not difficult for Killian Minos Grande." Indeed. Just as Inuhao said, a Killian-level Minos Grande is like this. The Ryotsu, which is full of despair and destruction, filled Killian's brain, leaving it with nothing but the instinct to devour spirit particles to become stronger. Oh! No! Killian Minos Grande also has a huge body that other creatures cannot match, and the main and most powerful attack method of Hollow, Zero. Killian Minos Grande who live in the Minos Grande forest are just some waste materials swallowed by destruction and despair. Killian who can have consciousness in the Killian Minos Grande stage has already completed the transformation into Ajichas after constant swallowing. Only a few Ajichas level Minos Grandes who are afraid of death will live in the Minos Grande forest and show off their power. Because after becoming Ajichas, Minos Grandes still need to face fighting, and it is a more brutal fight. What? I thought it was something that made such a big noise. At this time, a gorilla like Minos Grande was hooking his hands on the tree trunk, looking at Inuhao with some excitement. So it's a human. Ha ha ha. It seems that I really got a big bargain. It smells so good. The gorilla Minos Grande treated Inuhao as food. Inuhao looked up and looked at the fat gorilla Minos Grande and said, "You can become an Ajichas level Minos Grande? You are really a waste among wastes. You are much worse than those Killians who just besieged me." Inuhao was very disdainful, as if he could attack anyone with his mouth. If the conditions did not allow this simple attack method, Inuhao would have spoken fluently, and 10,000 words would not be too much. Roar! Perhaps because he felt that Inuhao looked down on it too much, the gorilla Minos Grande exploded instantly. "Please give me flowers. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you for your support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 24 tomorrow. I'm going back, 3/7. Boom. Without saying anything, the gorilla Minos Grande sent a powerful zero directly towards Inuhao. Ha ha ha. Kid. See. This is my Stan, an Ajichas level 0. This is much stronger than the zero of those BD Killians. Without seeing Inuhao's movements for a while, the gorilla Minos Grande thought that Inuhao had been directly blasted into pieces by his zero. What a pity. It seems that he is just a stubborn guy. Just as the gorilla Minos Grande Stan was about to swing hard and leave here, a familiar voice suddenly came from above him, making his whole body stiff. What do you think you are? Idiot. Fistbone Pulse Battle Axe. Inuhao rushed from top to bottom towards the gorilla Minos Grande Stan. After a small flash of light, the gorilla Minos Grande Stan was directly split in half from top to bottom. Boom! Looking at the completely destroyed Ajichas, Inuhao complained, as expected of the useless Ajichas hiding in the Minos Grande forest, "It is really different." Inuhao recalled the Espada's subordinates, who were simply one in heaven and one in hell. It seems that there is a reason why he was not favored by Aizensuke. Inuhao shook his head, then crossed his legs to rest for a while. Inuhao followed the instructions of Karen Yawangren, restrained Ryotsu, and then quietly crossed his legs to meditate. The concentration of spirit particles in Hueco Mundo is much higher than that in the present world, so it is very refreshing for Inuhao to meditate in Hueco Mundo. Not long after, Inuhao's condition has recovered very well. Hey! Inuhao exhaled and felt very refreshed. In the next few days, Inuhao went out early and came back late. Kano Yawangren has already gotten used to Inuhao's overflowing Ryotsu. Growing too fast. Kano Yawangren secretly said in surprise. In just a few days, Kanoya Wanggren felt the change from ordinary captain's Ryotsu to a higher level of Ryotsu from Inu Hao's body. As for why Kanoya Wanggren knew such a change, it was because he once had a good friend who was a Shinigami of this level. Inu Hao was still very clear about his own changes in the past few days. Because his entry has changed. Ryotsu, level 7. You are already a competent captain. White Hits Master, learn White Hits 100 times bonus. If you are serious, you should be able to break meteorites. The level of Ryotsu has risen from the original level 6 to level 7. White Hits Master, the goal is also achieved. As for Shunpo learning. Shunpo Beginner, if you study hard, you will achieve something. If no one teaches you, you will stop here. It seems that Inu Hao has been used to big openings and closings for many years, so he has not mastered the skills of Shunpo at all. However, for Inu Hao who has been training in the Minos Grande forest, it is enough. When he returns to the Urahara store in the real world, Urahara Kisuk, as Inu Hao's teacher, will find a way to change Inu Hao's habits. The same night, the same dinner. Fortunately, Urahara Kisuk will come to pick Inu Hao up tomorrow. Tonight is the last night that Inu Hao stays in the Minos Grande forest. Inu Hao feels that if he eats that colorful food for another day, he will vomit. Gudong. After finishing the last bite, Inu Hao put the stone bowl on the ground. Don't you want to eat a little more? Carrie Yawang looked at Inu Hao and asked. Inu Hao shook his head, no. I'm full. Seeing Inu Hao say this, Carrie Yawang said nothing more. The most important function of eating is to replenish the spirit particles in the body. Just like Rukanga in Soul Society, only souls with spirit particles need to eat. That's because they need to replenish the spirit particles that maintain the characteristics of life. If the spirit particles are consumed too much and cannot be effectively replenished, then an unhealthy posture will be reflected. After Carrie Yawang's observation, Inu Hao's condition is still very good during the intense consumption in these few days. Even if he only eats a little every night, Inu Hao is still full of energy every day. This shows that Inu Hao has a way to solve the problem of replenishing the consumed spirit particles. Therefore, Carrie Yawang didn't say anything more. After all, Kanoya Wanggren provided food and shelter for Inu Hao, which was his most benevolent act. Maybe tomorrow. Suddenly, Kanoya Wanggren heard Inu Hao say this. Somewhat confused, Kanoya Wanggren looked up at Inu Hao, who was looking up at the dark Minos Grande forest. Tomorrow? What are you going to do? Inu Hao turned around, looked at Kanoya Wanggren, and said with a smile. Tomorrow, I will return to the human world. Thank you for your hospitality these days. Inu Hao's sudden farewell stunned Kanoya Wanggren. Although Inu Hao was a stranger from outside, Kanoya Wanggren had gotten used to Inu Hao's existence after these days of getting along. Perhaps it was because Kanoya Wanggren had been a little too lonely in the past few hundred years, especially after his companions were devoured by the Minos Grandes in the Minos Grande forest. After finally getting through 100 years of loneliness, I didn't expect a young man to accompany me for a few days. And now, tomorrow, the boy will leave here soon. Karin Omega didn't ask Inu Hao how he would leave the Minos Grande forest. For some reason, he didn't want to leave the Minos Grande forest, so he didn't want to know how to leave. Really? You're welcome. Karin Omega was silent for a long time, and then said, I wish you all the best. This time, it was Inu Hao's turn to be stunned. After all, in Inu Hao's impression, Karin Omega was an indifferent person. Because 100 years of loneliness had worn away his enthusiasm. Inu Hao thought that Karin Omega would not have any friendship with him, a passerby for a few days. Unexpectedly, he would get his blessing. Thank you. After Inu Hao finished thanking him, he felt that a new entry was gradually taking shape. Carrie Wanggren's blessing, the success rate of doing things in the Minos Grande forest will be multiplied by 100 times, the success rate of doing things outside will be multiplied by 10 times. Everything will go smoothly and everything will be fine. At this moment, Inu Hao looked at Carrie Yawangren with a more friendly look. After all, he gave him a good luck buff. What a good person. Tonight, although the two of them still didn't talk much, they seemed to have a much better relationship. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Conspiracy, 4/7. The next morning, the sun rose in Hueco Mundo as usual. Because today, Urahara Kisuk is coming to pick up Inu Hao. So, Inu Hao doesn't plan to go out to wander around the Minos Grande forest anymore. Today, Inu Hao chose to rest in the cave of Carinu Yawangren. However, Carinu Yawangren needs to go out today. You want to go out? Ah. Carinu Yawangren said, I have to go to the forest to find some edible mushrooms, and these mushrooms are only available in the early morning. So, I have to get up early. Inu Hao immediately understood. Then I'll go with you. Carinu Yawangren waved his hand and said, No, you just rest. I'll be back soon. As soon as the voice fell, before Inu Hao could say anything else, Carinu Yawangren had already left the cave. Inu Hao looked at the hurried Carinu Yawangren and felt a little helpless. If you don't let me go, then don't let me go. Why are you in such a hurry? After Inu Hao complained, he returned to the cave and sat cross-legged. After all, for Inu Hao, meditation is much more effective than ordinary rest. On the other side, Hunting Yawangren, who had just come out of the cave, was quickly moving away from the cave. Because just a moment ago, Hunting Yawangren felt that there was a hollow following him. In order to avoid disturbing Inu Hao, Hunting Yawangren decided to kill it from a distance. Hunting Yawangren glanced at the Aegis level Minos Grande behind him. Is it coming? With a force on his feet, Hunting Yawangren rushed forward like a cannonball. However, Hunting Yawangren did not notice that the Aegis behind him did not speed up. It seemed that it was just following Hunting Yawangren, and there was no idea of chasing him at all. Perhaps based on his own strong strength, Hunting Yawangren did not think much about it. However, when there was an Aegis level Minos Grande on both sides and behind him, instinct told him that he was in danger. Boom! Without any warning, a Siro suddenly attacked him from the front of him. Swish! His figure flashed and moved to a higher space, avoiding the Siro. However, a figure fell from the sky and rushed towards him. Ashido! Die! The elephant-like Aegis rolled up its body and rushed towards him like a huge tire. Tisk! Under his goat-horned mask, he showed a disdainful look. At the same time, he pulled out the Zanpakut in his hand instantly. Swish! His feet stood on the tree trunk, using it to exert force and rushed towards the elephant. The Zanpakut in his hand swung forward quickly at the moment of the collision. After the Hunting Yawangren avoided the elephant's hollow, the Minos Grande behind him exploded directly. Boom! One of the 4 Aegis level Minos Grandes was dead. Hunting Yawangren twisted his body, slowly landed, and then looked at the 3 Aegis level Minos Grandes in front of him cautiously. Having lived in the Minos Grande forest for 100 years, Hunting Yawangren knew that these Aegis level Minos Grandes would not gather together if there was nothing special. Not to mention organizing such a planned attack. What plot do you have? The tip of Hunting Yawangren's Zanpakut pointed at the 3 Aegis Minos Grandes in front of him with different shapes. The Aegis level Minos Grandes knew the name Ashido that was widely circulated in the Minos Grande forest. If they were fighting alone, they might still be afraid of him. However, now the plan between the Aegis is in progress, and more importantly, this action is not a one-on-one fight. Haha! A horse like Minos Grande said, "Don't be too arrogant, Ashido. Today, we will make you die without a burial place like your companions in the past." "That's right. Times 2. The two Ajichas Minos Grande on the side also agreed. "Ha!" Carrie Yawangren snorted disdainfully, then took off the mask shield on his back and said to the three Ajichas in front of him, "If you are not afraid of death, then come on." Boom! The next second, Carrie Yawangren's Ryotsu rushed towards the surroundings. "Go to hell, Ashido!" The horse-faced Minos Grande rushed towards Carrie Yawangren first. The two ant-like Minos Grandes behind him also rushed over together. Boom! The two ant Minos Grande spewed strong Siro at the same time towards Hunting Yawangren. Hunting Yawangren did not make any extra movements, but simply raised the mask shield and rushed towards the two Siro that had already merged together. Bang! The Siro flashing with arcs directly hit the mask shield. Hunting Yawangren's left hand bulged with blue veins, and pushed forward with force. This Siro seemed to have turned a corner and returned again. Boom! It directly hit the big horse that was coming towards Hunting Yawangren head-on. The two ant Minos Grande were directly shocked by this sudden scene. After all, they had little experience in major battles, and even if they were playing in coordination, they were still inexperienced. "Charge forward! Two idiots!" After hearing the roar of the big horse, the two ant virtuals reacted and rushed towards Hunting Yawangren. Humph! No matter what conspiracy you have, it's all in vain. Carrie no Yawangren waved the Zanpakuta in his hand, then exerted force on his feet, and his figure turned into a gust of wind, like a sharp sword. Shua! It was like a whirlwind passing by. When Carrie no Yawangren's figure appeared again, the two ants Minos Grande behind him had been cut in half. Boom! Boom! 3 of the 4 Ajichas Minos Grande were dead. At this time, right in front of Carrie no Yawangren was the Damasu who was hit by Siro at the beginning. "If you can explain it, I will give you a quick death." Carrie no Yawangren's words were like an invisible blade, piercing Damasu's heart. Damasu roared in anger, "Go to hell, Ashido! Together with your companions who recently came to the Minos Grande forest." As soon as the voice fell, Damasu, who had been holding Siro for a long time, rushed straight towards Carrie no Yawangren. Now, the distance between Damagzu and Hana no Yawangren is only 5 or 6 meters. To some extent, Hana no Yawangren is completely unable to resist. Boom! The scarlet light broke through the land of Minos Grande forest, and the surrounding trees were directly shattered by the huge shock wave. Looking at the place where Hana no Yawangren just stood, Damagzu laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha! Go to hell, Ashido! Ah ha 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 ha! Ask for flowers! Ask for monthly tickets! Thank you for your support! Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26, War, 5/7. At this moment, Damagzu's voice resounded throughout the sky. The action just now was as if Damagzu had done something very glorious. Now, Damagzu seemed to have been sublimated. His mental state was completely different. "Aha!" Damagzu said arrogantly, "Ahaha! From today on, I am the king of the Minos Grande forest. Just Ashido!" Swish! Just as Damagzu raised his proud horse head, a sharp sword energy directly cut off Damagzu's left ear. Puff! The sudden splash of blood froze Damagzu's entire horse face. The pain of losing his ear was not as great as the fear brought by the Hunting Yawangren standing in front of it. You, how could you, how could you still be alive? Ashido! Go to hell! Go to hell!" Boom! The red light condensed, and Damagzu once again spit out a huge Siro at the Hunting Yawangren. Kano Yawangren looked at the Siro coming towards him without any expression, and directly pulled out the mask shield behind him. Bang! This large mask shield directly blocked the zero of the Great Void. In fact, Kanoya Wonggren was also surprised that the hardness of this mask was so high. He originally thought that in such a fierce battle, this mask that had accompanied him for many years would be shattered completely. Kanoya Wonggren suppressed his curiosity and temporarily put aside his exploration of this mask. Now, the most important thing is to kill the Great Void in front of him. Shua! Kanoya Wonggren exerted force on his feet, and his whole body quickly rushed towards the Great Void. The Zanpakuta in his hand flashed a ray of light, like a thin line, and in the blink of an eye it crossed the whole body of the Great Void. Plop! As Kanoya Wonggren's figure flashed by, the Great Void was directly split into two halves. How is it possible? Boom! With an explosion, the Great Hollow also turned into a spirit particle and returned to the entire ecological environment of Hueco Mundo. Only about 15 minutes later, the four Ajichas were all destroyed by the hunters. On the other side. At this time, Inuhao stood outside the cave, looking at the scene in front of him, excited. Outside the cave, 5 or 6 Ajichas Minos Grande were staring at Inuhao. At the same time, behind them, there were countless Killian Minos Grande hidden by the shade of the trees. How interesting! Minos Grande Forest. A trace of excitement flashed in Inuhao's eyes, and his hands began to tremble. Inuhao clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to rush into the group of hollows and make a scene. He is Asido's new partner. Ah! It is said that he has killed many of his kind in the forest these days. So cruel. I like it. Ha ha ha. It's too small, not enough for me to fill my teeth. I will cut him into pieces. For a moment, the Minos Grande started to talk in front of Inuhao as if no one was around. Inuhao didn't care at all, because in his eyes, these Minos Grande would die at his hands. Swish! Inuhao stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, and instantly exerted force under his feet, turning into a lightning and rushing into the group of virtual beings. 9 Lightning Hell Stab! Swish! As fast as a flash of lightning, Inuhao's figure was completely invisible to many Minos Grande. When Inuhao appeared in the same place again, time seemed to have stopped. And the dense group of virtual beings seemed to be fixed. As leaves floated in the air in disorder, they passed in front of the Ajichas. Hiss! Hiss! The complete leaves were suddenly split into two halves by an invisible line. Lightning flashed, and the Ajichas and Killians were also separated from the head and body like the half of the leaves. Plop! As the virtual head fell to the ground, the remaining half of the body exploded. Boom! Boom! A series of sounds like atomic bombs resounded throughout the Minos Grande forest. At this time, the top layer of the Minos Grande forest, where the Night Palace was located, actually shook a few times. Hey! Sail Aporo Granz, who was in the Night Palace laboratory, frowned slightly. Sail Aporo Granz looked up at the monitoring device, and the abnormal fluctuation caught its attention. That location, is it the Minos Grande forest? It seems that something interesting has happened. While muttering, Sail Aporo Granz also licked his upper lip with his tongue. Pa pa pa. Then, Sail Aporo Granz tapped the keyboard a few times. Ding! Ding! As its actions ended, the surveillance footage of the Minos Grande forest was called up. The moment Sail Aporo Granz saw the surveillance footage, his originally careless attitude instantly became serious. This is... The footage was full of the wreckage of Ajichas Minos Grande and Killian Minos Grande. Many of the trees that supported the upper yellow sand layer of Hueco Mundo from flowing down were broken by the huge shock wave. With Sail Aporo Granz's knowledge, it naturally knew. The only reason for such a scene was the explosion caused by the death of these groups of Ajichas and Killian. There is no doubt that the existence that can harvest the lives of these small fish in the blink of an eye must be undoubtedly powerful. Hee hee. Sail Aporo Granz licked his lips and said with a little excitement, it seems that an unknown little mouse has entered the Minos Grande forest. The Shinigami of Asido alone does not have such strength. So, what are you going to do with this little mouse? I suddenly look forward to it. Slurp. Sayalaporo Granza's tongue began to tremble with excitement. I will find your little mouse. At this time, Karen Yawangren had returned to the cave where he lived. The commotion created by Anu Hao just now made him rush back without stopping. When he saw Anu Hao who was safe and sound, the tight string in his heart suddenly relaxed. Are you okay? Anu Hao smiled and said, Of course, I haven't been here for nothing these few days. My strength has also improved a lot. I can ignore these levels of Minos Grande. Really? Carrie no Yawangren walked in front of Anu Hao and bowed heavily. I'm very sorry. What are you doing? Anu Hao hurriedly grabbed Carrie no Yawangren's arm. Although I don't know what happened when Carrie no Yawangren went out, it's unnecessary to do such a big gift to myself. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Return, 6/7. Kanoya Wang looked at Anu Hao with complicated eyes, and then said, Sorry. The reason why those Minos Grande organized such an attack was because of me. It's my fault that you are in danger. This bow is what I should do. Anu Hao waved his hand and said, That's not the case at all. I just came to the Minos Grande forest. Thanks to your care, I was able to spend these days safely. I can't thank you enough, how can I blame you? Besides, I didn't get hurt. Don't worry. Really? Kanoya Wang was a straightforward person after all, so he didn't dwell on this matter too much. He just kept this favor in his heart and would find a chance to repay it in the future. Ding ding ding. When Kanoya Wang was about to say something else, a device somewhere in the cave began to ring. Anu Hao was stunned at first, and then he remembered that this was the communication device left for him by his teacher Urahara Kisuk. At that time, for the convenience of fighting, Anu Hao put the communication device in the cave. These days have passed. If this communication device had not suddenly rang, Anu Hao would have almost forgotten it. Anu Hao smiled awkwardly at Karinuya Wangren, then turned to the place where he had been these days and took out the communication device that was ringing non-stop. Then, Anu Hao pointed to the communication device in his hand and said to the curious Karinuya Wangren, This is a communication device. I am going to leave today. My teacher contacted me through this. Anu Hao shrugged and said with a smile, It seems that I am going to leave here. Karinuya Wangren nodded to show his understanding. If it is inconvenient. Before he finished speaking, Anu Hao pressed the button to connect. Hello. Hello. Are you still alive? Anu. Urahara Kisuk's rather exaggerated shouting came from the communication device. Although Urahara Kisuk's words seemed a bit unpleasant to hear, Anu Hao could still hear Urahara Kisuk's concern for him. Anu Hao smiled, and then spoke to Urahara Kisuk in front of Karinuya Wangren. Of course. Urahara teacher, but you have become much stronger. Really? Don't let me beat you up again this time. Urahara Kisuk pretended to be unbelieving, and then said something yin and yang. Of course. Anu Hao said confidently. There was silence on the other end of the communication device, but if he listened closely, Anu Hao could still hear the sound of Urahara Kisuk typing on the keyboard. Da-day. As the last tapping action ended, Urahara Kisuk said to the communication device. It's okay. Anu, get ready. I can open the black cavity at any time. I know. Teacher Urahara. Somewhere in the spacious place of Minos Grande forest. Or in other words, it was outside the cave, on the flat ground bombed by the Minos Grande destroyed by Anu Hao. Except for the fragments of the trees, there are no more fragments of Minos Grande. There is no doubt that the remains of Minos Grande have turned into nutrients for Hueco Mundo. However, this also made it convenient for Inuhao to leave. Teacher Urahara, I have come to a spacious place, you can open the black cavity. Understood. As soon as the voice fell, the space near Inuhao began to tremble. The tree fragments on the ground were also shaken up by the invisible force, and turned into dust and drifted away in a moment. Crack, crack. At this time, in the sky above Inuhao, a jagged crack suddenly appeared. Boom. As the opening became larger and larger, a stream of spirit particles gushed out from the black cavity. This invisible pressure instantly formed a pressure difference with the pressure of Hueco Mundo itself. Because of the pressure difference, a downward impact force suddenly attacked Inuhao. Not long ago, Inuhao needed Urahara Kisuk to block the front, but now he can face this powerful impact calmly. At this time, Inuhao's whole body was covered with a layer of faint blue light. That was a protective film formed by Inuhao through spirit particles. The biggest function of this protective film is to isolate the wind and sand rolled up by this impact force, and to resist the impact of small stones. Although Inuhao's muscles are very strong now, as a relatively delicate prospective high school student, Inuhao is still very particular. Go home. You have to maintain your image. After all, you can't ruin the face you just took care of. Otherwise, all those beards and dirty hair would have been shaved in vain. The current Inuhao is exactly the same as when he first came to Minos Grande Forest. A refined boy who pays attention to refined life. It must be said that the few-day trip to Minos Grande Forest really trained Inuhao's cleanliness. After leaving Hueco Mundo, the first thing Inuhao did was to take a shower after saying hello to Urahara Kisuk. Thinking of this, Inuhao was already a little impatient to return to the real world. It's okay. The channel is built. Inu, you can pass through. I know. Teacher Urahara. Then, I'll hang up the communication device. See you in the basement. Ah. See you in the basement. Beep. Inuhao put away the communication device, and then waved to Karina Wangren not far away. Goodbye. Ah. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Inuhao, Karina Wangren waited until the black cavity closed before turning back to the dark Minos Grande forest. At this time, Inuhao was running on the spirit channel he had built, and his speed was so fast that perhaps only the spirit that built the spirit channel knew it. It was about to be surpassed by Inuhao, can you believe it? Thanks to Inuhao's urgent desire to return home, the exit of the black cavity appeared in front of Inuhao in a short time. It was a rectangular door frame as bright as day. Shua! The spirit gushed under his feet, and the huge impact force directly pushed Inuhao out of the light gate. Puff! Inuhao's shoes rubbed against the ground, and with the help of friction, his body stabilized. This gorgeous operation directly stunned Urahara Kisuk and Shihao and Yuryuaki on the side. This break method really gave these two 100-year-old Shinigami a lot of experience. Tisk! Shihao and Yuryuaki smacked his lips. Kisuk, you didn't teach Inu Shunpo well. Urahara Kisuk asked back, didn't we agree that you, the master, would teach? Really? Shihao and Yuryuaki scratched his head and said awkwardly, maybe. I forgot. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Inspection, 7/7. There was no fancy welcome ceremony. It was just that after Inuhao took a bath, Urahara Kisuk generously asked Tessai Tsukabishi to cook a sukiyaki pot. Weijiu. Inuhao looked at the beef bubbling in the pot, and his saliva almost overflowed from his mouth. Here. Unii-chan. The thoughtful Inu Orium personally picked up the beef with chopsticks and put it in Inuhao's bowl. Seeing Inu Orium's clumsy appearance, Inuhao smiled knowingly, and then quickly handed the bowl to Inu Orium so that she could put the beef in the bowl. "Thank you, Orium." "Hee hee." Inu Orium looked at Inuhao with a smile, and then said happily, "Ani-chan, eat quickly." Inuhao stirred the aseptic egg in the small bowl, then picked up the Wagyu beef in the large bowl, coated it with egg liquid, and opened his mouth wide to eat it. "So tender. Good dong." After swallowing the beef in his mouth, Inuhao gave Inu Orium a thumbs up. "It's delicious. Orium." Inu Orium happily picked up some more vegetables for Inuhao. Inuhao, who doted on his sister, naturally accepted everything. After finishing the delicious dinner, Inuhao coaxed Inu Orium to sleep and handed her over to Tessai Tsukabishi to take care of her. Next, Inuhao and Urahara Kisuk had important things to do. Then, Urahara Kisuk looked at Inuhao, who was ready, and said, "Now it's my turn to check your homework." Inuhao said confidently, "I can't wait." "Teacher Urahara." Swish. Hearing Inuhao say this, Urahara Kisuk threw the wooden crutch disguised as Zanpakuta aside. "Kaka." Urahara Kisuk twisted his wrist and said to Inuhao, "Come on." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Inuhao appeared in front of Urahara Kisuk. Although Inuhao was very fast, Urahara Kisuk still saw him. The moment he finished speaking, Inuhao used the friction of the spirit under his feet to speed up his movement. As a result, he appeared in front of him the moment he finished speaking. Shua. Boom. Urahara Kisuk smiled, and then with a shunpo, he disappeared directly from in front of Inuhao. And Inuhao's fist wrapped in spirit particles directly hit the stone behind Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk, who appeared on the stone on the left, looked at the stone that had been broken by Inuhao's punch, and said with satisfaction, "It looks like it's powerful. Fortunately, it didn't hit me." Inuhao shook his hand, and the broken stone on the back of his hand fell off in the process of shaking his hand. Then, Inuhao turned around and looked at Urahara Kisuk on his left. "Urahara teacher, next time, I will catch up with you." Hearing Inuhao's speech, Urahara Kisuk said in surprise, "Oh. Really? Shua." Inuhao used the same trick again, and appeared in front of Urahara Kisuk while he was talking. Urahara Kisuk naturally knew that Inuhao was using the same old trick again, so he naturally planned to use the same trick again. Shua. Another shunpo, Urahara Kisuk disappeared in front of Inuhao. Inuhao knew that Urahara Kisuk had been fooled. Shua. With the shunpo strength brought by the entry shunpo beginner, Inuhao barely saw Urahara Kisuk's moving trajectory. The spirit under his feet burst out, and he instantly caught up with Urahara Kisuk's pace. When Urahara Kisuk was about to stop and tease, he sensed Inuhao's Ryutsu reaction following closely behind him. Oh! He actually caught up. Urahara Kisuk was surprised, but he didn't want to stop moving. It's not a big skill to be able to catch up with him. It's also possible to burst out Ryutsu occasionally. Therefore, Urahara Kisuk will see if Inuhao did it this way, or if he really has the ability. Shua. The Ryutsu and speed under Urahara Kisuk's feet have increased to another level. Indeed, Urahara Kisuk's guess makes some sense. Inuhao did it. After all, he is just a shunpo beginner. There are not too many superb skills. But this is what Inuhao did on purpose. The entry of Conspirator made Inuhao's brain quickly formulate a plan to stop Urahara Kisuk and counterattack. And Inuhao's first step was to deliberately sell some flaws to Urahara Kisuk. The contest with Urahara Kisuk has never been a simple physical battle. But you need to bring your brain. Smart people will keep thinking when fighting. This is an advantage and a disadvantage. Sometimes, thinking can be guided. The role of intuition may be greater. After seeing Urahara Kisuk accelerate, Inuhao's body instantly erupted with a stronger Ryutsu. This abnormal behavior naturally attracted Urahara Kisuk's attention. Is it to increase explosive power? After muttering, Urahara Kisuk suddenly frowned. Because just when he was about to change from straight line movement to right side movement, Urahara Kisuk had already sensed that Anuhao had actually moved to the right. Prediction. Since the right position was blocked, then changed to the left. Just when he was about to turn around, Urahara Kisuk sensed that the left side was also blocked. Urahara Kisuk hesitated for a moment, and Anuhao behind him had already caught up. When Urahara Kisuk was about to accelerate forward again, he realized that Anuhao had been blocked in front. How did he do it? Curiosity and helplessness made Urahara Kisuk stop and turn his attention to Anuhao behind him. Although he didn't know how Anuhao did it, the only one who was still chasing him was Anuhao behind him. Therefore, Urahara Kisuk naturally thought that Anuhao behind him was real. When Anuhao behind him came to Urahara Kisuk saw that the Anuhao in front of him was actually made of spirit particles. Swish! I was cheated. When this thought flashed through his mind, the Anuhao in front of Urahara Kisuk had already flashed and passed through Urahara Kisuk. Crackle! Urahara Kisuk fell into a state of paralysis. Oh no! At this time, Urahara Kisuk in the paralysis state had already sensed that the Anuhao in front of him was the real Anuhao. Because Anuhao has now come behind Urahara Kisuk. Urahara teacher! I have caught up with you. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29 Farewell, 1/7. Fistbone Heavy Artillery. Bang! The straight punch with great power hit Urahara Kisuk's back directly. Bang! After enduring this heavy punch, Urahara Kisuk's whole body fell heavily to the ground. After the smoke and dust cleared, the body of Urahara Kisuk was really leaking in the pit created by the huge force. Swoosh! This is... Anuhao looked at the things in the pit in surprise. This is a portable artificial body. A prop specially used in combat. Urahara Kisuk, who was supposed to be lying in the pit, was standing next to Anuhao. Anuhao glanced at Urahara Kisuk and said, "Teacher Urahara, you are cheating." Ha ha ha. Urahara Kisuk covered his eyes with a fan and said with a smile, "No way. In a fight, you have to do everything you can. Besides, the moves you just used were so powerful, and my small body can't withstand such powerful moves." Anu, very powerful. Your strength is not far from Kisuk. Shihaur and Yoryuaki, who watched the whole duel on the side, came to Anuhao and Urahara Kisuk with a shunpo. Except that shunpo is a weakness, you are already very strong. Anu. As for shunpo, Shihaur and Yoryuaki said a little embarrassedly, you can find time to come to me later. Hearing Shihaur and Yoryuaki say this, Anuhao was very excited. This is a chance to make up for the shortcomings. Yes. Teacher Yoryuaki. After school, I will come here to ask Teacher Yoryuaki for advice. School. Urahara Kisuk suddenly sighed, I didn't expect your time here is almost over. Okay. That's all for today. Have a good rest tonight. You will leave early tomorrow morning. So, you must have a good rest tonight. Yes. Teacher Urahara. Sorry for disturbing you these days. Thank you very much. After thanking Urahara Kisuk, Anuhao walked towards the exit of the basement. In the Minos Grande forest and Urahara store these days, Anuhao did nothing except practice. Tonight, he really needs to relax. Looking at Anuhao's exhausted figure, Urahara Kisuk said, I didn't expect. Anu's qualifications are so high. Shihaur and Yoryuaki also nodded, yes. It's only been a few days. He has crossed the line that many Shinigami can't cross. Anu, he is already a powerful person. Ah. Now, I have nothing to teach him. The next Shunpo, I'll leave it to you. I know. At this time, Urahara Kisuke and Chihao and Yoryuaki, the two looked at Inuhao, who gradually disappeared in front of them, and didn't know what they were thinking. After an ordinary night, Inuhao's exhausted spirit got a full rest. This time the harvest is not small. Inuhao's strength, as Urahara Kisuke and Chihao and Yoryuaki said, has made a qualitative leap. Fullman, 100-fold growth, you are now qualified to be the focus of the battlefield. Nemesis of Hollows, attacking Hollows can cause 100 times the damage. When you are around, Hollows will have an irresistible urge to escape. Master of Slashing Technique, 100-fold growth, you are now strong enough to cut steel. Master of Kid, 100-fold growth, you can now abandon chanting and use Kid below 100. Ryutsu, level 7, you are already a competent captain. Power of Pure Blood Quincy, spirit control is 100-fold enhanced. If you want, you can also become a Pure Blood Quincy. Will of the Strong, willpower is 100-fold firm. When you want to accomplish something, you can stick to it. Conspirator, intelligence is 100-fold increased. You will be better at using your brain. First disciple of Urahara Kisuke, under the guidance of Urahara Kisuke, your strength has increased rapidly. You are blessed. Master of White Hits, learn White Hits 100-fold bonus. If you work hard, you should be able to break meteorites. Shunpo Beginner, if you study hard, you will achieve something. If no one teaches you, you will stop here. Carry no Yawangjan's blessing, the success rate in Minos Grande Forest will be multiplied by 100, the success rate in other places will be multiplied by 10. Everything will go smoothly and everything will be fine. From the current entry of Inuhao, Ryutsu has reached level 7. What is level 7? But in terms of Ryutsu, Inuhao is already the same as Urahara Kisuke and Chihao and Yoryuaki. And Aizensuke, who has surpassed all the heroes of Soul Society in Ryutsu, has Ryutsu of level 8. Although it seems that Inuhao and Aizensuke are only one level apart, the higher the Ryutsu level, the harder it is to increase the level. Otherwise, Waiwak would not have evaluated Aizensuke as infinite Ryutsu. Like Urahara Kisuke and Chihao and Yoryuaki, it will not be hundreds of years, and the Ryutsu level is only at level 7. This is not something that can be improved by time. Perhaps it is more of a talent, or an opportunity. Aizensuke is a talent, and Kurosaki Ichigo is a person who has all kinds of unique opportunities. And Inuhao, who has the entry system, naturally believes that he also has such an opportunity. The time traveler is never worse than those protagonists. It doesn't make sense that after so many years of setting, it will directly overturn when it comes to Inuhao. That's impossible. Early the next morning, Inuhao took Inu Orium to pack the gifts. We are going home today. Are you happy? Orium. Inu Orium smiled and said to Inuhao, as long as I am with Unii-chan, Orium is happy. Inuhao touched Inu Orium's head, and then said gently, me too. Then, let's work harder and go home quickly. Yes. That. At the door of the room, Tessai Tsukabishi hesitated and said, can't we stay here for a few more days? Ah. Tessai-san. The moment Inu Orium saw Tessai Tsukabishi, he happily trotted over and hugged Tessai Tsukabishi's thighs. The small Inu Orium hugged the burly Tessai Tsukabishi's thighs. For a moment, this scene was really warm. Inuhao raised his eyebrows, then quietly took Inu Orium off Tessai Tsukabishi's lap. This made Tessai Tsukabishi, who originally wanted to hug little Orium, feel lost for a moment. I've been taking care of her these days. Tessai Tsukabishi leaned against the door frame, muttering in a low voice with a lost mood. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Going to School, 2/7. Excuse me, Mr. Tessai. Inuha was grateful to Tessai Tsukabishi for taking care of his sister. However, it was impossible for him to hug Orium in front of him. Because tomorrow Orium and I will go to high school and kindergarten respectively, so we need to go back to prepare. And if we want to go to school, I think it's more convenient to stay at home. Really? Looking at Tessai Tsukabishi, who was getting more and more depressed, Inuha quickly added, however, after school, I will also bring Orium here, because Mr. Yoryuaki will teach me shunpo techniques. Oh. That's it. After hearing this news, Tessai Tsukabishi, who had already been depressed to the lowest point, was instantly like a chicken bloodshot. Because Inuha's words gave Tessai Tsukabishi a reminder that Inu-kun. Tessai Tsukabishi pushed his mini glasses, then looked at Inuha and said very seriously, "Kid, do you want to learn? I'll teach you." Kid. Inuha glanced at his entry about Kid. Kid Master, 100-fold growth, you can now abandon chanting and use Kid below 100. It seems that it won't be used. Just when Inuha was about to refuse, Tessai Tsukabishi said again, "It's my treasured collection. There are also techniques for using it that others don't know. After all, I am also a big kid leader comparable to the captain of the Godii 13th Division." Yes. Tessai Tsukabishi's words also reminded Inuha. After all, Tessai Tsukabishi is also a big kid leader, and his kid strength is naturally beyond doubt. And Inuha's own kid, although very strong, is all self-taught. Compared to Tessai Tsukabishi, who was learning Kid formally, Inuha was far behind in this aspect. It seems that Tessai Tsukabishi still has something I need to learn. After muttering to himself, Inuha bowed directly to Tessai Tsukabishi. "Then I'll leave it to you, Teacher Tessai." At this moment, both parties had achieved their goals and were very satisfied. Inuha himself was very clear about Tessai Tsukabishi's purpose. Tessai Tsukabishi was not a strange uncle, he just simply liked children. Besides, when Inuha was studying, Inu Orium naturally needed someone to take care of him. Tessai Tsukabishi had been taking care of him these days, so it would be the same for Inuha to continue to ask Tessai Tsukabishi to take care of him later. After saying goodbye to Yura Harakisuk and the others, Inuha took Inu Orium and finally returned to their apartment. Inu Orium ran into her room quickly and threw herself on her pink bed. "Okay. Let me redecorate my room next." Looking at the room that was cleaned by the housekeeping, Inu Orium couldn't wait to decorate it. After Inuha glanced at Inu Orium, who didn't find anything unusual, he returned to his room to pack his luggage. After all, this time he left home by deceiving his sister. However, although he deceived Inu Orium by design, Inuha still hired the housekeeping, so the room was so clean. Inuha was still very serious about dealing with his sister. However, he finally completed a big thing, and Inuha, who was originally a little anxious, was relieved. Next, it was Inuha's ordinary high school life. Originally, Inuha thought so. It was not until the next morning, after completing the admission procedures for Inu Orium, that Inuha hurried into the subway station to catch the subway. The high school that Inuha attended was Baika Town, 2 stops away from Karakura Town Station. And the high school that Inuha attended was, of course, Tsuiden High School. When Inuha knew that his parents had helped him decide to go to this school, Inuha was still a little surprised. After all, Mao Li Ran and Kudo Shinichi were from this school. However, after Inuha's secret investigation, Inuha was sure that there was no Mao Li detective agency and an excellent mystery novel writer named Kudo Yusaku in this world. There was no Suzuki Group and Megure Juzen. So Inuha was sure that there was no science in the world he was in. Ding ding ding. At the last second before the subway left the station, Inuha finally squeezed into the subway during the morning rush hour. "Hey! Leaning against the iron bar at the door, Inuhao took a deep breath. Although the smell in the subway was unpleasant, the fast running just now had made Inuhao a little breathless. Are you okay? In front of Inuhao, there was an ordinary beautiful girl with long black hair like satin, a small round face, big eyes full of curiosity, lips with a three-point smile, a slender neck and prominent collarbone, well-developed and plump breasts, faint traces of ribs, and a soft waistline below the ribs. She was wearing a female JK school uniform from an unknown school, and was looking at Inuhao with concern. Oh. It's okay. Thank you for your concern. Inuhao waved his hand and then stood up. At this time, Inuhao realized that he was almost 2 heads taller than the female classmate in front of him. However, looking at the hair tie of this girl's hair, Inuhao always felt a little familiar for some reason. Perhaps because of the height, Inuhao did not notice the expression of the girl in front of him who was hesitant to speak. Finally, the girl seemed to have made up her mind and was ready to speak. That. Crack. The subway arrived at the next station. Da-da-da-da-da. More people rushed in on this platform. The girl looked at the crowd and didn't notice that she was about to be squeezed away by the crowd. When she found out, she immediately looked anxiously in the direction of Inuhao. Inu-kun. Before she could finish her words, Inuhao had already reached out and pulled her in front of him. He turned around and protected the girl in front of him. Are you okay? Inuhao smiled embarrassedly and said, I saw that you didn't seem to notice that you were squeezed away by the crowd, so I took the initiative to pull you. I hope you don't mind. The girl blushed, then lowered her head and whispered, Thank you, Inu-kun. Although the girl's voice was very low and it was in such a noisy place as the subway, Inuhao's hearing was still able to hear the girl's voice. That. Inuhao said seriously, I am a very direct person, I will say it directly. Who are you? Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, Mitsuha? Are you kidding me? 3/7. Although the subway is very noisy. But I heard it. When you were about to be squeezed away by the crowd, you should have been ready to shout out my name. And, after I helped you, you also whispered my name. But I know very well that I have never told you my name, and, in my memory, you don't exist at all. So, who are you? After Inuhao finished speaking, the girl who had originally lowered her head suddenly looked up at Inuhao. Well. Inu. Looking at this girl who suddenly shed tears in front of him, Inuhao suddenly felt a headache. Sorry. Maybe my tone is not good. Please don't cry anymore. Hearing Inuhao say this, the girl embarrassedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Don't you remember me? I am. The girl wiped her tears and looked up at Inuhao, who was nearly 2 heads taller than her. Inu-kun. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mitsuha. Miyamizu Mitsuha. I'm here to see you. Boom. Just like a mass of paste poured into Inuhao's mind, the moment he heard the name, Inuhao guessed the reason. No wonder. I'm so familiar with that hair tie. What? Hair tie? Hearing Inuhao muttering, Mitsuha Miyamizu took off the hair tie that tied her hair and held it in her hand. Mitsuha Miyamizu held it in her hand and handed it to Inuhao. Is it this? Ah. That's it. Inuhao answered mechanically. Looking at Inuhao who suddenly became strange, Mitsuha Miyamizu asked directly, Don't you want to see me? Inu-kun. This. Looking at Mitsuha Miyamizu who suddenly became angry, Inuhao really didn't know how to explain for a while. Crack. Another station has arrived. Looking at the flow of people pouring in again, Inuhao suddenly felt determined. He directly picked up Mitsuhami Amizu. Ah! What are you doing, Inu-kun? Shua! Inu-hao's spirit exploded under his feet, and he used the crude shunpo technique to leave the subway in an instant. Their departure did not attract anyone's attention, and the original position was quickly occupied by the crowd. When Mitsuhami Amizu opened her eyes, she realized that they had already left the subway and arrived at the entrance of a nearby park. However, now Inu-hao still held Mitsuhami Amizu in a princess hug. Although Mitsuhami Amizu came to Tokyo just to meet Inu-hao, of course, it can also be said that she wanted to take the relationship to the next level. However, she did not expect it to be so fast. They had just met, and she was already being held in a princess hug. So, next, couple, hotel. Ah! Mitsuhami Amizu screamed, and she didn't dare to think about what would happen next. Pa! The frightened Mitsuhami Amizu closed her eyes and slapped Inu-hao's left face directly. Inu-hao was stunned at first, but he didn't say anything. After all, he was the one who was rude first. Put me down. Oh! Hearing Mitsuhami Amizu say this, Inu-hao quickly put Mitsuhami Amizu down from his arms. Seeing that everyone around was looking at him and Inu-hao with strange eyes, Mitsuhami Amizu blushed, turned around and pulled Inu-hao into the park. It took an unknown amount of time for Mitsuhami Amizu to calm down her somewhat restless body and mind. That, times 2. The two spoke at the same time. Hee. Mitsuhami Amizu smiled and said, Inu-kun, you go first. Ahem. Looking at Mitsuhami Amizu's charming look, Inu-hao coughed twice. Then he spoke seriously. Let me introduce myself. I'm Inu-hao. I'm 15 years old. I'm a freshman who's about to go to high school. What? 15 years old? Suddenly, Mitsuhami Amizu looked at Inu-hao, who was almost 2 heads taller than her, in surprise. Puff! Ha 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 ha! Mitsuhami Amizu covered her mouth and laughed. I know. I forgive your rudeness. Don't make me laugh anymore. Inu-kun. I'm serious. After Inu-hao said this, the air suddenly seemed to freeze. So. Inu-hao from Class A, Grade 2 of Poseidon Junior High School, what else do you want to say? Mitsuhami Amizu was a little angry. She didn't like to make such jokes. Inu-hao looked at Mitsuhami Amizu, who pouted and was very angry, and suddenly had a headache. Inu-hao took out the student ID and other admission documents from his bag and handed them to Mitsuhami Amizu. If you don't believe me, look. Pa! Miyazumi Amizu took the materials from Inu-hao's hand very unhappily and checked them carefully. You're lying. Miyazumi Amizu stared at the materials in her hand in amazement. We are from the same country, although from different regions, but Mitsuhami Amizu still knows that these proofs can't be faked. Looking at Mitsuhami Amizu, who still couldn't believe it and was still lifting her clothes to observe, Inu-hao said helplessly. Mitsuha, maybe you can tell me about your story. Why are you so sure that I am the Inu-hao you mentioned? Maybe it's just the same name. Shut up. Although Mitsuhami Amizu blushed, she still said very seriously, of course I know you are the Inu-kun I'm looking for. Because. Miyazumi Amizu's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, even Inu-hao had no idea what Mitsuhami Amizu was talking about. What? Mitsuha, what are you talking about? Mitsuhami Amizu clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and then shouted at Inu-hao, shut up. Hey! Looking at Mitsuhami Amizu's chest rising and falling, this made Inu-hao, a prospective high school student, stunned. Bang! Mitsuhami Amizu punched Inu-hao's abdominal muscles directly. Ah! So hard. Inu-hao hurriedly asked, are you okay? Tisk. Mitsuhami Amizu turned her head and said contemptuously, rogue. This made Inu-hao laugh. That was a wonderful experience. Me and Inu-kun. Suddenly, Mitsuha Miyamizu spoke. We swapped bodies not long ago. So I know everything about Inu-kun. I live in Karakura Town. In Class A, Grade 2 of Tsuiten Junior High School in Baika Town. I have a 6-year-old sister, Orium. My parents are not around all year round, and Inu-kun takes care of his sister at home alone. All this information matches, but... Miyamizu Mitsuha turned and looked at Inu-hao, with a dazed look in her eyes, and said, but why doesn't the time match? Inu-kun. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, A Time Travel 2 years later, 4/7. After listening to what Mitsuha Miyami said, Inu-hao already had a guess. This world is not a simple Shinigami world. In other words, most of the plots of Shinigami only develop in Karakura Town. However, this world is a complete world, which is all-encompassing. It is not just the integration of the world of your name, but perhaps there are others. However, Inu-hao has such a feeling, that is, all the abnormal phenomena in this world are affected by 3 most basic forces: Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow. In other words, the original time travel and meteorite fall in your name may be affected by these forces. As for why it interfered with Inu-hao, the time traveler. Perhaps it was because of the influence of time travel. Maybe it was because of me. So, Mitsuha traveled to my future self. This idea left a trace in Inu-hao's heart. Thinking of this, Inu-hao had the idea of returning to Itamori Town with Mitsuha Miyamizu. However, it was necessary to get the admission. Tsuiten High School. School Auditorium. At this time, Inu-hao was on the podium, speaking as a representative of outstanding students. In a cafe across from the campus, Mitsuha Miyamizu was holding Inu-hao's wallet and spending money as usual. Wow! Mitsuha Miyamizu squinted her eyes and murmured, I finally tasted it myself. This volcanic lava cake. It's really a different experience to eat it with your own body. Well. Eat another dessert and see. Mitsuha Miyamizu said to the waiter who was passing by, hello. Please give me another one of this. Okay. Please wait. Good dong. Finally, when Mitsuha Miyamizu ate the 4th cake, Inu-hao was already standing in front of her. When seeing Mitsuha Miyamizu's checkout receipt, Inu-hao had to take a breath. This is not to say that Inu-hao can't afford it, but Inu-hao can't imagine how this thin girl in front of him can eat so much. Although girls have a different stomach for desserts. Miyazu Mitsuha only realized that she had eaten so much when she saw the receipt. Hehe. After seeing the strange looks from the boss and Inu-hao, Mitsuha Miyamizu was embarrassed instantly. After leaving the cafe, Mitsuha Miyamizu followed Inu-hao to take the subway back to Itamori Town with a smile. Although Mitsuha Miyamizu was very surprised when she heard that Inu-hao was going to Itamori Town with her, she was still very happy in her heart. Sitting on the subway, because of the joys and sorrows from time to time today, Mitsuha Miyamizu, who was a little tired, leaned on Inu-hao's shoulder and fell asleep. Inu-hao glanced at Mitsuha Miyamizu. Although the incident happened suddenly today, it was not too bad to have such a beautiful girl around. Somewhat cute. Inu-hao muttered. Looking at Mitsuha Miyamizu's mouth opening and closing, although no sound came out, Inu-hao still read it out. I don't know what this guy is dreaming about. Inu-kun, like. No words were spoken along the way. The subway finally arrived at the subway station in Itamori Town at around 1:30 p.m. Ha! Miyazu Mitsuha yawned in a daze. And Inu-hao looked at the saliva mark on his left shoulder with a look of disgust. This made Inu-hao, who wanted to rub his numb left shoulder, feel a little awkward. After Mitsuha Miyamizu saw the saliva stain, she knew what she had done along the way. She quickly took out a tissue from her pocket and helped Inuha wipe it. Ah! Mitsuha! What are you doing? A familiar female voice sounded behind Mitsuha Miyamizu. Mitsuha Miyamizu's hands froze, and she had already heard who the owner of the voice was. Hey! Who are you? Why are you pestering Mitsuha? At this time, a familiar boy's voice sounded. Ah! Inuha was directly confused. Then he looked down at Mitsuha Miyamizu and said, "Your friend? Aren't you going to explain?" Hehe. Mitsuha Miyamizu smiled at Inuha with a stiff face, and then turned around and looked at the two people who made the sound with the same expression. Sayaka. Imperial Envoy. What a coincidence. Hehe. As a good friend of Mitsuha Miyamizu, Sayaka Natori did not have so many scruples and directly pulled Mitsuha Miyamizu from Inuha's side. Hey! What's going on? Didn't you ask for leave to go to Tokyo? How come you brought a handsome guy back? Is it a handsome guy from Tokyo? Looking at her best friend whispering to her, Mitsuha Miyamizu was very embarrassed. Because she already knew that Inuha's hearing was amazing, he must have heard everything. Hehe. Not knowing what to say, Mitsuha Miyamizu had to play dumb and laughed. Katsuhiko Teshigawara came close to the two of them, intending to eavesdrop on what they were saying. Before Katsuhiko Teshigawara could hear anything, Inuha introduced himself directly. That, you guys. I'm Inuha, probably, a friend of Mitsuha. Friend? Mitsuha. In this country, only very close people would call each other by their names. Therefore, this made Natori Sayaka and Katsuhiko Teshigawara have to think more. Especially Natori Sayaka. She put her hands on her waist, first glanced at Inuha, then stared at Mitsuha Miyamizu in front of her, and said, "Mitsuha? I see, I was wondering why a country girl wanted to go to Tokyo. Mitsuha, just admit it. He is your boyfriend, right?" Teshigawara Katsuhiko folded his arms, nodded seriously, and then said, "That's right. But, Mitsuha, you are really too much. Going to Tokyo to find a boyfriend is fine, but you dare to bring him home. You are so brave." Hehe. Mitsuha Miyamizu smiled awkwardly, a little at a loss. Her eyes kept glancing at Inuha from time to time. Inuha naturally saw Mitsuha Miyamizu's eyes, but he didn't know what it meant, so he could only follow his own understanding. "Yes. I am Mitsuha's boyfriend, Inuha, please give me some advice." Hey! The moment she heard Inuha say this, Mitsuha Miyamizu felt that agreeing to come back with Inuha was a mistake. Hey! Mitsuha Miyamizu slowly exhaled, then turned and came to Inuha. "Idiot!" Bang! Mitsuha Miyamizu's small leather shoes stepped heavily on Inuha's left foot. Sug! Inuha took a breath of cold air. Although it doesn't hurt, if you don't pretend to be in pain now, it means you don't understand girls. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33, Guarding the Town, 5/7. Seeing her two good friends acting as if they were expecting it, Mitsuha Miyamizu no longer had the energy to explain anything. Besides, her original purpose for going to Tokyo was not simple. On the way back to the shrine, Inuha and Teshigawara Katsuhiko walked side by side awkwardly. Because neither of them had anything to talk about. In front of them, Sayaka Natori and Mitsuha Miyamizu were whispering to each other. However, Inuha could hear everything clearly. "Mitsuha, you are so bold. You actually went to Tokyo to find a boyfriend." "No. Sayaka. And he actually followed you back. Was he sending you off? How romantic. As expected of a handsome guy from Tokyo. He doesn't look like there's an idiot behind him." Hehe. Actually, I don't know why he followed me. Yo. By the way, where does this handsome guy named Inu go to school in Tokyo? Seiden High School. What grade? Probably, first grade. First grade. Natori Sayaka suddenly screamed. Mitsuhami Amizu quickly covered Natori Sayaka's mouth. Katsuhiko Teshigahara tilted his ear, heard Natori Sayaka's shout, and immediately asked. What? What does first grade mean? Mitsuhami Amizu turned his head and shouted at Katsuhiko Teshigahara, it has nothing to do with you. Imperial Envoy. Hey! Katsuhiko Teshigahara was completely confused. Inuhao said to Teshigawara Katsuhiko, when girls are talking about 8 trigrams, we boys should keep quiet. Oh! Teshigawara Katsuhiko looked at Inuhao unexpectedly, and then said, I didn't expect you to be so experienced. Could it be that you are deliberately teasing Mitsuha? While speaking, his tone suddenly became a little cold. After all, Tokyo is famous for producing scumbags. Inuhao shrugged and said nonchalantly, I think you misunderstood. These are common sense for boys and girls to chat in Tokyo. Of course, I also heard it from my classmates. Really? Teshigawara Katsuhiko was a little skeptical. After all, although he is the son of the owner of a construction company, it is just a small company in the countryside. He doesn't understand the prosperous world of Tokyo. However, this does not prevent him from looking at the 2 friends in front of him, who are discussing something fiercely. Teshigawara Katsuhiko suppressed his inner curiosity and pretended to be indifferent. His idea was simple. Since the boys next to him could do it, he could do it too. Although this was in the countryside, it did not prevent the boys from comparing with each other inexplicably. That Mitsuha. Suddenly, Inuhao called Mitsuhami Amizu. Mitsuhami Amizu turned her head, looked at Inuhao, and said with a smile, What's wrong? Inu-kun. This was the first time that Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara had seen such a gentle Mitsuhami Amizu. The reason why Mitsuhami Amizu became so gentle was that he was her boyfriend she brought back from Tokyo. Therefore, Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara once again looked at Inuhao. To be honest, apart from Minos Grande, it was the first time that Inuhao felt so many eyes focused on him. Although Inuhao was a top student in school, he was very low-key. After all, who would pay attention to a strange classmate who took advantage of the privilege of being a top student and didn't go to class? However, what Inuhao was going to say next was still very important, so he bit the bullet and told Mitsuhami Amizu. Ahem. What I mean is, have you arrived at your house yet? I want to make a phone call, it's quite urgent. Hey! ×3? Including Mitsuhami Amizu, the 3 of them looked at Inuhao with strange eyes. Because Inuhao at this time, he didn't look anxious at all, which made people have to imagine. Especially Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko, after all, it was the first time they met, so they naturally had some defense in their hearts. Oh! It's already this late. Damn! Orium is about to finish school. We have to find a way quickly. Suddenly, Mitsuhami Amizu remembered that a new Orium was about to finish school from kindergarten. The reason why she remembered it so clearly was because she had just received a new house sister Orium in her dream a few days ago. Is this what Inu-kun is worried about? Mitsuhami Amizu looked at Inuhao anxiously. Orium? Who is it? ×2. Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko asked together. Mitsuhami Amizu explained, Inu Orium is Inu-kun's sister who is still in kindergarten. Because Inu-kun's parents are not around all year round, Inu-kun handles all the family affairs alone. Then, Mitsuhami Amizu turned her head and looked at Inuhao and asked, What should I do? Inu-kun. Do you want to call a friend for help? Inuhao smiled and nodded at Mitsuhami Amizu, saying, Ah. Yes. I want to ask one of my teachers to help me take care of Orium. So I need to contact her by phone. Yeah. Mitsuha Miyamizu nodded seriously, I know. Then let's go. With that, Mitsuha Miyamizu directly took a new house hand and ran towards the direction of Miyamizu Shrine. Goodbye. Hey Aka, Imperial Envoy. Looking at the backs of the two running away hand in hand, Sayaka Natori and Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko hugged their arms together and looked at them seriously. It's really suspicious. Sayaka Natori muttered. Yes. Katsuhiko Teshigawara responded. Natori Sayaka showed a strange look and said, Hey. Teshigawara. Don't you think Mitsuha and that Anuhao are too familiar with each other? Hey? Is that so? Katsuhiko Teshigawara didn't understand what Natori Sayaka meant. In Katsuhiko Teshigawara's view, isn't it natural for boyfriends and girlfriends to be familiar with each other? Just like him and Natori Sayaka. Idiot. Natori Sayaka glanced at Katsuhiko Teshigawara. She naturally understood her boyfriend, but he didn't understand what she meant at all. I mean, Mitsuha is with us on weekdays, how can she find time to go to Tokyo to find a boyfriend? She went to Tokyo today, right? She's never been there before. How come she brought back a boyfriend she knows very well today? Hey! Natori Sayaka nudged Teshigahara Katsuhiko's arm and said mysteriously, You said. Is it the boyfriend that Mitsuha talks about on a chat app on weekdays? The kind of legendary online love. Hey? No way, Mitsuha doesn't have that much courage. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 Miyamizu Shrine, thanks to Z1301. For the monthly vote on June 7th. Katsuhiko Teshigawara denied Natori Sayaka's guess. Because this is inconsistent with Mitsuha Miyamizu's usual personality. Although Mitsuha Miyamizu is usually fierce, she is actually very fragile inside. Otherwise, she would not be bullied by her classmates at school. Tisk. Natori Sayaka saw that Katsuhiko Teshigawara did not approve of her guess, and said with some disdain, Then take a serious look. Take a look. Katsuhiko Teshigawara looked at Natori Sayaka in surprise and said, Are you planning to peek? Humph. Natori Sayaka tilted her head, pouted, and said angrily, If you don't want to come, then I'll be alone. After saying that, Natori Sayaka walked forward on her own. Katsuhiko Teshigawara scratched his hair in distress, and said helplessly, I know. Where should we gather after dinner? At the entrance of the shrine. Hearing Katsuhiko Teshigawara say this, Natori Sayaka smiled. Of course not. Natori Sayaka said with a smile. On the other side. Miyamizu Mitsuha and Anuhao finally arrived at Miyamizu Mitsuha's home after climbing a big slope. Miyamizu's home is next to Miyamizu Shrine. On the roadside, Anuhao can see the torii gate of Miyamizu Shrine from the door of Miyamizu's home. Come in. Inu-kun. Sister. You're back. Why so late? How is Tokyo? Miyamizu Yatsuha came to the door of her house and asked her sister Miyamizu Mitsuha why she came back so late. Of course, more importantly, she wanted her sister to share with her what she saw in Tokyo. However, after hearing her sister's words and the strange figure at the door. Ah! Miyamizu Yatsuha screamed strangely, then turned around and ran into the house. It's over. Grandma. My sister actually brought a man back. Miyamizu Yatsuha is a 4th grade elementary school student with twin ponytails, which she swung while running to find Miyamizu Kazuha. When Miyamizu Ichiha, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, heard Miyamizu Yatsuba's shout, he showed an expression of expectation. It seemed that when Miyamizu Yotsuba told Miyamizu Ichiha this morning that Miyamizu Mitsuba was going to Tokyo, she had already thought of it. "Grandma. I'm back. This is Inu-kun." After Miyamizu Mitsuba led Inu-hao into the house, she greeted Miyamizu Ichiha, who was busy in the kitchen. Out of courtesy, Inu-hao also bowed to Miyamizu Ichiha. "Hello. I'm Inu-hao, Mitsuba's friend, please take care of me." While speaking, Inu-hao noticed that in the kitchen, Miyamizu Ichiha prepared 4 servings of food. In Inu-hao's impression, in addition to Miyamizu Toshiki, who left home, there were only Miyamizu Ichiha, Miyamizu Mitsuba, and Miyamizu Yotsuba in the Miyamizu family. So why did Miyamizu Ichiha prepare meals for 4 people? Moreover, the expression on Miyamizu Ichiha's face when he looked at him didn't seem to be surprised at all, but rather a welcoming one. "Welcome to the Miyamizu family. You must have worked so hard to come from such a long distance. Please take a seat. The food will be ready soon," Miyamizu Ichiha said with a slight smile. Looking at Miyamizu Ichiha's enthusiasm, Inu-hao responded with a smile on the surface, but he was muttering in his heart. "Inu-kun, the phone is at the entrance, you can use it directly." Under the guidance of Miyamizu Mitsuha, Inu-hao found the phone. "Thank you." Mitsuha Miyamizu waved her hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. Use it quickly. Don't let Orium wait anxiously." "Yes." After saying that, Inu-hao called the Urahara store. "Hello. Tessai-san? It's like this, I need to ask you something." Inu-hao was talking on the phone, while Miyamizu Yotsuha on the side dragged away her sister Miyamizu. Then he leaned over to Miyamizu Yotsuba's ear and whispered, "This is a secret." He. After saying that, Miyamizu Mitsuba covered her mouth and giggled. Miyamizu Yotsuba covered her slightly swollen forehead and looked at her sister, who was no longer normal, in silence. Baga. After hanging up the phone, Inu-hao also walked back into the living room from the entrance. After seeing Inu-hao end the call, Miyamizu Mitsuba hurriedly asked, "How is it? It's not too late, right?" Inu-hao said, "I have gotten rid of my teacher, but don't worry too much. The kindergarten is very close to the apartment, so it is possible that Orium can't wait and will go home alone." "Really?" Hearing what Inu-hao said, Miyamizu Mitsuba patted her chest this time and breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. I saw that," Miyamizu Yotsuba said seriously, "so my sister is in trouble in Tokyo? But this can't be blamed on me, a clumsy sister, it's her nature. Especially recently, it's not normal at all. Then again, I always feel that a new brother's way of speaking is very familiar. But I can't remember it. It's really strange, I should have heard it often recently." Miyamizu Yotsuba, who was originally serious, suddenly fell into personal thinking again. This made Miyamizu Mitsuba, who wanted to lose her temper, suddenly unable to do anything. "Mitsuba. Yotsuba. It's time for dinner." In the kitchen, Grandma Miyamizu Ichiba shouted. "I know. Grandma." After Miyamizu Mitsuba responded, she pulled Yotsuba to the kitchen. "What are you doing?" "Sister. I'm thinking." Miyamizu Yotsuba shouted unhappily. But she was small and had no say, so she could only let Miyamizu Mitsuba pull her. "Hehe, do you need my help?" Inu-hao chuckled and asked. Before Miyamizu Mitsuha could say anything, Miyamizu Yotsuha said hurriedly. "No need. Inu brother. My sister and I can do it, you should sit down and prepare for dinner." This made Miyamizu Mitsuha, who originally wanted to say the same thing, nod and say, "That's right. You are a guest, just sit down and prepare for dinner. Let's go. Yotsuha, Grandma is waiting for us." Miyamizu Mitsuha's right hand tightly pulled Miyamizu Yotsuha, but she said unhappily. He. Miyamizu Yotsuha, who was dragged by Miyamizu Mitsuha, had to smile awkwardly at Inu-hao. Smile without losing politeness. Looking at their deep sisterly love, Inuhao didn't know what to say. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the monthly tickets cast by book friend Z1301, thank you for your support. Happy reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 If the World Ends, 7/7. Grandma. Tonight's dinner is very sumptuous. Miyazu Mitsuha looked at the table full of dishes in surprise. Miyazu Yatsuha said unhappily, yes. I'm very hard-working. I have been helping Grandma since school. Hee. Miyazu Mitsuha smiled, then pinched Miyamizu Yatsuha's cheek with her little hand and said, thank you very much. After all four people sat down, Miyamizu Ichiba smiled at Inuhao and said, Inu, hurry up and use your chopsticks. You're welcome, just like at home. Okay. Grandma Ichiba. As he said that, Inuhao picked up a piece of hamburger meat and put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, Inuhao gave a thumbs up. Good dong. It's delicious. Grandma Yiyi's cooking is great. Hearing what Inuhao said, Miyamizu Yiyi smiled and said, if it's delicious, eat more. Miyamizu, Yatsuba, don't just focus on eating your own food, pick up some food for Inu. No need. I can do it myself. Inuhao smiled, he was still used to doing it himself. Woo-woo. It seemed that Miyamizu and Yatsuba hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time, and their mouths were already full at this time. As for what Miyamizu Yiyi and Inuhao said, they just nodded in response. While eating, Inuhao said casually, by the way, why did Grandma Yiyi prepare such a rich meal today? I heard from Yatsuba that you seemed to have started preparing it a long time ago, as if to entertain guests. And the portion is just enough for 4 people. It can't be such a coincidence that there will be only 4 of us for dinner tonight. Miyazu Yiyi seemed to have not heard the meaning of Inuhao's words, and still smiled and picked up the dishes for Inuhao. Come on. Inu, eat more. Such an action made Inuhao, who said this out of trial, a little embarrassed. However, Inuhao was also thick-skinned. Under the eyes of Miyamizu Mitsuha and Miyamizu Yatsuba who looked at him like a fool, he still slowly finished the dinner. Mitsuha, take Inu to the town for a walk. Then, before Miyamizu Miyashi and Inuhao could say anything, Miyamizu Ichiha muttered to himself in a mosquito-like voice, don't worry. Take your time, things will always be clear. Instantly, Inuhao was stunned. He knew that Miyamizu Ichiha's last muttering was for himself. Because only his hearing could hear such a small voice clearly. Ha! Inuhao laughed at himself in his heart. He didn't see things as clearly as an old man. Indeed, Inuhao's mind was a mess now, and he was a little obsessed. Some things will not have results if you are anxious all the time. Thinking of this, Inuhao really felt that Miyamizu Ichiha was right. Instead of anxiously suspecting, it is better to let nature take its course. When you should know, you will know naturally. As long as you have the ability to handle things, then the process may not matter. At this moment, Inuhao suddenly understood why those powerful people were not panicked at all when the situation was urgent. Because they have the ability to change the outcome of the whole thing, so the process, in their eyes, naturally has no meaning. This is the so-called final effect. Putting aside the troubles in his mind, Inuhao began to look at the night of Itamori town seriously. The night in the countryside is not as lively as Tokyo. Instead, it seems particularly quiet. In addition to the croaking of frogs and insects in the fields, there seems to be only the sound of whistles in 2s and 3s. What people care about most is the endless starry sky. If Inuhao remembers correctly, the meteorite fell on the second night after Mitsuha Miyamizu came back from Tokyo. Time is running out now. Although the meteorite that fell from the comet is not too big, Can I change the direction of the meteorite with my current strength? Inu Hao, who was just thinking about letting things take their course and not thinking too much, is now thinking about it again. That. What is Inu-kun thinking about? It seems that Inu-kun's face is not very good. Mitsuhami Amizu put her hands behind her back and lowered her head. Her cheeks were particularly blushing in the moonlight. Inu Hao glanced at Mitsuhami Amizu beside him, who had no idea what courage she had to go to the strange Tokyo alone to find another person in her dream. For some reason, Inu Hao felt a little pain in his heart. Heartache? Or is it? What is this feeling? It's the first time I feel this strange feeling. And Mitsuhami Amizu also felt such a strong gaze from the opposite S*X for the first time. The blush on her cheeks seemed to overflow. For a moment, the whole country road seemed to be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It's so frustrating. Why haven't they made any progress? Why don't they hold hands? Are they embarrassed? Didn't they hold hands in front of us during the day? In a corner behind Inu Hao and Mitsuhami Amizu, Sayaka Natori was holding the corner of Katsuhiko Teshigawara's clothes tightly and muttering. Katsuhiko Teshigawara beside him had his hands behind his head in silence. They said they were here to see Inu Hao's background, but they were actually here to watch the fun, right? Inu Hao was also very embarrassed to be watched by these two people. Because they could not hide under Inu Hao's perception. Therefore, Inu Hao was also very entangled, whether to tell Mitsuhami Amizu. But Inu Hao thought about it and gave up. After all, it was a rare quiet time, so let's just watch the show. It was just that he suddenly walked from the outside into the play, so Inu Hao didn't change for a while. For many years, although he became Inu Orium's brother, Inu Hao had always been a bystander. He worked hard to practice, just to be able to live well and not be bullied. Now, he suddenly became the center of the incident. Looking at Mitsuhami Amizu who still knew nothing, Inu Hao really felt sorry for this girl. Especially that innocent smile. His cheeks blushed, making Inu Hao want to kiss him. If I really get to know Mitsuhami Amizu now in 3 years, or fall in love, then, what should I do now? Looking at Itamori town, which had not yet turned into a lake, Inu Hao suddenly spoke. Hey! Mitsuha. Inu-kun. If tomorrow is the end of the world. Inu Hao looked at the innocent girl in front of him seriously. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, People of the Future, 1/7. If tomorrow is the end of the world. Inu Hao looked at Mitsuhami Amizu and said seriously, what do you plan to do before that? Mitsuhami Amizu smiled and said, probably. I will choose to live a carefree day in a big city like Tokyo, and then face it calmly. If Mitsuhami Amizu seemed to be unable to say the following words, but Mitsuhami Amizu was about to become a steam princess. If Inu-kun was with me, it would be better. If Inu Hao looked at Mitsuhami Amizu in surprise, as if he had not finished speaking. Yet Mitsuhami Amizu raised her head, pursed her red lips, and looked at Inu Hao with affectionate eyes. That was the joy of finally meeting. That was the joy of communicating again. That was the excitement of meeting each other again. That was Inu-kun, I finally found you. At this time, Mitsuhami Amizu, who is nearly 3 years older than Inu Hao, is like a child, acting like a spoiled child towards Inu Hao, who is nearly 2 heads taller than him. Looking at the girl in front of him who has eyes full of him, Inu Hao's right hand can't help but touch her hair. Thank you for your hard work. For some reason, Inu Hao blurted out these 3 words. It's like a conversation across time. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Mitsuha Miyamizu threw herself into Inuha's arms. I like you. Inu-kun. Seeing Mitsuha Miyamizu throwing herself into his arms, confessing to him affectionately. For a moment, Inuha suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Because from a time perspective, the current Inuha has no intersection with Mitsuha Miyamizu in front of him. If suddenly one day, a beautiful girl confessed to him without any warning, I believe everyone would be at a loss. However, for Mitsuha Miyamizu, Inuha is a soulmate who has exchanged bodies with her, let's call him that. The relationship between the two is very deep. Take Mitsuha Miyamizu for example, her relationship with Inuha is just one step away from success. The so-called more than friends, but less than lovers is the current situation of Mitsuha Miyamizu. At this time, Inuha's feelings for Mitsuha Miyamizu are just a little bit favorable. Looking at the girl crying in his arms, Inuha's hands, which were at a loss, hesitated for a second, and then placed them on Mitsuha Miyamizu's shoulders. Bah! Scumbag! Natori Sayaka rushed to the two of them angrily and directly pulled Mitsuha Miyamizu out of Inuha's arms. Mitsuha! Wake up! Natori Sayaka pointed at Inuha and said loudly, you have confessed to him, but he is hesitant to respond to you. He must be hiding something. Pa! The envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko patted his left cheek lightly and murmured, this idiot. Puchi! Natori Sayaka's words made Mitsuha Miyamizu laugh directly. Because Mitsuha Miyamizu knew that the Inuha in front of her was not the Inuha who exchanged bodies with her. And the reason why she suddenly lost control of her emotions just now was that when Inuha said the three words hard work, the Inuha in front of her overlapped with the Inuha who exchanged bodies with her. This is why Mitsuha Miyamizu threw herself into Inuha's arms and cried. Now after Natori Sayaka said this, the originally sad atmosphere suddenly became a little funny. You misunderstood. Sayaka. It's not like that. Mitsuha Miyamizu tried to suppress her smile and quickly pulled Sayaka Natori to slap Inuha's hands. What's wrong? Katsuhiko Teshigawara saw the situation was reversed and quickly ran to Sayaka Natori. Seeing Katsuhiko Teshigawara looking at him, Inuha shrugged his shoulders and said he had no idea. Okay. Sayaka. I'll explain these things to you later. Mitsuha Miyamizu said. Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara saw that Mitsuha Miyamizu was so persistent, so they stopped talking. However, Sayaka Natori, who was a little worried, still said to Inuha, if I see Mitsuha crying in the future. Before Sayaka Natori could finish her words, a voice full of disbelief suddenly sounded. Mitsuha! What are you doing? Miyamizu Toshiki, who had just finished socializing, accidentally passed by this main road and saw a scene that he couldn't believe at all. His daughter was crying in front of a boy. The daughter's friend was scolding the boy. In his mind, all kinds of unbearable campus romances flashed through his mind. There is no doubt that the scene in front of him was definitely the scene of being eaten up by a scumbag. Miyamizu Toshiki couldn't suppress his anger in an instant and yelled at Miyamizu Mitsuha. He couldn't believe that his daughter would do such a thing with such a boy. Moreover, such a farce would actually happen. It's simply unacceptable. When Miyamizu Toshiki's voice appeared, Miyamizu Mitsuha, Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko were all stunned. Only Inuha looked at the man not far away curiously. Miyamizu Toshiki, the son-in-law of the Miyamizu family, the husband of Miyamizu Futaba, the biological father of Miyamizu Mitsuha and Miyamizu Yatsuha. Although Miyamizu Toshiki left the Miyamizu family, in order to become the mayor of Itamori town, he still needed the family power of the Miyamizu family. This is not the most ironic thing. What's even more ironic is that the reason why Miyamizu Toshiki wants to become the mayor of Itamori town is to use the power of the mayor to overthrow the Miyamizu shrine and avenge his wife Miyamizu Futaba. Although this is his unilateral idea. But it has to be said that such a thing is really ironic. And Miyamizu Ichiba, who knows everything, has never said anything to his two granddaughters. Therefore, there are some misunderstandings between the two sides. However, Miyamizu Toshiki is Miyamizu Mitsuba's father after all, so Miyamizu Mitsuba is still a little afraid of Miyamizu Toshiki. When Miyamizu Toshiki approached and saw the eyes of Inuhao who was observing him. "Is it you? The man of the future?" These words blurted out instantly. Obviously, Miyamizu Toshiki knew the existence of Inuhao. Inuhao was stunned at first, and then he thought of something and suddenly smiled. Sure enough, if he really had a soul, he would definitely leave some hints. Miyamizu Ichiba's abnormal prediction and Miyamizu Toshiki's surprised expression. And Mitsuha Miyamizu went to Tokyo to find her current self. Perhaps she was all calculated by her future self. As expected of myself with the conspirator entry. She planned every step carefully and made every possible effort. "Hello. My name is Inuhao. I'm Mitsuha's friend. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Tips. Inuhao. Miyazu Toshiki muttered, "Yes. That man did say that his last name is Inu." Inuhao raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that uncle knows something." Miyazu Toshiki looked at Inuhao deeply and said, "You know that I am Sanyi's father, it seems that you also know something." "Same here. But..." Inuhao spread his hands and said, "It seems that I don't know as much as you and Grandma Yi. Hat. Miyamizu family." When thinking of that family, Miyamizu Toshiki was angry. "Wait." Miyazu Mitsuha interrupted the conversation between Miyamizu Toshiki and Inuhao and said, "No? What do you mean by no? Father? Inu-kun? What do you know? What is going on?" Miyazu Mitsuha's shouting sounded particularly harsh in the countryside. Miyazu Toshiki didn't care about his daughter's shouting at all. Although that person told him what would happen tomorrow night, he would never believe it. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Moreover, this time his eldest daughter is involved. This is what he can't stand the most. Humph. Miyamizu Toshiki snorted coldly and said, "It's all nonsense." After that, Miyamizu Toshiki turned and left. Before leaving, he also warned Miyamizu Mitsuha to go home early. After taking a look at her father's back, Miyamizu Mitsuha immediately turned her head to look at Inuhao. "Inu-kun. I know." Inuhao stretched out a finger with his left hand and blocked Miyamizu Mitsuha's lips. "Let's talk about it when we get home. By the way, Natori-san, Imperial Envoy-san, you guys come too." After that, Inuhao pulled Miyamizu Mitsuha's right hand, who had not yet reacted, and walked towards the Miyamizu family. At this time, at the door of the Miyamizu family, Miyamizu Ichiha and Miyamizu Yatsuha, dressed in kimonos, were waiting for Inuhao's arrival. Soon, Inuhao and the other four saw Miyamizu Ichiha and Yatsuba at the door of Miyamizu's house. "Grandma? Yatsuba?" Miyazu Ichiha nodded to Miyamizu Mitsuba, then bowed to Inuhao, then turned around and took Miyamizu Yatsuba to the Miyamizu shrine. As they walked, Miyamizu Ichiha began to speak. "Our Miyamizu family has served Miyamizu shrine for generations. The deity enshrined in our shrine is in the mountains behind the shrine. And the reason why Miyamizu shrine has a great prestige in Itamori town, do you know why?" "Mitsuba." Miyazu Mitsuba was stunned. She didn't expect her grandmother to ask her this question. Before Miyamizu Mitsuba could answer, Miyamizu Ichiha said, "Sayaka and the Imperial Envoy should know, right?" "Ah. I know. My family told me." Natori Sayaka and the Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko nodded and said, "Could it be because of my mother?" Miyazu Mitsuha thought about it for a long time. In her impression, this was the only reason. Because when Miyamizu Futsuha was the shrine maiden of Miyamizu Shrine, she was very popular among the villagers of Itamori town. In the only impression that Mitsuha Miyamizu had, her mother, Miyamizu Futaba, was also very prestigious in Itamori town. Although Mitsuha Miyamizu was still very young at that time, she remembered very clearly that many elders in Itamori town had sought help from her mother, Miyamizu Futaba. Part of the reason. Miyamizu Ichiha sighed. Then, Miyamizu Ichiha explained, the main reason why our Miyamizu shrine is so popular is that in the history of Itamori town, many crises were avoided under the guidance of our Itamori town shrine maidens. Miyamizu Ichiha smiled and said, to put it simply, our Miyamizu shrine is very effective. Praying for blessings and eliminating disasters, and blessing from the gods, Itamori town has been guided by our Miyamizu shrine maidens for generations. Hearing Grandma Ichiha say this, I seem to remember something. Natori Sayaka suddenly said, that was when I was 4 years old, I suddenly had a high fever at night. At that time, I thought my father would take me to the hospital. In the end, he took me to find Mitsuha's mother. Now that you mention it, I have had a similar experience. Teshiga Harakatsuhiko also said, that was when I sneaked to my father's construction site, and was knocked unconscious by the rubble of the bomb explosion. When I woke up, I was lying in the main hall of Miyamizu Shrine. I vaguely remember that it seemed that Aunt Futaba gave me something to drink, and then I was fine. Through the torii in front of the shrine, the group has arrived at the main entrance of the shrine. It's here. I remember that I was lying here at the time. Teshiga Harakatsuhiko pointed to the corridor in front of the main hall and said, Hey! Miyamizu Mitsuha said in surprise, you are kidding. It turns out that the idiot who was scared by the bomb at that time was the Imperial Envoy? Idiot! Teshiga Harakatsuhiko frowned. Frightened to death. Natori Sayaka asked curiously, Mitsuha, what's going on? Didn't the Imperial Envoy say that he was knocked unconscious by a small stone? Not at all. Miyamizu Mitsuha waved her hands and said mockingly, I know what the Imperial Envoy said. I was going to the shrine to find my mother at the time. When I saw the Imperial Envoy lying in the main hall, I asked my mother what happened to him. The result. Ha ha ha. Miyamizu Mitsuha said with a smile, Mom said that the Imperial Envoy was scared. Cowardly Imperial Envoy. What? So funny. Imperial Envoy. Natori Sayaka also covered her mouth and laughed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko shook his head stubbornly. Miyamizu Ichiha ignored the fight between the few people, but searched for something in the main hall of Miyamizu Shrine. Finally found it. At this time, Miyamizu Ichiha held a piece of bone jade in his hand. The next second, this piece of bone jade was stuffed into a new house hand by Miyamizu Ichiha. This is. When a new how touched the bone jade, he knew that it was made of the mask of the Minos Grande of the Ajichas level. However, the bone jade was smooth and there was no information recorded on it. Miyazu Ichiba said, this is the bone jade left by the god of our Miyamizu shrine through the priestess of this generation not long ago. The god told me that when I see the person I should hand it to, I need to hand it over to him at this time. And the reason why I know that you will come here today, Inu, is not only because of the revelation of the god, but also because of inspiration. When Mitsuha was about to go to Tokyo, I sensed it. After listening to Miyamizu Ichiba's words, there were some doubts, and Inu how also understood it instantly. And the bone jade in his hand may be the hint of everything. Please give me flowers. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you for your support. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 38 Divine Body, 3/7. Although Miyamizu Ichiha was only talking to Inu how, the content of his words did not avoid anyone present. By the shrine maiden. Miyamizu Mitsuha said in surprise, Grandma, when did this happen? How come I have no impression at all? Miyamizu Uchiha smiled and said, this is not something I should know. Mitsuha. This is your responsibility. But, speaking of it, a while ago, Mitsuha, you did become very strange. It's like a different person. Natori Sayaka said. That's right. That's right. Don't be too handsome. Imperial Envoy Katsuhiko nodded while recalling the scene that impressed him that day. That day, the floor of the school in Imarai town suddenly collapsed, and it was Miyamizu Mitsuha who rescued the students and teachers who were trapped by the concrete blocks. At that time, Imperial Envoy Katsuhiko, who was trapped by the concrete blocks, was stunned when he saw that it was Miyamizu Mitsuha who lifted the concrete blocks. Hearing her two good friends say how great she was, Mitsuha blushed and lowered her head. Because she knew that person was not herself, but a new how 3 years later. And listening to what her grandmother said, her grandmother thought that Anu Hao at that time was the god of Miyamizu shrine. This made Miyamizu Mitsuha look at Anu Hao in front of her, a little at a loss. At this time, Anu Hao put his whole heart and soul on the bone jade in his hand. He didn't know what message he left for himself 3 years later. Looking at the frowning Anu Hao, Miyamizu Mitsuha took 2 steps at a time and walked up. Asked, Inu-kun, do you have any questions? Oh. Seeing that it was Miyamizu Mitsuha, Anu Hao showed her the bone jade in his hand. This is what Grandma Yi just gave me. I was wondering. Is there any information in it? However, I don't have much clue. Information. Miyazu Mitsuha thought for a while, and then said, maybe it will only be revealed when encountering something special. Like traces that can be exposed by ultraviolet rays. Really? Hearing this, Inu Hao did have some ideas. In fact, Miyamizu Yi just said that this bone jade will only be given to someone who should be given it. To put it bluntly, it requires a specific person. Then Inu Hao 3 years later, it is naturally something left for himself 3 years ago. Then, the characteristics that make the information on the bone jade appear are naturally only Inu Hao. Ryatsu. This is the unique thing that Inu Hao can think of now. After all, Ryatsu is different for everyone. Perhaps, only your own Ryatsu can make the information appear. And the material of the bone jade is the mask of Ajichas. The mask of the hollow is itself a container for storing spirit particles. Then, it is only natural to use spirit particles to store relevant information. Thinking of this, Inu Hao began to transfer his Ryatsu into this bone jade. Buzz. A faint blue light flashed. This sudden scene shocked Mitsuha Miyamizu, who had never seen it before. Fortunately, this was not the first time Mitsuha Miyamizu had seen the magic of Inu Hao. When in Tokyo, Inu Hao directly carried Mitsuha Miyamizu from the subway station to the entrance of the park in an instant. Such an experience is indeed unforgettable. More than 10 seconds after Inu Hao injected Ryatsu, the bone jade burst out with dazzling light. Then, the light instantly merged into Inu Hao's body. At this moment, Inu Hao received the message left for him by himself 3 years later. When you get the divine body, you will know everything. The message contained in the spirit is just this sentence. Divine body. Miyamizu Uchiha just mentioned that the divine body enshrined in the Miyamizu shrine is deep in the Yamanaka behind the shrine. It is already night, and it is unrealistic to ask Miyamizu Mitsuha and others to accompany me to find the divine body now. In other words, except for going into the mountains to search late at night, it is to wait until tomorrow morning and let Miyamizu Mitsuha take me there. Inu-kun. Inu-kun. Miyamizu Mitsuha shouted to the stunned Inu Hao. Because the light just now merged into Inu Hao's body, Miyamizu Mitsuha, who was a little worried, had to shout anxiously. Ah! It's okay. Mitsuha. Inu Hao came back to his senses and saw the anxious Mitsuha Miyamizu, and hurriedly spoke. After all, there was nothing wrong, he was just thinking about something. By the way, Mitsuha, Inuhao asked, do you know where the body of the god of Miyamizu shrine is in the back mountain? Yes. I know. But it's too dark now. If you want to go, I can take you there tomorrow morning. Although Mitsuha Miyamizu didn't understand what Inuhao wanted to do, she was still happy to take him there. When Inuhao heard that Mitsuha Miyamizu knew, he was relieved. Because according to Inuhao's memory, he only knew that in the plot, Mitsuha Miyamizu didn't personally deliver the kukikamizaku that she made to the location of the god's body. It was Taki Taki who went there. And there were only 2 bottles of kukikamizaku made by Mitsuha Miyamizu and Yatsuha Miyamizu. In other words, it is impossible to determine whether Mitsuha Miyamizu herself has been there before. Now that it has been confirmed, Inuhao is relieved. After all, Inuhao still felt a little reluctant to let the elderly Miyamizu Ichiha accompany him. I know. Then I'll trouble you. Mitsuha. No. I'll just help you. After seeing that Inuhao had made a decision, Miyamizu Ichiha smiled and said, then, my mission is over. Yatsuha, let's go back. After that, Miyamizu Ichiha pulled Miyamizu Yatsuha down the shrine. In front of the shrine's torii, the 4 of them still stayed in the same place. Inu-kun, what's wrong? We should go back. Miyamizu Mitsuha looked at Inuhao who was still standing there and reminded him. Sorry. Mitsuha. I need to think about some problems. Inuhao said with his head down, and then fell into deep thought. In fact, Inuhao always felt that something was wrong. He thought that if he just needed Miyamizu Ichiha to hand over the bone jade in his hand to him, then, was it completely unnecessary to come to Miyamizu shrine? I don't know if Inuhao is overthinking. Since Miyamizu Ichiha brought him to Miyamizu shrine, there must be a purpose. Of course, as the person involved, Miyamizu Ichiha may not have such an awareness. However, Inuhao still saw something wrong from Miyamizu Ichiha's behavior. Letting me come to Miyamizu shrine. There must be some necessary reason. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab the top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, The Remains of the Spirit King, 4/7. I must have missed something. Inuhao thought to himself with certainty. At this time, Inuhao's eyes were focused on the main hall of Miyamizu shrine. When Miyamizu Ichiba left, he did not close the main hall door. Now, the main hall door of Miyamizu shrine is open. Thinking of this, Inuhao spread the bone jade in his hand in the center of his palm. Inject Ryutsu into the bone jade again. Buzz. This time, the faint blue fluorescence resonated with Inuhao again. Then, a beam of light shot out from the bone jade, and the position of the beam was exactly in the main hall of Miyamizu shrine. Inu-kun, what is this? Miyamizu Mitsuha and the other 2 looked at the faint blue light in Inuhao's hand curiously. Inuhao explained, I was thinking, Grandma Ichiba, bringing me to Miyamizu shrine, probably not just to give me this bone jade. Maybe, there are other meanings. And, Mitsuha, on weekdays, the main hall of Miyamizu shrine needs to be locked, right? Yes. Yes. Miyazu Mitsuha nodded. Hat. Inuhao grinned and said, then you are not wrong. Look, did Grandma Ichiba really forget to lock the main hall door of the shrine when she left? Miyazu Mitsuha said seriously, not at all. Grandma is the most concerned about the affairs of the shrine. She will definitely lock the door before leaving. Needless to say, the 4 of them noticed that Miyamizu Ichiba deliberately left the main hall door open. That is to say, there must be information that Inuhao overlooked. Following this faint blue fluorescence, Inuhao was in front, and Miyamizu Mitsuha and the other 2 were behind, and the 4 of them stepped into the dark main hall of Miyamizu shrine. The direction pointed by the faint blue fluorescence was the bookshelf on the left. It seemed that, Inuhao guessed, it was most likely the content recorded in the book. Before Inuhao could make any move, Miyamizu Mitsuha, who was more familiar with this place, followed the light and took the book covered with faint blue fluorescence. "Isn't this the book that records the origin of our Miyamizu shrine?" Miyazu Mitsuha said doubtfully. "Is there something hidden in it that we don't know?" Natori Sayaka also said, "We have read this book before. It really only records some history of the gods and the way. But the content is still very interesting." The envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko said to the curious Inuhao with a smile. Inuhao took the book from Miyamizu Mitsuha and flipped through a few pages casually. Suddenly, the faint blue light gathered on one of the pages. This page was a pattern of an eye drawn. There were small words marked below it. "The main body of the deity is enshrined in the Miyamizu shrine, the Eye of Adnaeus." Inuhao muttered, "The Eye of Adnaeus." At this time, Inuhao was confused because he didn't quite understand the meaning of it. However, unlike Miyamizu Mitsuha and the others, Inuhao didn't even know the content of this book. "Maybe I should take a serious look at this book." Thinking of this, Inuhao asked Miyamizu Mitsuha, "Can I take a look at this book?" "Of course." Then, Miyamizu Mitsuha said, "But let's go back home and read it. After all, the shrine is too dark." "Okay." Inuhao had no reason to refuse. After all, being able to read comfortably in a well-lit place is better than being in a dark shrine. In this way, Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko went back to their own homes. Inuhao followed Miyamizu Mitsuha back to the Miyamizu family. Inuhao was arranged by Miyamizu Mitsuha to live in the guest room on the first floor. Or rather, this was arranged by Miyamizu Ichiha, who came back earlier. Such an arrangement really fits Inuhao's idea. After all, the current Miyamizu Mitsuha has an almost infatuated attitude towards Inuhao. Of course, this is more due to the exchange of bodies with Inuhao 3 years later. Therefore, if the two were arranged in the same room, Inuhao really didn't dare to close his eyes. It's good to separate, just to dispel Miyamizu Mitsuha's thoughts that she shouldn't have now. Moreover, business is more important now. In the guest room, Inuhao sat cross-legged. In front of him was a small table, which could just hold 2 or 3 books. Inuhao placed the bone jade and the book he brought back from Miyamizu shrine on the table. He first looked at it under the light. This bone jade, from the traces, is very new. This is not surprising, because it was left by myself 3 years later with the help of Miyamizu Mitsuha. At first glance under the light, it looks ordinary, but from the touch, you can feel the energy emitted by the spirit. There is no temperature and it is cold. But it feels very comfortable. Holding it in your hand for a long time seems to have the effect of calming the mind. However, rather than saying that this is the effect of this bone jade, it is better to say that this is the effect of the spirit itself. Inuhao held it in his palm and flipped through it for a few times. There was nothing strange, so he put it aside. Then, Inuhao picked up the book called The God Worshipped by Miyamizu Shrine. From the name, it can be seen that this is a record of the origin of the so-called gods of Miyamizu Shrine. Recalling the single eye called Eye of Adnaeus, Inuhao was full of interest in the contents of the book. Opening the first page, a breath of old age came from the text. In that era, everything was ambiguous. There was no life or death, no progress or regression. It was just a gentle swaying, slowly, and spent 10,000 years waiting for the world to cool down. Even becoming a hollow is part of the cycle of spirit particles. But, in the end, the hollow began to devour humans. At this point, the cycle was completely stopped. If it continues like this, all souls will eventually become a huge Minos Grande, and the world will fall into complete stillness. But, it's really incredible. It's as if the world is refusing this to happen, and a life is born. The person who destroyed the hollow and turned it into spirit sand to make the world start to cycle again. This person is Adnes, the first person in the world. So, after Adnes was born, he destroyed the hollow that devoured everything, separated the chaos into 3 realms through self-sacrifice, solved the problem of the dead world, and delayed the outbreak time of the expansion of hell. Seeing this, Inuhao frowned. Because he felt a sense of familiarity. These words seem to describe a god that Inuhao knows. The Spirit King. So, is Adnes the Spirit King? With this thought in mind, Inuhao continued to read. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Eye of Adnes, 5/7. The article begins to tell what happened after Adnes separated the 3 realms. Adnes is a life that is truly close to omniscience and omnipotence. But he has no way to completely change the stagnant status quo, and Adnes can only maintain the cycle slowly. But the 5 noble ancestors who were born with Adnes did not think so. They had their own plans, but their choices had a common goal, which was to separate the instrument from the spirit, separate life and death, and establish a new cycle and a world with orderly life and death. To achieve this goal, Adnes's omnipotent power is indispensable, so Adnes must make sacrifices to build a new world. In the end, the 5 noble ancestors made Adnes a sacrifice and a wedge to stabilize the world. Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the present world were born, and they became Shinigami. The reason why the Quincy was exterminated by the Shinigami is precisely because their power of extinction from Adnes will change all of this existence and make the world fall into stagnation again. The 5 noble ancestors were able to escape from the cycle of no life and no death, but the price was that Adnes fell into the cycle of no life and no death, and stripped him of the power to resist, so Adnes was created by the Shinigami to maintain the cycle that the Shinigami wanted. The original sin of Soul Society was born, and Soul Society was born with an ignominious history. In order to cover up their sins, they called Adnes the King of Soul Society, a sacred existence that transcends everything, but the fact is that he is the cornerstone of the new world and the price of stability. Although the ancestors of the Shiba family opposed and wanted to liberate Adnes, they were ultimately no match for the other 4 families. A new cycle and world were born. Although the process was cruel, in fact, Adnes was not without room for resistance. Adnes was more like a voluntary sacrifice without resistance. The history of Soul Society was born. Did he see a future that he couldn't avoid no matter how much he resisted, or did he find some hope in the new world? Although we have no way of knowing his intentions. But Lord Adnes seemed to have deliberately not put up any resistance. There is no doubt that from these descriptions, it is describing the Soul King, but the name has been changed. Or, the Soul King's real name is Adnes. Thinking of this, Inuhao quickly turned to the page with the Eye of Adnes drawn. Inuhao suddenly realized that the so-called Eye of Adnes is the Soul King's eye. And Inuhao, who is familiar with the Shinigami world, of course knows that the remains of the Soul King are a panacea. For example, Jaishur Yucatake was sacrificed to the Mimihaki god tier by his parents because of illness when he was young. In the end, Jaishur Yucatake was possessed by the Mimihaki god tier and became the host of the Soul King's right arm. Pinata Pakaja of the Stern Cross Knights is the left arm of the Soul King, and Gerard Valkyrie is the heart of the Soul King. The Soul King's knot is the Deihane Aura, whom Inuhao admires. The Soul King's nail is Matsumoto Rangiku, whose soul was partially absorbed by Aizen-suk. The shredded power turned into Waiwak. The remaining fragments became the cornerstone of the power of the Fullbringer. All these examples show that this Eye of Adnes that has not been discovered by anyone is a rare treasure. No wonder Inuhao 3 years later left such a hidden message. It must be said that Inuhao 3 years later has a lot of ideas, that is, let Inuhao 3 years ago devour the divine body enshrined in the Miyamizu shrine. Although the idea is good, there are many problems. The reason why Inuhao 3 years later had such an idea is undoubtedly that he got inspiration from Jaishur Yucatec. However, it was precisely because of Jaishur Yucatec that Inuhao had some reservations. Because Jaishur Yucatec, to some extent, was not a fusion of the Spirit King's right arm. Instead, it felt like a hostage to Inuhao. In addition to extending Jaishur Yucatec's life, it seems that he did not receive any other power bonus. On the contrary, Pineda Pacaja and Gerard Valkyrie in the Stern Cross Knights received the bonus of the Soul King remains in terms of power. In essence, although they are all hosts, they are somewhat different. The former, Jaishur Yucatec, became the Soul King remains host in the later period. The latter two, Pineda Pacaja and Gerard Valkyrie, were born from the Soul King remains. Including Matsumoto Rangiku, Michihane Ora, and even Waiwak, they were born from the Soul King remains. Now, the situation faced by Inuhao is biased towards Jaishur Yucatec. 3 years later, Inuhao wants to make the current Inuhao a Soul King remains host in the future. After thinking about it, Inuhao decided to make a move. The reason lies in the many Soul King candidates who appeared in the later period of Shinigami. Yabuki Anya, Tsumuga Yu, and Hanakari Jinda. They are not only acquired, but also artificial. But their combat power is very strong. Moreover, in Inuhao's opinion, the fundamental reason why he chose to fuse the Eye of Agnes was to obtain the meteorite that could stop the fall tomorrow night. As for whether he could get a combat power bonus, or whether he could get other special abilities, these are all issues for subsequent thinking. Since he had made a decision in his heart, Inuhao no longer thought about it. However, what puzzled Inuhao now was why the Miyamizu family had these things. This uncontrollable curiosity made Inuhao continue to flip through the book in front of him. He had a hunch that there must be records in this book. Because as of the page where the Eye of Agnes was painted, there was still half the thickness of the book. Sure enough, after continuing to flip through, Inuhao finally saw the words describing the origin of the Miyamizu family. After separating the 3 realms, Agnes, who is nearly omniscient and omnipotent, overflowed with power and turned into a group of people with special powers. They are the ancestors of the Miyamizu family. That is an ability to predict the arrival of danger. With such a special ability, the Miyamizu family could have developed into a family like the 5 great nobles. However, Agnes, who seemed to have seen something, made the Miyamizu family live a very low-key life. The fact is just as Agnes saw. Although the Miyamizu family has special abilities, they are not strong enough. However, many years later, the Miyamizu family once again received Agnes' oracle, which is to protect the Eye of Agnes until the person who needs it appears. Please give flowers. Please give monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 41 Conjecture, 6/7. Inuhao could tell from the words recorded in the book that the reason why the Miyamizu family had lived in Itamori town for generations was to save the people who would be killed by the meteorite falling tomorrow. Although there was no explanation why it was Inuhao, these records were untraceable after all. As an outsider, Inuhao himself would not know whether there were omissions. However, in Inuhao's opinion, if the Eye of Agnes could be used as a reward for saving all the residents of Itamori town, then Inuhao would not care at all why it was him. After all, for Inuhao, the attraction of getting the Eye of Agnes was still very great. However, the Miyamizu family was actually transformed by the power left by the Spirit King. This is really unimaginable. Inuhao pondered and thought. Why didn't the Miyamizu family produce a power like Fullbring or a Quincy? Maybe it has something to do with the state of the Soul King at that time. It is recorded in the book that the Miyamizu family was born after the Soul King separated from the 3 realms. The Soul King at that time had consumed all his power to maintain the stable operation of the world. Perhaps it is for this reason that the Miyamizu family only has special powers, but lacks the necessary combat power. This also led to the Miyamizu family's ability to develop towards the auxiliary side in the later stages of its development. Thus, the Miyamizu shrine was established for the purpose of eliminating disasters and praying for blessings. Thinking of this, Inuhao suddenly remembered the death of Miyamizu Mitsuha's mother, Miyamizu Futsuha. Miyamizu Futsuha died of an autoimmune disease. During her lifetime, she ran around for the Miyazu shrine run by her family and was deeply trusted by the people. After marrying her husband Toshiki, who was 12 years older than her, Futaba began to shift her focus from the shrine to her family, and loved her two daughters, Mitsuha and Yatsuha, very much. In the people of Itamori town, it is generally believed that Miss Futaba is possessed by a god. However, 3 years after giving birth to Yatsuha, her immune cells went out of control and she refused to receive treatment in a large hospital and died. Moreover, when she died, she asked the nurse to convey her last words, "This is not a farewell." In Inuhao's opinion, the sudden death of Miyamizu Futaba is very unconvincing. From Miyamizu Futaba's experience, Inuhao believes that there are 3 points worth careful consideration. The first point is that before getting married, Miyamizu Futaba was a pillar figure of Miyamizu Shrine. She was a shrine maiden possessed by a god by the residents of Itamori town. No need to think too much, this is a special ability of the Miyamizu family. The second point is, why did Miyamizu Futaba, who has a special ability unique to the Miyamizu family, suddenly suffer from an autoimmune disease after getting married and having children? And it was shortly after Miyamizu Yatsuba was born. Why not after Miyamizu Mitsuba was born? Here, Inuhao made a guess, that is, the power of the Miyamizu family is inherited through heredity. For example, Miyamizu Ichiba gave birth to Miyamizu Futsuba, and then the power was inherited by Miyamizu Futsuba. Then, Miyamizu Futsuba gave birth to Miyamizu Mitsuba, and the power was inherited by Miyamizu Mitsuba. However, an accident happened. A few years after Miyamizu Mitsuba was born, Miyamizu Yatsuba was born. 3 years after Miyamizu Yatsuba was born, Miyamizu Futsuba died. Inuhao believed that there should be a problem with the inheritance of power when Miyamizu Futsuba passed it on to Miyamizu Yatsuba. According to Inuhao's theory, the power of the Miyamizu family should have ended when Miyamizu Futsuba passed it on to Miyamizu Mitsuba. But the appearance of Miyamizu Yatsuba forced Miyamizu Futsuba to consider her little daughter. Therefore, the whole body's vitality was exhausted, allowing Miyamizu Yatsuba to have the possibility of inheriting the shrine. Originally, she shouldn't have died, otherwise, as a mother, Ichiha Miyamizu should have stopped Futaba Miyamizu. So, is there any accident in this? This situation reminds Inuhao of the holy separation of Waiwak. Because in a sense, the Miyamizu family is actually a Quincy with the same origin as Waiwak. Originally, the heirs of the Miyamizu family with special abilities would not be affected by the holy separation. But Futaba Miyamizu exhausted her vitality for Yatsuba Miyamizu, so the influence of the holy separation could not be ruled out. The sudden death of Futaba Miyamizu has led to the fact that Mitsuba Miyamizu and Yatsuba Miyamizu have no awakening of the inherited power. Inuhao believes that his guess is reasonable, but there is a lack of evidence to confirm it. As for the last third point, it is also a key point to support Inuhao's guess. That is Futaba Miyamizu's will. This is not a farewell forever. If it is mentioned separately, it seems that there is nothing to understand. However, if, according to Inuhao's conjecture, the death of Miyamizu Futaba was essentially due to the holiness of Waiwak, it seems to make sense. In a sense, Waiwak is the child of the Soul King. Then, because of the holiness, the power of the self is integrated into the body of Waiwak. Isn't it a different way of returning to the Soul King? Therefore, in the eyes of Miyamizu Futaba, this is not a farewell forever. She just returned to the arms of the god she had always served. What a sadness! Inuhao suddenly sighed. Even if it is recorded in the book that the Soul King asked the Miyamizu family to live a low-key life. However, the Miyamizu family seems to have been influenced by the relevant people. Perhaps, My arrival is because of the choice of the Soul King. Is the reason my specialness. Although it is very mysterious, Inuhao believes that perhaps it is because the Soul King noticed that the fate of Inuhao has changed, so he chose Inuhao. Fate. In the eyes of Inuhao, only by going through that moment of life and death can fate be changed. As for now, it's just my own entertainment. If you want to change your fate, you need to have enough power. Therefore, Inuhao must get the Eye of Adnes. At this moment, Inuhao realized that his self 3 years later had calculated his current self to the extreme. It made Inuhao completely unable to give up the power he was about to get. This made Inuhao have to think deeply. Inuhao, who has the power of the entry system, still feels that his power is not enough 3 years later. What exactly did he encounter? In an instant, a creepy feeling filled Inuhao's whole body. What exactly did my future self encounter? BD. After cursing in a low voice, Inuhao's tension was relieved a lot. After all, there are still 3 years before the unknown event occurs. Moreover, since Inuhao has integrated into the Eye of Adnes, the future will also change. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 Where the Divine Body is, 7/7. The next morning. It was about 6 o'clock, and the sun had just risen. Inuhao and Mitsuha Miyamizu had already started from the mountain road behind the shrine and headed towards the location of the body of the god enshrined in the shrine. In Inuhao's memory, the body of the god enshrined in Miyamizu shrine was in a COL. You need to climb to the highest point of the mountain and then go down along the path behind the mountain. The center of the COL is where the body of the god is. Finally, when the sun rose directly above, Mitsuha Miyamizu and Inuhao were already standing at the highest point of the mountain. Looking down at the scenery behind the mountain from a high place, Inuhao clearly found the location of the body of the god in his memory. It was a small cave formed by several boulders. Let's go. Inu-kun. Mitsuha Miyamizu pointed to the boulders in the COL and said, "That's where the body of the god is." Okay. After hearing what Mitsuha Miyamizu said, Inuhao withdrew his thoughts that he had just been thinking about. While overlooking the entire scenery behind the mountain, Inuhao suddenly realized that the formation of this COL should be similar to that caused by a meteorite impact. This reminded Inuhao of the process of the Eye of Adnes falling to the present world, just like a meteorite falling. The same scene made Inuhao think of the meteorite falling tonight. After walking through a lawn and wading through a stream, Mitsuha Miyamizu and Inuhao, the two finally stood in front of the divine body of Miyamizu shrine. Inu-kun. Mitsuha Miyamizu suddenly said, "Before we set off, Grandma told me that if Inu-kun wanted to go into the cave, you could only go in alone." Inuhao nodded, indicating that he understood. Even if Miyamizu Ichiha did not have such an arrangement, Inuhao would not let Mitsuha Miyamizu accompany him in. Because Inuhao was not sure what would happen when he stood in front of the Eye of Adnes. To be on the safe side, Inuhao of course needs to go in alone. After Inuhao and Mitsuha Miyamizu exchanged a glance, they went into the cave that could only accommodate one person. At the end of the cave, the body of the Miyamizu shrine was wrapped in a red rope. Under the body of the god was the Kukikamizaku that Inuhao, who had traveled to Mitsuha Miyamizu, had sent to the body of the god 2 days ago. According to his memory, Inuhao knew that this bowl of Kukikamizaku made by Mitsuha Miyamizu had the ability to twist time and space. However, Inuhao could not use this prop for the time being. At this time, Inuhao's attention was all on the rock representing the body of the god. On the front of the rock, the pattern of Eye of Adnes was engraved. Staring at the Eye of Adnes, Inuhao couldn't help but stretch out his right hand and touch the rock representing the Eye of Adnes. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of light lit up from the inside of the body of the god. Crack! 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 The rock representing the divine body began to gradually spread cracks. Boom! When the rock was full of cracks, it collapsed completely. Only the light above the original position still existed. But after the rock was broken, the light seemed to be restrained. The glare just now seemed to be intended to penetrate the rock. Inuhao covered his eyes with his right hand. The sudden flash just now made Inuhao's eyes blurry. Now, Inuhao's vision has recovered a little. He opened his eyes slightly and looked over. There was a spherical object floating at the location of the light. When Inuhao looked closely, the sphere looked like an eyeball. Without a doubt, this is one of the eyes of the Spirit King. That is the divine body enshrined in the Miyamizu Shrine, the Eye of Adnes. I saw that the Eye of Adnes slowly floated in front of Inuhao. This is... At this moment, Inuhao felt that the Eye of Adnes recognized its master. Gudong. The nervous Inuhao swallowed his saliva, and just when he was about to reach out to grab the Eye of Adnes actually avoided Inuhao's left hand. Then, it quickly rushed towards Inuhao's left eye. Swish! The moment that caught Inuhao off guard, the Eye of Adnes directly replaced his left eye. A cool feeling swept through Inuhao's brain. Then, Inuhao's sight came to the sky above the ozone layer. Boom! I saw a super large meteorite flying quickly past Inuhao. Inuhao quickly turned his head to look at the meteorite. Is that the comet that passed through the Earth tonight? Before Inuhao could think about whether his guess was correct, he saw that the super large meteorite was slowly approaching the Earth. Boom! The meteorite suddenly turned as if it had hit something. However, at the moment of turning, a piece of broken stone fell from the super large meteorite and rushed towards the surface of the Earth. Inuhao did not look at the place where the broken stone fell, because if nothing unexpected happened, it was Itamori town. Now, Inuhao was concerned about what the super large meteorite hit. With his sight zoomed in, Inuhao came to the sky where the super large meteorite had just made a sound of impact. That is, using the Eye of Adnes, Inuhao saw the thing that knocked the super large meteorite away. This is the Spirit King Palace. Inuhao was not wrong. The thing that just collided with the super large meteorite was the barrier of the Spirit King Palace. Hiss! Suddenly, Inuhao felt a sharp pain in his left eye, and he quickly covered his left eye and then closed his eyes. Then, the scene in front of him disappeared instantly, but before it disappeared, a monk-like figure flashed by. The stinging sensation disappeared quickly, and soon, Inuhao's left eye was enveloped by a cool feeling. At this moment, Inuhao knew that the Eye of Adnes had completely become his thing. And the scene just now was what would happen tonight. The Eye of Adnes allowed Inuhao to see why a comet that had just passed through the sky above the Earth suddenly dropped a meteorite and hit Itamori town. All this was just because the comet was too close to the Earth, causing the comet to hit the barrier of the Spirit King Palace. During this collision, the comet changed its course, but a meteorite on it broke away from the comet and rushed towards Itamori town under the gravity of the Earth. This was an accident in a coincidence. But is it really an accident? Inuhao's mind still has the last scene that the Eye of Adnes let Inuhao see. The monk figure has obvious features, and there is no doubt that it is real name call monk Ichibe Hisub. But if he did it, what is the purpose? Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab the top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 New Abilities, 1/7. The Miyamizu family seems to have other secrets. Inuhao thought. He shook his head. In the current situation, Inuhao didn't need to think too much. Soon, Inuhao was attracted by the ability of the Eye of Adnes in his left eye. Eye of Adnes, the left eye of the Soul King, an almost omniscient eye that can see everything about everyone and predict what will happen 12 hours later. It seems to have the omniscience of the Soul King. If you get it, you can know a lot of secrets. In addition to the abilities described in the entry, Inu Hao also felt that the Ryotsuo in his body was improving to a higher level. If nothing unexpected happens, Inu Hao will soon be promoted to the 8th level Ryotsuo and become the same as Izansuke and Yamamoto Genrisai. More importantly, Inu Hao 3 years later, after traveling to the memory of 3 years ago, has merged with the current Inu Hao. Except for some memories that are easy to affect the future being erased. What made Inu Hao laugh and cry was that the remaining memories were all related to Mitsuha Miyamizu. But, it's really too much. You didn't confess yourself, but you left this matter to me. Inu Hao leaned against the rock wall and slowly stood up. Pa. 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 After patting the dust off his body, Inu Hao walked out of the cave step by step. Outside the cave, Mitsuha Miyamizu was waiting anxiously. Ahem. After hearing the cough of Inu Hao behind him, Mitsuha Miyamizu turned around quickly and ran towards Inu Hao. Inu-kun, are you okay? Looking at Mitsuha Miyamizu, who was observing him nervously, Inu Hao finally understood at this moment. Regardless of whether there was a factor of time travel, the girl in front of him had already occupied an important position in his heart. Mitsuha. Inu Hao called Mitsuha Miyamizu affectionately, and then hugged her tightly in his arms. Hey! Miyazu Mitsuha was caught off guard by Inu Hao's sudden attack, and her hands suddenly seemed to be at a loss. Those memories related to you, I have remembered. Inu Hao's words instantly made Mitsuha's eyes red. Thank you for your hard work. Mitsuha. Thank you for finding me. Miyazu Mitsuha buried her head in Inu Hao's arms, shook her head and said, I thank you. I can meet you. The two stood on the grass hugging each other. The morning breeze blew gently. The dandelions and daisies around were swaying in the wind. After an unknown amount of time, Mitsuha whispered, Inu-kun, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking, how can we be together? Well? Aren't we together now? Miyazu Mitsuha looked up at Inu Hao's eyes, her face full of confusion. Inu Hao stretched out his right hand and stroked Mitsuha's hair that was messed up by the breeze. Mitsuha. With the help of the divine body of Miyamizu Shrine, I saw the future. The future? Yes. A comet will flow through the starry sky tonight. It will be beautiful. I really want to see it. Mitsuha Miyamizu pursed her lips, like a crescent moon, with a face full of expectation. However, Inu Hao's next words made Mitsuha Miyamizu's smile disappear. That comet will bring disaster to Itamori town. A devastating disaster. We have to find a way to stop it. Inu Hao looked at Mitsuha Miyamizu seriously. Yes. Mitsuha Miyamizu nodded heavily. As the heir of Miyamizu Shrine, Mitsuha Miyamizu naturally knew that in this matter, the Miyamizu family could not abandon everyone in Itamori town. On the way back to the Miyamizu family, Inu Hao told Mitsuha Miyamizu the details of a meteorite falling in Itamori town. However, Mitsuha Miyamizu did not have any good solution. In this matter, it seems that only adults can be asked for help. But Dad will never listen to my explanation on this matter. Inu Hao knew that what Mitsuha Miyamizu said was true. Because in Miyamizu Toshiki's view, this is feudal superstition. Although he himself is a folklorist, after marrying into the Miyamizu family, he became a priest. It is not difficult to make Miyamizu Toshiki understand. However, in Miyamizu Toshiki's view, it was feudal superstition that killed his wife. Therefore, Miyamizu Toshiki has a natural hatred for feudal superstition. This is why Miyamizu Toshiki entered the officialdom, because he wanted to destroy the feudal superstition that killed his wife. In Miyamizu Toshiki's view, predicting the future is a lie. If there is no definite evidence, he will not take any action. Because as the mayor of Itamori town, Miyamizu Toshiki is a bureaucrat himself. He needs to consider more things. Now, there are two solutions in front of Inu Hao. First, just like in the original work, let the residents of Itamori town take shelter in advance. Second, Inu Hao smashed the meteorite with his own strength. To elaborate on the first point, the most important thing to complete the shelter is to convince Miyamizu Toshiki. However, in Inu Hao's view, it is not difficult. Because Inu Hao is not an ordinary person, he has a way to make Miyamizu Toshiki agree. As for the second point, through the Eye of Agnes, Inu Hao has determined the size of the falling meteorite. It is probably a 1-ton boulder. If it is not falling, then Inu Hao can smash it without any doubt. Inu Hao has this ability. But the power generated by a 1-ton boulder falling from the universe is not so simple. Therefore, Inu Hao is not too sure. It would be better if the meteorite was a little smaller. But the fact is that Inu Hao is naturally not sure. If he was not sure, Inu Hao would not dare to put the lives of so many residents of Itamori town on his shoulders. No, maybe we can try. Inu Hao's eyes turned, and he seemed to have thought of a way. That is to change the route. Since there is no power to confront head-on, just change the route. And the location where the body of the god is enshrined in the Miyamizu shrine is just a perfect place to fall. However, just in case, Inu Hao decided to carry out both plans at the same time. Let the residents of Itamori town evacuate first to ensure their lives. Then Inu Hao will try again to ensure the losses. If Inu Hao fails, then it is no big deal. At least people's lives are saved. Since he wants to do it, Inu Hao will of course do the best. However, if he says this, he naturally cannot tell Miyamizu Mitsuha. If he says it, it will only make her worry for nothing. Inu-kun, what's wrong with you? Looking at Inu Hao, who has been silent, Miyamizu Mitsuha is a little nervous. She is afraid that Inu Hao will misunderstand that she doesn't want to help. But the fact is, she can't do anything. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44. The action begins, 2/7. Mitsuha. Inu Hao stopped and looked down at Miyamizu Mitsuha seriously. The two looked at each other. Inu Hao said to Miyamizu Mitsuha, "Mitsuha, wait a minute, let's go together. Uncle Miyamizu's place." But before Miyamizu Mitsuha could say anything, Inu Hao interrupted her. "I know Uncle Miyamizu doesn't believe what you said, but I'm here. We'll face it together." Inu Hao's words were like a reassurance pill, and Mitsuha Miyamizu's hanging heart instantly found a place to rest. "I know." After seeing Miyamizu Mitsuha nodded firmly, Inu Hao smiled and said, "However, before we act, we still need to find some helpers." "Hey? Helpers?" At the moment when Miyamizu Mitsuha was surprised, Inu Hao took her right hand and walked towards the homes of Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara. Mitsuha. Inu Hao. Coincidentally, after walking a few steps, Inu Hao and Mitsuha Miyamizu saw Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara. What a coincidence! Sayaka. Teshigawara. Inu Hao smiled and greeted them. "We need your help." Oh. Neither Sayaka Natori nor Katsuhiko Teshigawara cared about what Inu Hao said. What they cared about was why Inu Hao suddenly became so familiar. Moreover, this way of greeting looked very familiar. Hehe. Mitsuha Miyamizu saw the expressions of the two. She naturally knew why. After exchanging bodies with Inu Hao 3 years later, Inu Hao 3 years later naturally used his own identity to deal with Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara. When Inu Hao's memory was restored, he was naturally familiar with the two people in front of him. On the contrary, Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara, who knew nothing, would feel strange about Anuha's sudden change of attitude. Sayaka Natori, as a close friend, naturally saw Mitsuha Miyamizu's little action. With a raised eyebrow, Sayaka Natori immediately pulled Mitsuha Miyamizu, who was tightly holding Anuha, to her side. "Hey? What are you doing, Sayaka?" Mitsuha Miyamizu was confused when she saw Sayaka Natori's action. Sayaka Natori pulled Mitsuha Miyamizu for a distance, and there was a distance between Katsuhiko Teshigawara and Anuha. It was obvious that these two close friends had something to say in private. Katsuhiko Teshigawara shrugged at Anuha, looking helpless. In fact, Katsuhiko Teshigawara didn't have too many thoughts about Anuha's sudden change of attitude. And he felt a little familiar with it, so he thought it was pretty good. "Hey!" Katsuhiko Teshigawara nudged Anuha's arm and whispered, "Are you and Mitsuha together?" Anuha nodded, then smiled, and said, "But I haven't officially confessed yet. I'm still looking for an opportunity." "Oh, is that so? You're from Tokyo after all. I have ideas." Katsuhiko Teshigawara glanced at Anuha and muttered. On the other side, Sayaka Natori whispered to Mitsuha Miyamizu, "What's going on? That boy? How come his attitude changed completely overnight?" Then, Sayaka Natori turned her head and looked at Anuha strangely, then whispered to Mitsuha Miyamizu, "You didn't ask Grandma Ichiha for advice and then cast a spell on him, did you?" "What? Hayaka?" Miyamizu Mitsuha was speechless about Natori Hayaka's idea. Now, Mitsuha also knew that her family's shrine was indeed a bit mysterious, but her family had never taught her those things. "Okay. Hayaka," Miyamizu Mitsuha said seriously, "next, Inu-kun has a plan and needs your help. Of course, we will explain the specific reasons to you." Seeing Mitsuha's serious expression, Natori Hayaka agreed. The two came to Anuha, and Natori Hayaka said to Anuha, "Although I don't know what Sanyi did to you, I hope you forgive her, she just wants to fall in love." "Hey!" Anuha looked at Natori Hayaka and Mitsuha strangely. "Hayaka!" Before Anuha said anything, Mitsuha shouted angrily. However, the lovely Mitsuha, no matter how angry she was not scary. Okay. I surrender." Natori Sayaka raised her hands in surrender. "Humph." Miyamizu Mitsuha put her hands on her waist and turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to her. Natori Sayaka didn't care either. They were old friends for many years, so they didn't need to care so much about each other. "What do you need our help with? Let me make it clear first, if you can't convince me and the Imperial Envoy, we won't agree." Hearing what Natori Sayaka said, the Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko, who had no idea what was going on, was stunned at first, and then quickly responded, "That's right. If you don't convince us, we won't agree. Not even Mitsuha." "Imperial Envoy!" Miyamizu Mitsuha roared with a blushing face again. After playing, the four of them returned to the Miyamizu family. On the second floor, Mitsuha's room. Miyamizu Mitsuha and Natori Sayaka, as well as Anuha and Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko, all sat cross-legged on the tatami. Then, a story about Anuha and Mitsuha Miyamizu swapping bodies and traveling through time was slowly told to Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara. A few minutes later, compared to the sweetness of Anuha and Mitsuha Miyamizu, Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara looked as if they had eaten something unclean, and their faces were ugly. Sayaka Natori and Katsuhiko Teshigawara were not choked by the sweetness of Anuha and Mitsuha Miyamizu. Instead, they felt that they were too much. They were obviously friends, so there was nothing wrong with helping each other. But they played this travel drama, which seemed too much. In order to make them agree to help, they ended up making up such an outrageous reason. Even if it was a little more normal, the two would not react so much. "Mitsuha, you are meaningless like this. The things you said are simply too outrageous. Sayaka Natori said very dissatisfiedly. Sayaka, Imperial Envoy. You know the magic of our Miyamizu shrine. I have no reason to lie to you. Miyazu Mitsuha said seriously. After seeing Miyamizu Mitsuha's serious expression, the two began to think about what Miyamizu Mitsuha and Anuhao said. In other words, the person who rescued me that day was actually you. Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko looked at Anuhao and asked seriously. Ah. That's right. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45 Confrontation, 3/7. Ah. That's right. Anuhao said with a smile, I regret not taking a picture of your surprised face with my phone. Tisk. Hearing what Anuhao said, Teshigawara Katsuhiko curled his lips and said, You know, you were Mitsuha at that time. Sayaka, can you believe it? Mitsuha's frail body actually lifted up a cement stone that was 100 times heavier than her. Anyone would be shocked. Yes. Natori Sayaka also said with a smile, not only the Teshi, but everyone in the school saw it. Super powerful high school girl, Mitsuha Miyamizu. Afterwards, it spread throughout the town. Hee. 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 Mitsuha Miyamizu's face, which had originally mocked the Teshi, stiffened. No wonder she felt that everyone looked at her strangely after that day. She thought it was another round of bullying, but she didn't expect it to be social death. That's really not as good as bullying. Mitsuha Miyamizu thought. At this moment, she was crying without tears. The fun was over, and it was time to get down to business. So, in order to allow all the residents of the town to evacuate, we need to make two preparations. Anuhao said seriously. First, Mitsuha and I will go to the town hall to persuade Uncle Miyamizu to cooperate with us. But we don't know how long it will take to persuade Uncle Miyamizu, so in order not to affect the evacuation, we need Sayaka and the Imperial Envoy to help us gain control of the school radio station. At the critical moment, broadcast the evacuation notice to the whole town through the school radio station. Anuhao looked at Natori Sayaka seriously and said, Sayaka, you are a member of the radio station, so you are the key to this plan. The Imperial Envoy is responsible for helping you. But it mainly depends on you. Natori Sayaka and the Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko looked at each other, with fear in their eyes. This is not surprising. After all, a few days ago, everyone was still a good student who attended classes seriously, but now they have to start doing big things. Without the slightest precaution, without the slightest concern, she just broke into the world where she was going to do great things. That. As the main force behind the back, Natori Sayaka looked worried. If we do this, won't the adults scold us afterwards? No. Before Miyamizu Mitsuha and Anuhao could say anything, Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko said firmly. When you become the savior, all criticism and denial will be blown away by the wind like dandelions. Only respect and admiration will remain. While speaking, Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko patted Natori Sayaka on the shoulder. Come on. Savior. That's enough. I'll do it. Natori Sayaka covered her face, feeling a little excited and a little scared. Her blushing face showed her expectation for this matter. Anuhao and Miyamizu Mitsuha smiled at each other. This matter is done. Next, it is the most difficult step in the positive plan. Go to the town hall and convince Miyamizu Toshiki. Because the school radio station's broadcast line is controlled by the town hall. Therefore, there is a risk of being cut off by the town hall. Therefore, hope cannot be completely put on Sayaka Natori. The key point is still Miyamizu Toshiki. Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko entered the school radio station, which was just a backup plan, just in case. The troops were divided into two groups. Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko went to the school radio station. Inuhao and Mitsuha Miyamizu went to the town hall to persuade Miyamizu Toshiki. However, before going to the town hall, Inuhao asked Mitsuha Miyamizu to bring Miyamizu Ichiha and Miyamizu Yatsuha with him. After all, the riots at that time must have been quite big. It was not safe to let Miyamizu Ichiha and Miyamizu Yatsuha, who were old and children, be alone together. Such a reason was obviously recognized by Miyamizu Mitsuha. Therefore, the team that went to the town hall to find Miyamizu Toshiki became a family of the Miyamizu family. As for Inuhao himself, he could barely be considered a member of the Miyamizu family. Inuhao thought with a bit of shamelessness. Arriving at the building of the town hall, Inuhao and his party, led by Mitsuha Miyamizu, walked towards the mayor's office on the second floor. When they were about to reach the door of the office, they happened to meet the secretary who had just come out of the mayor's office. "Miss Shizuko, is Dad in there?" Secretary Shizuko smiled and said to Mitsuha Miyamizu, "Yes. Mayor Miyamizu has just finished a job and is resting now. Do you have anything to do? We just came to discuss some things with Uncle Miyamizu." "Sorry to bother, Miss Secretary." Inuhao suddenly interrupted. According to convention, secretaries usually refuse some meetings that are not important to the mayor. This is her job. Therefore, in order to avoid similar things, Inuhao went straight to the point. And also emphasized that she was just a secretary, don't meddle in other people's business. After hearing what Inuhao said, Secretary Shizuko didn't talk nonsense, and directly opened the door of the office and let them in. After all, she was just a secretary. "Miss Shizuko, what's up?" Seeing the secretary who had just left open the door of her office again, Miyamizu Toshiki asked in surprise. "Uncle Miyamizu, Mitsuha and I have something to discuss with you," Inuhao said before the secretary spoke. This was not to show off, but to help the secretary out. It was the secretary's inadequate work to allow people who were not related to the work to enter without permission. And Inuhao spoke first and showed a tough attitude, just to let others see that it was not that the secretary did not do his job well, but that the secretary could not stop him. In this way, to some extent, the secretary's fault would be smaller. Obviously, this approach was thanked by the secretary. Inuhao saw gratitude in the secretary's smiling eyes. However, when Miyamizu Toshiki saw Miyamizu Ichiha, Miyamizu Mitsuha, and Miyamizu Yatsuha, he was no longer in the mood to think about the secretary's inaction. Especially when he saw Inuhao. "You? Why are you here?" Miyamizu Toshiki glanced at Inuhao, then turned his head to look at the three grandparents of the Miyamizu family. "Mother, and Mitsuha, Yatsuha, why are you here too?" After seeing Inuhao's encouraging eyes, Miyamizu Mitsuha said to her father. "Dad, I have something important to tell you." After seeing his daughter's tough and serious attitude, Miyamizu Toshiki nodded and asked her to continue. "Dad, we need to let the residents take shelter. Tonight, the meteorite will fall into our Itamori town. Please give flowers. Please give monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 46 Persuasion, 4/7. That meteorite will destroy the entire Itamori town. If you are prepared now, there is still time. Dad. Looking at the excited Mitsuha Miyamizu, Toshiki Miyamizu could no longer hold back his anger. Bang! Miyamizu Toshiki clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the desk. Enough! Mitsuha. Miyamizu Toshiki closed his eyes and said impatiently, "I will think you are ignorant and made a joke in front of me. Now, immediately, go home." And Miyamizu Toshiki opened his eyes, looked at his mother-in-law, and said in a stiff tone, "Mother." I said, don't teach my daughters these feudal things. It's these things. That's why ye. The sudden sob made Toshiki Miyamizu not finish his words. However, the disgust for the so-called gods in his words has been clearly shown. Miyamizu Ichi has heard these words of Toshiki Miyamizu many times. However, this does not affect her teaching of the heir of the shrine. What I taught is necessary to inherit the Miyamizu shrine. I don't think I did anything wrong. And Miyazu Ichiha, who was originally gentle and soft-spoken, suddenly said seriously. Miyamizu, those words just now were not taught by me, but those words were the revelations that Miyamizu got from the gods. Miyazu Ichiha's words with deep meaning made Miyamizu Toshiki stunned. As the son-in-law of the Miyamizu family, Miyamizu Toshiki is still very clear about most of the things of the Miyamizu family. Not to mention that he was a folklorist before and had done in-depth research on this. In his previous research materials, there were events that the Miyamizu family so-called predicted. Although the results all showed the correctness of the so-called prediction. However, now is an era that emphasizes science and evidence. Who knows the truth of those records? Miyazu Toshiki, who used to be a folklorist, naturally understands that many things that appear to be true may be deliberately seen by people. Many years ago, with the prestige of the Miyamizu family, it was natural to fool those ignorant ordinary people. Then, it was natural to let them tell lies. Over time, the falsehood became true. Many superficial information cannot be completely trusted. And how could Miyamizu Toshiki, who was familiar with these operations, believe those so-called prophecies? More importantly, feudal superstitions have caused great harm to people. The death of his wife was the most unforgettable thing for him. Humph! Miyamizu Toshiki snorted coldly and said, anyway, I won't believe in the so-called prophecy. Unless you can produce evidence. As soon as Miyamizu Toshiki said this, Miyamizu Mitsuha's expression changed immediately. Because there is no so-called evidence for this kind of thing. Asking them to produce evidence is equivalent to a disguised rejection. Enough. Miyamizu Mitsuha was angered by Miyamizu Toshiki's words and said angrily. Anyway, you just can't stand what your mother values. Obviously everyone worked hard for the shrine. At this time, tears could no longer be stopped from falling from Miyamizu Mitsuha's eyes. Originally, when Miyamizu Mitsuha heard the first half of her words, Miyamizu Toshiki had just raised his right hand, and he wanted to slap Miyamizu Mitsuha. However, after Miyamizu Mitsuha said the latter part, Miyamizu Toshiki put his hand down. After all, his daughter was not wrong. Hey! Miyazu Toshiki sat down in the armchair with a tired look. At this time, Inuhao used the handkerchief in his hand to personally wipe the tears from Miyamizu Mitsuha's face. Then he slowly turned around and spoke. Uncle Miyamizu, if you say, for the sake of Aunt Iryi, can you help us once? Miyamizu Toshiki looked at Inuhao in front of him, as if he saw his former self. He was deeply entangled by the cause and effect of the Miyamizu family and could not extricate himself. Don't you regret it? For some reason, Miyamizu Toshiki said this to Inuhao. Even if you lose your favorite. Inuhao smiled at Miyamizu Toshiki, and then raised his right hand that was tightly holding Miyamizu Mitsuha's left hand. I will never let her leave my hand. Looking at the hands tightly held together, Miyamizu Toshiki seemed to see Miyamizu Futsuha for a moment. That face that he never regretted. Iryi. Hat. Miyazu Toshiki laughed at himself and said, since I saw Sanyi's abnormality that day, I knew that the curse of the Miyamizu family has started again. The kind of curse that makes people want to die. Uncle. That's not a curse. Inuhao said seriously, that is a wonderful fate. How many times can you fight in life? For the one you love, it's worth it. After all, she is the favorite after crossing tens of trillions of people. Miyazu Toshiki looked at Inuhao, and his eyes changed instantly and became serious. Do you really think so? Yes. Inuhao nodded without hesitation. Really? Miyazu Toshiki stood up from the armchair and straightened his messy clothes. Then, he said solemnly, then, can I hand Sanyi to you? I will take good care of her. I promise. Remember to change your surname. After that, Miyamizu Toshiki picked up the landline on the desk and dialed the internal line. It's me. Notify everyone that an evacuation will be conducted before the autumn festival tonight. Take it seriously. Evacuation location. As he spoke, Miyamizu Toshiki glanced at Inuhao. School playground. Inuhao whispered. School playground. Remember to notify everyone. Remember, it's all the units in the department who are guarding the town. Looking at her father who chose to believe in her, Miyamizu Mitsuha's face was full of smiles. However, what Miyamizu Toshiki and Inuhao said just now made Miyamizu Mitsuha blush. So. Suddenly, Miyamizu Yatsuha said, Inu brother will be my brother-in-law in the future? Is that right? Sister. Looking at Miyamizu Yatsuha's disrespectful appearance, Miyamizu Mitsuha's originally blushing face became even redder. Shut up. Dad asked Inu brother to change his surname. Miyamizu brother. Ah. Shut up. Yatsuha. Miyamizu Mitsuha immediately rushed towards Miyamizu Yatsuha. The smile on the face of Miyamizu Ichiha beside her showed her satisfaction. Especially Miyamizu Toshiki's words about changing the surname touched the old lady's heart. Perhaps, at this moment, Miyamizu Toshiki seemed to have a little relief about Miyamizu Futaba's death. His eyes finally fell on his children. Especially Miyamizu Mitsuha's temper was very similar to his wife's, and Miyamizu Toshiki was really worried. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 47, The Awakening of the Witch, 5/7. Notice from the town office. Before the start of the autumn festival tonight, the entire town of Zishao will perform an evacuation play. The play includes all residents, units, and schools in Zishao town. The evacuation site is the playground of the middle school. Please take it seriously. Repeat. Notice from the town office. Before the start of the autumn festival tonight, the entire town of Zishao will perform an evacuation play. The play includes all residents, units, and schools in Zishao town. The evacuation site is the playground of the middle school. Please take it seriously. After hearing the broadcast from the town office, the people in Zishao town who were busy preparing for the autumn festival tonight were stunned. However, some elderly people, after hearing such a statement, put down their work and walked towards their homes. Uncle Murakami, where are you going? It's still early. The play hasn't started yet, let's set up the stall first. That's right. Uncle Ueda, there's no need to be so anxious. Uncle Hanmura. For a while, almost all the younger generations were persuading the older generation. Ahem. All right. At this time, an old man with a pipe in his mouth came out. Mr. Hirata. The shouts were sparse, but it was clear that the old man named Hirata had some reputation. The old man named Hirata stood in the middle of the street and said to everyone present, or rather, to the young people who didn't quite understand. We are in Itamo town. A long time ago, every family had a family motto. That is, once the shrine maiden of the Miyamizu shrine began to awaken, then disaster would come. And at this time, what we should do is to obey the orders of the Miyamizu family and take refuge. Under the guidance of the Miyamizu family, we can survive the impending disaster. At this time, the young man on the side said, Mr. Hirata, what era is it now? Why do you still believe in this? Ha! Old man Hirata laughed, and then said, of course we know this. But, just based on the fact that the Miyamizu Shrine allowed us to survive those times, the friendship of coming, and we are still willing to do it. I can say so. When the asylum is about to come, the elders in your family will definitely find you. A few days ago, the abnormal move of the Seinyi was the witch's awakening. For a time, everyone thought of the rumor that the teaching building collapsed that day, and the 3 leaves of the palace water opened. Is that rumor? I wanted to believe it. But why is it notified by the town office? Stupid. The old man of Haitian reminded, our mayor, the surname of Gong Shui. Little a hole. After that, the old man Hirata left the venue of the autumn festival day. Some old people followed closely. Soon, only young people were left on the street. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the cell phone of one of the young people rang. Gudong. Kosuk swallowed his saliva. Everyone's eyes were all on him. He was still a little nervous. Kosuk took out his cell phone and looked at the contact. Yes, it's Dad. Kosuk's father is actually the same generation as Hirata. It's just that Kosuk was born late, so he is very young. Ding. Out of fear of his father, Kosuk subconsciously pressed the answer button. Idiot. Go home and pack your things. What are you still dawdling about? Yes. Yes, I know. Kosuk hung up the phone, looked at everyone and said, I'm going back. However, before leaving, Kosuk said seriously, well, everyone knows who my dad is. He doesn't even go to the shrine on weekdays, but now he wants me to go home and pack my things. Kosuk didn't say anything extra. He turned around and ran home. As Kosuk left, some young people also left. In the end, there were only 4 or 5 people left, and they all looked at Oda. I don't. Ding ding ding. Oda's cell phone rang. Take a look. My dad. Hello. Dad. Instantly, curses came from the phone. A hole. Don't want to die. Come back soon. A hole who wants money but not life. Wife, take the passbook and other things, and. Beep beep beep. Before Oda could say anything, the phone was hastily hung up. The atmosphere at the scene instantly cooled down. Oda's dad, the young people present were very familiar with him. That was a gangster in the past. He not only smashed the shrine, but also dared to take the shrine's money. However, even such a person was packing up at this time. There was no need to say anything more. The idea of running away arose in my heart. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Oda, who was a little embarrassed, shouted loudly, hurry up. Waiting to die. Ah. Go. Yes, yes. Go. The vendor street on the autumn festival was suddenly cold and no one was there. Compared to the deserted town, the school playground was much more lively. Hey! Old woman, have you seen my fan? Oh no! I forgot to bring the charger. Haha! I deliberately didn't bring my homework. Smart man! It's lively tonight. By the way, wouldn't it be nice for everyone to watch the comet together? What a great atmosphere! In the school radio station, Sayaka Natori, who was no longer useful, was lazily eating snacks. I really admire Mitsuha. She actually convinced her father, said Katsuhiko Teshigawara. Ha! Sayaka Natori put down the snacks, stretched, and yawned. But, do you think what Mitsuha said is true? Katsuhiko Teshigawara was silent for a moment, and said, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but my dad told me to listen to Mitsuha. Yes. It's the same in my family. Sayaka Natori said, it seems that after rescuing you from the ruins of the school building, many adults in the town have completely changed their attitude towards Mitsuha. Yes. Mitsuha-sama and so on, even my grandmother said so. Katsuhiko Teshigawara crossed his arms and looked at Mitsuha Miyamizu, who was busy on the playground. Puchi. Looking at Katsuhiko Teshigawara's serious expression, Sayaka Natori smiled and said, "Teshi. What are you worried about? Please give me flowers. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you for your support. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48 Prayer, 6/7. I was thinking, if a meteorite really falls tonight, then..." Katsuhiko Imperial Envoy Kawahara turned around and looked at Sayaka Natori, saying, "How do you think the Shrine Maiden of Miyamizu Shrine, Lady Mitsuha, will reward her loyal subordinates afterwards?" "Subordinates? You? Imperial Envoy Guard? Ha ha ha." Sayaka Natori laughed. "No, no, no." Katsuhiko Imperial Envoy Kawahara shook his head and said, "Mr. Natori. I am the sword-carrying guard of Lady Mitsuha. Please give me your advice." "Ahem." Sayaka Natori adjusted her posture and said seriously, "I am the personal maid of Lady Mitsuha, please give me your advice." "Imperial Envoy Guard. Ha ha ha. ×2. As soon as the words fell, the two couldn't help laughing at each other. Crack. Miyamizu Mitsuha pushed open the door of the broadcasting station and instantly saw an unbearable scene. "Excuse me." Bang. Miyamizu Mitsuha instantly pulled the door and closed it. "Mitsuha." Natori Sayaka hurriedly opened the door and went out. Although Natori Sayaka and Teshigawara Katsuhiko are boyfriend and girlfriend, this matter is ultimately a misunderstanding. In the school radio station, Mitsuha Miyamizu listened to Natori Sayaka's explanation expressionlessly. "So, it's all a misunderstanding?" Mitsuha Miyamizu asked again, "Is there really no passion burning?" "No." ×2. The two shook their heads quickly. Tisk. Mitsuha Miyamizu crossed her arms and said with a bored face, "I thought you were deeply in love and couldn't extricate yourself." Boring. They are all bad friends, and everything they say is wrong. By the way, Mitsuha, did you come to us to ask us to help you with something? Natori Sayaka asked, changing the subject. Hearing Natori Sayaka ask this, Mitsuha Miyamizu frowned slightly and said, "Grandma." As she said that, Mitsuha Miyamizu leaned close to Natori Sayaka's ear and whispered. This made Teshigawara Katsuhiko on the side very curious. While scratching his head, he slowly moved closer in a pretentious manner. Before the Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko heard anything, he heard Natori Sayaka say in surprise, "Really?" Miyazu Mitsuha nodded. "What do you think we should do? There are so many people, I'm too nervous." At this time, Mitsuha's heart was beating so fast that Natori Sayaka could hear it. "Mitsuha. Are you ready?" Miyazu Uchiha brought Mitsuha Miyamizu, who had already changed into the Shrine Maiden costume, to Mitsuha Miyamizu and said, "Grandma, are you really going to do this?" Miyazu Mitsuha asked nervously, holding her beating heart. "Yes." Miyazu Uchiha said affirmatively. Before a disaster strikes, as a Shrine Maiden of Miyamizu Shrine, you need to pray for everyone in front of everyone. This is an eternal tradition. It is also the tradition of our Miyamizu family. This is a responsibility you cannot escape. Mitsuha. As he said this, before Miyamizu Mitsuha could react, the Shrine Maiden's clothes were already placed in front of her. Seeing this, Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko knew that he should leave. As the only male Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko left, Miyamizu Uchiha closed the door. Then, with the help of the three people, Miyamizu Mitsuha had no room for refusal and changed into the Shrine Maiden's clothes. Crack. After a while, the door of the radio station opened. Inuhao and Teshigawara Katsuhiko, who were waiting outside the door, were both amazed by Mitsuhami Amizu, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes. Inuhao looked at Mitsuhami Amizu, who was dressed like this, and said with a smile on his face, "Believe in yourself." As he said that, Inuhao put the bone jade tied with a rope on Mitsuhami Amizu's neck. The bone jade flickered on Mitsuhami Amizu's chest. "It will bring you good luck." Yet, at this moment, Mitsuhami Amizu seemed full of strength. Looking at Mitsuhami Amizu's back, Ichihami Amizu whispered, "It's time to do what you want to do. If you have the confidence." "I know, Grandma." Ichihami Amizu nodded to Inuhao with satisfaction, and followed the footsteps of the two granddaughters. After a while, the sound of a clapper hitting resounded throughout the noisy playground. Bang 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 bang. As Mitsuhami Amizu came out in a shrine maiden costume, the elderly were stunned. "Is that Lady Futaba? She really looks like her. Haha. She's really old. Lady Futaba's daughter, Lady Mitsuha, has grown up so much." The younger generation was discussing in a low-key manner. "She's showing off again. Tisk. I heard that the autumn festival was ruined by her. It's best to talk quietly. If the adults hear it, you'll get beaten." When Mitsuhami Amizu led Yatsuhami Amizu to stand in the middle of the crowd, Toshiki Amizu, dressed as a priest, stood behind his two daughters. After a while, the other priests affiliated with Miyamizu Shrine were also in place. 2. The music started. The dance of praying for peace to the gods was performed vividly in front of everyone as Mitsuhami Amizu contracted and released her dance. For some reason, after seeing such a dance, the people who were originally restless calmed down instantly. The older generation had already closed their eyes and prayed. As Mitsuhami Amizu continued to dance, the bone jade on her chest began to glow with fluorescence. As Mitsuhami Amizu danced in circles, the bone jade turned into stars and drifted around. When the stardust slowly fell on everyone's hair, shoulders, clothes, palms, a power of calming the mind and enlightening the gods filled everyone. At this moment, even those young people who originally did not believe in these things began to kneel down to Mitsuhami Amizu. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a miracle is hard to say is fake. It seems that the bone jade has worked. At this time, Inuhao, who was standing on the rooftop of the school, muttered. After a night of research, Inuhao finally discovered the secret of the bone jade. It is not just a bone jade for guidance. Its true form is actually a talisman. The virtual bone mask is used as jade, and talismans are carved on it, turning it into a jade talisman that can attract spiritual power. This is a very advanced skill and knowledge. It turns out that I have mastered such an ability 3 years later. When Inuhao consulted the ancient books collected by the Gongshui family, he learned the function of such a jade talisman. This is a jade talisman that has the effect of calming the breath and concentrating the mind. Obviously, this jade talisman can only play an important role in specific occasions. When Gong Shui Yi said that he wanted to dance and pray for blessings, Inuhao knew what the purpose of leaving this jade talisman for himself 3 years later was. Request flowers. Request monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49. A comet passes by, 7/7. Although the people of Itamori town thought that Mitsuhami Amizu had awakened as the shrine maiden of this generation because of the time travel. However, if Mitsuhami Amizu wants to reach the level of Mitsuhami Amizu, it is still too early for her. In addition to the fact that no one taught her since childhood, the more important reason is that Mitsuhami Amizu is old and has no energy to teach her two granddaughters. Although all the important things were taught to Mitsuhami Amizu before Mitsuhami Amizu died, and Mitsuhami Amizu will pass them to Mitsuhami Amizu Yatsuha in the future. However, Mitsuhami Amizu is still alive. Why doesn't Mitsuhami Amizu let her mother Mitsuhami Amizu teach? There is only one reason, the inheritance of power requires the closest blood. This led to Mitsuha Miyamizu's efforts for many years, but she could not reach the ability of Mitsuha Miyamizu. Perhaps it is for this reason that Mitsuha Miyamizu has never been harsher than Mitsuha Miyamizu in the affairs of the shrine. Of course, there is another important reason. That is, the awakening of the Shrine Maiden of Miyamizu Shrine is a transformation. After awakening, the power will grow rapidly. Therefore, Miyamizu Ichiha and Miyamizu Futaba did not worry about the prestige of Miyamizu Shrine. Because, as long as there is an heir, there will be no such problems. Night has fallen. The comet that has long been reported in the news is quietly crossing the starry sky. Just as everyone in the world is admiring the beautiful comet. At the tail of the comet, a meteorite broke away from the comet and deviated from its original orbit, rushing towards Tokyo. The meteorite fell very quickly. A few seconds later, the residents of Itamori town stood on the playground, staring blankly at the meteorite that was about to fall in the center of the town. The meteorite fell. It's really a disaster. Thanks to Master Mitsuha. The half-believing and half-doubting young people looked at each other in various postures. Did she really say it right? She knew something that even the experts didn't expect. No wonder the Miyamizu family is so prestigious in Itamori town. They are so prestigious, that's their ability. Damn it! I didn't believe it. My little treasury is still on the 39th page of the 5th book in the second drawer of the third layer of the third bookcase at home. Idiot! Although it was not said explicitly, the distance of the people around him said it all. People who can't see the situation clearly are annoying everywhere. On the rooftop, Inuha was moving his wrists and ankles. He was making the final preparations. Inuha had thought about it. As long as a force is applied to the side of the meteorite, it doesn't have to be as strong as the falling force, and the entire meteorite can be deflected. However, this timing is very important. Because the closer to the ground, the greater the force Inuha needs to apply. Looking at the meteorite that is about to pass through the clouds, Inuha knows that he has to prepare. When Inuha saw the right moment and was about to burst out Ryutsu, a sharp sound of pushing the door interrupted Inuha. Creaky. The iron door on the rooftop was pushed open. Inu-kun. The person who came was Mitsuha Miyamizu, who had not even had time to change her shrine maiden costume. Mitsuha. Inuha said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Hey! Hey! Mitsuha Miyamizu ran to Inuha and said, "Grandma told me." Inuha was stunned, then raised the corners of his mouth, while stroking Mitsuha Miyamizu's messy hair, he said, "Grandma. Really, I asked her to keep it a secret for me." Snap! Mitsuha Miyamizu tightly grasped Inuha's hand that was stroking her hair. She said very seriously, "Enough. Inu-kun, we have done enough. We saved the people of Itamori town. We don't need to do anything else." Inuha shook his head and said, "No. No. Why?" Miyazu Mitsuha shouted excitedly, "Why not?" "Because." Inuha put his left eye in front of Mitsuha Miyamizu. The left eye was covered by an unknown but active magic circle, and it flashed with starlight from time to time. "This is..." Miyazu Mitsuha was stunned and asked subconsciously. "Ah. It looks familiar." Inuha smiled and said, "This is the divine body of Miyamizu Shrine. In exchange, my guarantee is to protect the entire town from being destroyed." "But..." "Shh." Inuha covered Mitsuha Miyamizu's mouth with his right hand. "Listen to me, Mitsuha. I've thought about it, this is not that difficult. Don't underestimate me. You haven't seen all my abilities yet. Don't worry, Mitsuha. I will come back intact." After saying that, Inuha covered Mitsuha Miyamizu's right hand and slowly let go. Suddenly, Inuha lowered his head and kissed Mitsuha Miyamizu's mouth. "I like it. I like you, Mitsuha." Bang! Inuhao gently patted Mitsuha Miyamizu's neck, and Mitsuha Miyamizu fainted in an instant. Laying Mitsuha Miyamizu flat slowly, Inuhao looked up at the meteorite that was about to fall. Hat. Inuhao smiled lightly, and the Ryotsu in his body suddenly burst out. Boom! The huge Ryotsu surged out of Inuhao's body. For a moment, it was as if the whole world was still. Bang! The spirit under his feet exploded instantly, and the huge thrust pushed Inuhao to fly quickly towards the meteorite. In less than a second, Inuhao was already close to the meteorite. Fist bone, 100 punches. Bang! Bang 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 bang. It looks like a simple straight punch, but in just half a second, Inuhao has already hit the meteorite with hundreds of punches. The combined force of these hundreds of punches only made the meteorite deviate a little bit. This may be enough, or it may not be enough. In order to ensure that it is enough, Inuhao sticks closely to the meteorite and descends at the same speed. Boom! In an instant, as the speed increases, Inuhao turns into a fireman in the blink of an eye. At this time, many people on the school playground in Itamori town saw that the meteorite suddenly changed its path. Look! The meteorite is heading towards the back mountain. Will it avoid Itamori town? Be sure to avoid it. Hey! That trajectory will hit the shrine, right? Although it is a visual estimate, everyone knows in their hearts that this is true. There is a high probability that the Miyamizu shrine, which has stood in Itamori town for many years, will be destroyed. Please change the route. Even if it means destroying Itamori town. Please. At this moment, the people of Itamori town put their hands together and silently prayed in their hearts. And Inuhao, who was close to the meteorite, naturally saw that the deviation of the trajectory was not enough. It seems that we need to push it. Thinking of this, Inuhao did not dare to hesitate, and pushed his feet hard to pull a distance from the meteorite. Please give flowers. Please give monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. It will be on the shelves tomorrow morning. Thank you for your support. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 50 Miracle. Boom. At this time, Inuhao's Ryotsu burst out again. He needs to exert a greater force on this meteorite to make it deviate. Time waits for no one. Inuhao did not hesitate at all. After charging, he rushed towards the meteorite. Fistbone Dragon Soar. Boom. The whole body Ryotsu is agile, and it instantly turns into a dragon. The dragon head covers Inuhao's whole body. The dragon body and dragon tail, because of insufficient Ryotsu, only have a few tassels. But now for Inuhao, it is enough. Boom. Inuhao turned into a dragon head and rushed towards the meteorite. Ha! The dragon head pushed hard. Boom. The meteorite's orbit deviated. And Inuhao, exhausted, fell straight from the air. However, in front of the meteorite, Inuhao became so small. Deviated. The meteorite deviated. Great. Thank you for the blessing of God. This is a miracle. The lively voice woke up Miyamizu Mitsuha, who was unconscious on the rooftop. The moment she opened her eyes. Inu-kun. Looking around, there was no one. Miyazu Mitsuha stood up quickly. While unconscious, she heard people shouting on the playground. Deviated? Did the meteorite deviate? Miyazu Mitsuha looked up quickly. Sure enough, the meteorite was now falling towards the deep mountains behind the Miyamizu shrine. Inu-kun. It seemed to be a familiar figure, falling straight from the sky. Miyazu Mitsuha rubbed her eyes quickly, and when she looked again, there was nothing. Plop. Suddenly, Miyamizu Mitsuha felt a sound of falling into the water. Looking back suddenly. On the lake not far away, ripples were constantly echoing. Boom. The meteorite collided with the deep mountain. The huge impact force was blocked by the hill behind the Kansui shrine. Boom! But because of this, the surrounding mountains began to shake. It came quickly and went quickly. In less than a minute, the shaking stopped. After a few minutes, nothing happened. There is no doubt that the impact of the meteorite is over. At this time, the broadcast in the school began to sound. Due to the meteorite falling, in order to avoid unnecessary danger, all members will temporarily stay on the playground and wait. Do not act rashly. Repeat. Due to the meteorite falling, in order to avoid unnecessary danger, all members will temporarily stay on the playground and wait. Do not act rashly. When everyone was standing in place and waiting, Miyamizu Mitsuha found her two friends. Hayaka. Imperial Envoy. Help me. Natori Sayaka hurriedly hugged Miyamizu Mitsuha, who was about to collapse, and said, "What's wrong?" Mitsuha. Number E. Miyazu Mitsuha panted and said, "Inu, he fell into the water. Help me save him." Miyazu Toshiki, who was directing the work on the side, naturally heard Mitsuha's cry. After all, the distance was not far. Miyazu Toshiki clenched his hands instantly. He knew that this was the fate of the Miyamizu family who had to bear the huge karma. However, as the mayor of Itamori town, he still had a lot of official business to do and could not be partial, especially at this time. "Forgive me, wow," Miyazu Toshiki said in his heart. As a good friend of Mitsuha, Shishikawahara Katsuhiko turned around and ran towards his home after hearing Mitsuha's request for help. After communicating with his father, Shishikawahara Katsuhiko took a group of workers from his company and ran to the lake. "Get on the speedboat and search on the lake at a high speed." Half an hour later, the shore rescue Shishikawahara shook his head at Mitsuha. 014511415 Flyla 182142010. Texas. How is it possible? The moment Mitsuha Miyamizu heard this, she collapsed to the ground. Natori Sayaka behind her quickly supported Mitsuha Miyamizu and lifted her up from the ground. Mitsuha Miyamizu leaned her head on Natori Sayaka's shoulder, tears streaming down her eyes. Her hands, at a loss, covered her chest subconsciously. A warm current suddenly flowed into Mitsuha Miyamizu's hands. Mitsuha Miyamizu looked down. It turned out that she subconsciously held the bone jade. This made Mitsuha Miyamizu suddenly think of what happened in front of the main hall of Miyamizu Shrine that night. The bone jade in her hand seemed to have some function of connecting with Inu Hao. At this moment, feeling the warmth flowing into her body, Mitsuha Miyamizu firmly believed that she would be able to find Inu Hao. *10. Thinking of this, Mitsuha hurriedly asked for help. Imperial Envoy. Hayaka. Help me. Although she didn't understand what Mitsuha Miyamizu suddenly wanted to do, as a good friend of Mitsuha Miyamizu, she naturally followed without hesitation after hearing Mitsuha Miyamizu's request for help. Imperial Envoy. Help me drive the speedboat. Let's go to the lake. Hearing Mitsuha Miyamizu's words, Imperial Envoy Katsuhiko Kawahara and Sayaka Natori jumped onto the speedboat directly. "Ah! This is what your grandmother gave to Inu." Natori Sayaka was a little surprised that the thing that Miyamizu Ichiha gave to Inu Hao was actually in Miyamizu Mitsuha's hands. "This is what Inu put on me before I prayed and danced. He said that this bone jade would bring me good luck. So." Mitsuha Miyamizu held the bone jade tightly and said, "So, I hope it can help me find Inu. I believe that Hitsuji can do it." The speedboat stopped in the middle of the lake. "It's okay, Mitsuha," the Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko reminded. "Thank you, Imperial Envoy." After thanking the Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko, Miyamizu Mitsuha faced the center of the lake, put her hands together, and held the bone jade tightly. She began to pray in her heart. "Please. If If you can really bring me good luck, please help me find him. Help me find my most beloved person. Please. At this time, in Miyamizu Mitsuha's palms, the bone jade was flickering light. Swoosh. Suddenly, the bone jade remained bright, and a dazzling light shot from Mitsuha Miyamizu's palms to the lake not far away. Mitsuha. Look. That light. Natori Sayaka hurriedly called Mitsuha Miyamizu, who was praying with her eyes closed. Asterisk. Mitsuha Miyamizu slowly opened her eyes. To be honest, she was very scared now. That is. When the dazzling light entered Mitsuha Miyamizu's eyes, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. It's on the shelves. Thank you for your support. 1. Chapter 51 I Like You. 2/3000 words long chapter. Wait for me. Inu. Miyamizu Mitsuha looked at the light and made up her mind. Sayaka. Hold it for me. In the blink of an eye, Mitsuha took off her shrine maiden costume and was only wearing thin shorts and short-sleeved shirts. Kr. Natori Sayaka said in surprise, Mitsuha. What are you going to do? I'll go find him. Plop. As soon as the voice fell, Mitsuha jumped directly from the speedboat into the lake and swam towards the light. Mitsuha. Natori Sayaka grabbed the handrail of the speedboat and said in panic, What should I do? Ikaiban. Mitsuha. She's too messy. Kashi Kawahara gritted his teeth and muttered, What should I do? You ask me to. Under the lake, bubbles are constantly surging. I don't know if it's because of the impact just now, or something else. Under the dark lake, Mitsuha Miyamizu held her breath and swam towards the direction of the light. Time goes back to the moment when Inuhao just fell into the lake. Plop. Inuhao, exhausted, fell directly into the lake without any preparation. However, Inuhao's body emergency protection mechanism was activated instantly. A layer of dark blue Ryutsu 530 fully covered Inuhao's whole body, isolating the lake water from affecting Inuhao. Not only because of the acceleration generated during the fall, but also because Inuhao himself had no mobility at all. Now, Inuhao fell straight into the depths of the lake. It's over. Inuhao, whose consciousness began to relax, completely indulged his body and continued to fall down. Of course, this did not mean that Shanghao gave up living. He was waiting for his strength to recover. As for where, he didn't care at all. After all, it didn't have much impact on him. Suddenly, a feeling of suffocation came over him. For some reason, the defense mechanism that Shanghao had made himself suddenly failed. The mouth, the nose. All of them were flooded with lake water. Buzz. The eyes that were originally closed due to suffocation opened directly the next second. Especially the left eye that was fused with the eye of Adnes. At this time, an extremely complex magic circle was floating in the eyeball. Wow! A vortex swept past. Inuhao seemed to see a bunch of tangled lines through the eyes and the magic circle. Is that cause and effect? Those lines called cause and effect, coming from nowhere, began to entangle Inuhao continuously. Hands, feet, arms and thighs. Densely packed. When these causes and effects were entangled in Inuhao's body, Inuhao understood that this was the omniscience of the Eye of Adnes. The so-called omniscience is to see through the essence of all things, cause and effect, past and future. Now, what the Eye of Adnes presents to Inuhao is his own cause and effect. Originally, Inuhao's cause and effect did not have so many cause and effect lines entangled. However, since Inuhao merged with the Eye of Adnes and pushed the meteorite, the cause and effect on Inuhao's body has been linked to Itamori town and the Miyamizu family. This has both advantages and disadvantages for Inuhao. The advantage is that it enriches the ability of Hao. It is not just a fighting method based on Shinigami. The omniscience attitude makes Inuhao's methods more inclined to cause and effect. At the same time, it has become more mysterious and unpredictable. However, the disadvantage is that Inuhao has taken on the cause and effect of Itamori Town and Miyamizu Shrine, which means that Inuhao is tied to both. One rises and all rise, and the loss and all loss. If Inuhao can't bear it, then he will definitely die. At this moment, Inuhao also knows why Miyamizu Mitsuha's mother, Miyamizu Futaba, died. Because this is inevitable. Although the cause of death is holy, the result of death will definitely occur after Miyamizu Futaba and Miyamizu Toshiki are combined. If you have the ability to change, then you can bear such cause and effect and get the benefits brought by cause and effect. If you are not capable enough, then you must accept the consequences of cause and effect and die directly. Just like Inuhao. If he has no ability to change the trajectory of the meteorite falling, then he, who is deep in the center of the incident, will only have a dead end. And everything in Itamori Town was destroyed along with it. However, the fact is that Inuhao has changed the trajectory of the meteorite's fall and successfully completed the deal with the Eye of Adnes. Therefore, while being tied to Itamori Town and Miyamizu Shrine, Inuhao will also gain the benefits of both. The so-called benefits are the golden light that is now slowly pouring into Inuhao's body along those causal lines. Is this merit? As the golden light of merit slowly poured in, Inuhao's condition was recovering rapidly. Gudong. Bang. It was like a bottle cap filled with gas being blown open. A pleasure that makes people's heads shine washed over Inuhao's brain. He knew that at this moment, his Ryutsu level had been promoted to level 8. Ryutsu, level 8, you are already a top captain. It can be said that as long as Inuhao digests this huge harvest, he will not be afraid of top strongmen like Izensuke. At the same time, an entry is slowly forming. Golden body of merit, saving innocent people is an act appreciated by heaven and earth. Congratulations, from now on, you are not afraid of any negative influence at all, and luck will be with you. At this moment, Inuhao felt the endless power in his body, and he felt that he was invincible. Inu-kun at this time, Inuhao heard the call of Miyamizu Mitsuha in his heart. Then, a ray of light shone from the lake surface to Inuhao's eyebrows. This is Mitsuha? Mitsuha is looking for me. Gudong. Inuhao danced with his hands and feet, cut through the water around him, and swam towards the direction of the light. He knew that at the end of this ray of light, the person he loved was swimming towards him. He also knew that as a shrine maiden who had not yet fully awakened, this deep dive was too difficult for her. I don't want Miyamizu Mitsuha to suffer. Inuhao was speeding up her swimming speed. As time passed, Mitsuha Miyamizu finally saw a dark figure swimming towards her. Under the light of the bone jade, Mitsuha Miyamizu could see the figure clearly. Number 1. The moment she saw that Inuhao was safe, Mitsuha Miyamizu's tense heart suddenly relaxed. She had persisted in swimming until now, and finally saw hope. Gudong. Suddenly, a suffocating feeling came over her. Mitsuha Miyamizu no longer had enough oxygen to supply her. Just when Mitsuha Miyamizu lost her sense of proportion, Inuhao used swimming. And quickly caught Mitsuha Miyamizu who was drowning. Ugh! Gudong. As Inuhao quickly kissed Mitsuha Miyamizu's lips, sufficient oxygen was slowly stimulating Mitsuha Miyamizu's consciousness. The breathing of the two stirred up big bubbles in the lake one after another. Inuhao hugged Mitsuha Miyamizu tightly and swam towards the lake. Imperial Envoy. What should we do? Natori Sayaka held Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsuhiko's arms tightly with both hands. Feeling the pain of nails digging into the flesh of his arm, Kawahara Katsuhiko didn't dare to complain. He quickly comforted her, "Don't worry. Mitsuha is a shrine maiden blessed by the gods." Although he said so, Imperial Envoy Kawahara Katsushi was still very nervous and stared at the lake without any ripples. Afraid of missing a certain moment. Gudong. Suddenly, there was a sound on the lake. The water was surging. A large number of bubbles were bursting from the lake. Sayaka! Look! There! Katsuhiko Teshigahara hurriedly called Sayaka Natori and looked at the lake surface not far away where bubbles were coming out. Let's drive slowly over there. Katsuhiko Teshigahara said to Sayaka Natori, who was still nervous, and then pulled apart the hands that had pinched her arms and made them bleed. He hurried to the driving seat of the speedboat and operated it. Katsuhiko Teshigahara took a breath of cold air and quickly shifted his attention from the pain in his arm. After all, saving people is important now. Plop! As Inuhao hugged Mitsuha Miyamoto tightly with his right hand and broke through the water, the two of them were still kissing each other. The two slowly looked up at each other, their eyes full of affection. Number 1. Stupid. Before Mitsuha Miyamoto could say anything, Inuhao said something blaming in a gentle tone. How can you jump into the lake without any precautions? What if you get hurt? I'll be heartbroken. Mitsuha. Humph. Mitsuha Miyamoto pouted and leaned 1.3 meters in Inuhao's arms. This is all Inu-kun's fault. Mitsuha Miyamoto muttered. I know. Inuhao stroked Mitsuha Miyamoto's wet hair, and then kissed Mitsuha Miyamoto's mouth again. I like you. Mitsuha. Me too. The affectionate confession after the disaster was the most sincere emotion between the two. Mitsuha. Inu. Natori Sayaka and Teshigahara Katsuhiko drove the speedboat and slowly drove in front of the two. Anxious Natori Sayaka quickly reached out and tried to grab Mitsuha Miyamoto's hand. Hurry! Mitsuha! Come up! $7.89. Inuhao and Mitsuha Miyamoto smiled at each other. They were glad that they had changed the tragedy of destruction together. What are you laughing at? Are you stupid? On the speedboat, Natori Sayaka said unhappily, Really, Mitsuha, how could you jump directly into the lake? I was really scared. Then, he yelled at Inuhao, and you? Inu. How could a good person fall into the lake so carelessly? You are such an idiot. Humph. Looking at the angry Natori Sayaka, Mitsuha Miyamoto and Inuhao did not dare to breathe heavily. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Here is a 3,000 word chapter.